All right, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what happened to the scene changer. That was really weird. It just changed over really strangely. But nonetheless, welcome to the Backstage. How are you guys doing today? Still adjusting some things really quickly. I got to make sure everything is running as smooth as possible in the background. But I like getting backstage with y'all so we can chop it up about whatever, maybe even get into the show early. Who knows what we're going to do. I am, for those who are here, one of your hosts, Steel Rain. So a little bit of an unofficial introduction before as we get things started up here. But I have an uncanny gentleman here.
Oh, yeah.
And this uncanny gentleman might be getting the X-Men game of his dream.
Oh, God. We haven't even talked about that, have we, Steel? We haven't even talked about that.
We have not. Man. But uncanny gentleman, Pong. I mean, how are you feeling? How you doing, brother? Been a minute.
I don't remember how to do this on a Saturday morning, Steel. It feels like we haven't done this in quite a while, Brody. It's good to be back, everybody. Welcome backstage with the Living Split Screen duo. Myself and Steel Rain. Now it's a good Saturday morning. I'm glad we're getting another show in before the end of the year. Obviously last week with, holidays and family and Christmas and all that good stuff. It was nice to have the day off. Still strange not to have to get up in the morning and get rocking and rolling with my brother. But good to be back. Good to be back. Great to see the chat filling up already, of course, this morning as we come into the last episode of 2023. Unbelievable that we are rolling into 2024 Steel.
Yeah.
But man, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. We definitely have a lot of different interesting ways we could talk this morning, since we didn't get to do a show last week when all the freaking leaks were breaking. We got to look back at 2023 Steel and maybe run down some of our favorite games of the year. Yeah, man, we got a lot to get into. We're going to have a good morning. We're going to have a good conversation and get you guys ready for the afternoon, as we are always want to do. So choo-choo, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Pancakes or waffles, Paul?
Pancakes, sir.
Pancakes? Oh, no. How could you let me down, Paul?
I'm a Midwest. I don't hate waffles, so let's not go with that social media thing in 2020.
That has to be what you're saying. You like pancakes? That means you can't like waffles.
I could like waffles too, sir, but if I had an option, I'm sitting down at Denny's or Perkins or the Waffle House, and I got an option of pancakes or waffles. I am choosing pancakes.
Yeah, I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
For like anybody who's too bougie to go to Denny's, like I don't need to be associated with you. If you too bougie to go to Denny's, we don't need to chop it up, man. I will go to Minnesota and we will go to Denny's. Like I'm so about that shit. I am so about
Grand Slam. Are you kidding me? Let's rock and roll, man. Yes.
Cheese grits, cheese eggs. I'm good.
Oh man. Yep.
Crispy Rambo. What's going on? It says LSS are playing video games. Chat says it has to be Belgian waffles or else pancakes. Hey, Elijah, Belgian waffles are really good. I've been getting into those. Recently, I've been trying to adjust my waffle recipe because I don't like thick waffles. And recently, like when you follow either instructions on a box or just instructions I get off the internet, they always end up thicker than I would like. So I think I'm going to start thinning out the batter so I can get a little bit more of a airy waffle, because they always end up filling me up too much, man. Like I have one of those waffle irons that makes the thick waffles too, so it's like it's just weird, man.
That's the problem with both of them, in fact, is that they do fill you up, and I like all the other stuff better. Like if somebody said, well, listen, you can have breakfast and you can have pancakes or waffles, but you can't have, you can't have, sausage, or you can't have eggs, or you can't have something. I'd be like, no.
I can't give up the rest of that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what makes happens. It good. Sometimes I like to take a bit of my waffle, take a bit of sausage, maybe a little bit of egg, all in one bite, a little syrup. It's nothing better than that.
Bro, that's why the McGriddles were fucking
yes,
huge when they first
McGriddles
dropped,
still
bro.
good, man.
Yeah, they are still good,
love a
but
McGriddle,
that's why they became so big because people do like to mix that shit.
Yeah,
So
no,
yeah,
I do.
I'm a mixer and I love to mix my breakfast up. Syrup everywhere. Syrup is good on everything, so I'm cool with that. So yeah, no, but pancakes and waffles do fill me up too fast. That's why
that's the only thing I don't like.
Yeah.
Gives you that itis in the early morning where it's just like, oh God, now I gotta go function. Or especially if you do it for work, you do like a brunch for work or something like that. It's like, now you want me to go talk to people for the rest of the day? Like, come on, man.
No.
Oh man, but 2023 has definitely been an interesting year. We'll get a little bit more into it as we get live here and I start recording for everybody. Again, I do want to try to make sure I get the show uploaded either the day of or the day after for our audio listeners, for those interested in that. So we'll start that here in a second. But 2023 has definitely been an outstanding year, at least in my opinion. There's been a ton of games to play this year. Hogwarts Legacy was one of the main ones that kind of started it all for us this year, as a heavy hitter at least. And of course, we had games like Hi-Fi Rush and whatnot. And as great as Hi-Fi Rush was, it's not in my top 10 games of the year. Unfortunately, I do appreciate it as a shadow drop. Shout out to Joe Johannes and the team over there. But although I may be an action combat oriented more so person, Hi-Fi Rush still wasn't able to do enough for me to want to go back. I probably got about 3/4 through the game and I put it down. And I haven't been back to it. And but shout out to everybody who's been loving it. I know some people are like, oh well, some of you guys just like Game Pass games. And the only reason you play it because it's in Game Pass. And I mean, I won't be lied to you. That was one of the reasons I played it for sure. But it's not the reason why we were high on it during the time. Why I've been high on it after, and why I do think it deserved some of the rewards that it got, or. Actually, it deserved more rewards for the audio design, level design, and all those good stuff, all those good things they had in there. Because it was a good piece to. I think it was a good sign for 2023. What to expect, and who knows, Paul? Maybe we'll get another good sign coming into this next year when that Dev Direct comes on through for what we're hearing. So, but
sir.
Do you have any last words that you'd like to say before we get live?
Man, let's roll. Let's roll with the last episode. Let's get this party started. It is time to end 2023 the right way on Living Split Screen with myself and Mr. Steel Rain. Let's do this, brother. Let's do this.
Double barrel gaming.
What's going on, Boom? Sticks up early. What's going on, Boom? Getting those house chores done. Let's do this, Boom. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Real quick, get this recording rocking. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and beautiful people. I gotta make sure I back off the mic a little bit when I do that because it gets a little sexy. Anyway, what's going on? How are y'all feeling? Welcome to the last living split screen of 2023. We're getting closer and closer to season 4 of us doing this, and it's just 52 episodes apiece. That's how we do this. It's 52 episodes of the year. I try to break them down season by season, but enough of that foolishness because you're locked in right now with Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform that covers everything going on within the gaming industry. And here we tend to take that RTS approach. That's that real-time strategy where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull our resources together so that we can not only build up our own foundation, but also build up the foundation to reach those potential 3 billion gamers. We gotta do a lot more content drops out here to get a little bit more reach, because I think I do definitely want to try to hit the 3K next year, maybe even 5K, depending on what kind of push that we end up doing next year. I do have some heavy plans, at least on my end, that I'm going to start establishing. Again, you're going to be seeing a lot of Live Split Screen. I'm still trying to establish, because I got some ideas, Paul, man. And I guess I'll bring it to you guys, audio listeners. You guys can come to me about it. Hit us up in chat. I'm going to start leaving my email, too, on the YouTube. Just so, well, not my email, but our email for Living Split Screen. Just in case you guys got ideas or if there's anything on your mind, you can hit us directly up in the email and get to us until we get a Discord rocking and rolling. It's just timing is everything. And if I'm already going to be dedicating a grinding time out along with still gaming, because again, for me, as we get further in this, I have, and I don't know if you've gotten to this point, Pong, and maybe we get a little vested early on, but let me know if you thought about this. So for me, at least, I've been thinking about for the last bit of how to stream in a way that is going to be efficient to myself. And I've had a couple different ideas, right? I've wanted to do, like, maybe, because a lot of the times my gaming habits tend to adjust depending on if I'm listening to something, a podcast, taking in information, listening to other people, whatever the case may be. So I had the idea that, and I've been I've been debating whether I should do this on Living Split Screen and keep it its own separate thing, or because I know the YouTube algorithms and all that works a certain way, so maybe I should do it on my own channel. And I probably will, because it'll be a little bit more free, and I don't want all of my opinions to be representative of what Living Split Screen has going on at all times. Although there's nothing I don't think there's nothing I would say on my personal channel that I wouldn't say here, just in retrospect. But I've been wanting to possibly game and do like a thing where I'm gaming and podcasting. It'll be more of an audio visual experience for people. Maybe I'm not talking as often, but there are other people talking during the broadcast. And of course, there would be a shout out and links to their channel and all that good stuff down below. But I think, because the one thing that I at least end up coming to is that maybe, what if you're somebody who comes home, you're at a hard day of work or whatever the case, you want to listen to a podcast, but you also maybe want to take in some gameplay, maybe you want to game yourself. I kind of want to just offer it as like an additional option. I think that'd be super dope, but I don't know. I've been kind of playing with the idea for a bit, just because I do want to provide additional content to the channel. Not only that, but I do want to, again, growth is always going to be something that we got to think about. And I know that kind of doing our own thing would benefit Living Split Screen as well. But I'm also of like the mind that maybe I just should pump more stuff into Living Split Screen, because I kind of, to me, I'd see Living Split Screen as more of a platform. And then we could just kind of branch off of that. Like the TV channel is Living Split Screen, and then you have shows that take place under Living Split Screen. Like it's the Pong show, and you got the Steel show, and then you got the Split Screen show where you got both of us doing whatever, streaming whatever game. And those are the kind of ideas that I got floating right now. So chat, let me know what you're thinking. Oh my fucking God. Decado, what are we doing this morning?
What do we got going on? Decado.
Oh my God,
bro!
Yo, first, I want to say, we're gonna get into some emotional things this year, because it's the end of the year, Pong. I think there's this reflection that we need to do. Maybe that's what I was doing right there. Also, we'll see. But Pong, I mean, go ahead, man. The people love when you do it. Let me hear the choo choo, man.
Decado. All right, folks, listen up, chat. I want you to see that big red mark right there. You want to see that big red mark? You know what that is? That's a nuclear alert, everybody. That is a nuke being dropped on this chat to start out the show by the one and only Decado.
Much love, Decado.
Who we might have to give the keys to the hype train to. He's trying to buy the hype train, I think, Steele. That's what Decado is doing for this chat right now. He is trying to say, listen, 2024 is rolling in. That's right, Living Split Screen 2024 is rolling in. All you splitters out there, we're going to keep this show ad-free, wink, wink, by nuking the entire show. Decado comes in with the $250 bomb. That's right. The stealth bomber flew overhead and just leveled everybody in here, including Steel and myself. What an incredible end to 2023. Decado giving us the fireworks. Decado getting the hype train to go from Mach 2.0 as we always start out on this show. And he said, screw Mach 3, screw Mach 4, screw Mach 5, screw Mach 6, screw Mach 7, screw Mach 8, screw Mach 9. We're going to hit Mach 10 out the freaking gate here, folks. That's what we're going to do. We're going to push it to the limit, and we're going to get you to Mach 10 right away. Let's go, Decado, with the 250 nuke all over this channel, keeping us ad-free as we roll into 2024. The goal, as always on Living Split Screen, remains, your goal remains 69, as always. But Decado just obliterated that thing like nobody's business. Thank you, Decado, for keeping the hype train at a Mach 10 straight out the gates. Let's go, everybody. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Tim the Sorcerer says, I just heard Mach 10 across the loudspeaker system in this hype train. I just heard we're going Mach 10. We gotta get some more people on board. Tim, no discrimination here. He follows up the nuke with 5 tickets, a 5 bomb, an easy layup for everybody to follow through with. That's right. Tim the Sorcerer just got 5 more people on board of the splitters. Let's go, Tim the Sorcerer. Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution to keeping this an ad-free show so we don't have to sell beans here, so I don't have to promote some Manscaped business, although we will Manscaped if you want us to. Listen, everybody, what an end to 2023. Sure. Let's go.
I don't personally think that Manscaped quite fits us, although I know we'll do an awesome ad read. I do think that we need some coffee or some energy drinks or something. I think that's much more fitting for our lifestyle.
G Fuel. I hit you guys up. I paid full price. I am drinking G Fuel right now. So I tried you guys out. You guys are pretty damn good. I'm not going to lie. Flavor is on point. I've tested a lot of pre-workouts in my lifetime.
G Fuel getting it right?
G Fuel's all right. G Fuel is all right. I got to say, again, no jitters, really. At all. None of that nonsense that's in there. And again, it's probably one of the best tasting pre-workouts I've ever had. And again, when I say I've tested a lot, you guys have no idea how many different ones I've gone through and tested out. So G Fuel, hit us up. I'm willing to promote you guys. I like you that much. So let's do it.
Nice. Next, this game is BlazBlue Entropy Effect. It is only on Steam currently. It might come to console. I don't know. There were some conversations happening in the background about it coming to console. It wouldn't have any problems running on console. I know that for sure. Because it comes across as a side project that in BlazBlue has been an IP that has been criminally slept on for some time. BlazBlue, between Guilty Gear, BlazBlue, and there's another one that's coming out that we're excited for, Grand Blue Fantasy. All 3 IPs have been criminally slept on over the years and don't have enough games that use all levels of what that IP can bring as far as the creativity, art style. There's no reason why we should have got a BlazBlue action RPG game, right? Especially during the era of like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and games of that nature. It would have been dope to play as Ragnar Blood Edge during that time, where some of the other characters in an action more oriented form. So Grand Blue Fantasy Versus is a fighting game. There's a game called Grand Blue Fantasy Rising that is going to be coming out beginning of the year, I believe. I think that's in March, actually, or somewhere in there. I may be getting that confused because I know Dragon's Dogma is also coming around that time, which I think that's in March. So I may be conflating the dates.
Well, we're getting the Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is the co-op RPG that you and I are going to probably stream.
Okay.
So
Yes.
that's Relink. That is coming early this year. That is coming. Is that February?
Is that February? Is it coming that early?
Or is it
coming
March
before?
1st? It might be March 1st.
Because I remember thinking about it because I know Dragon's Dogma was right around the corner for it.
Yeah. We got let me see here. What do we got?
Blaz Blue is a fighting game for him. That's how it started off.
Yes. That is
Blaz Blue and Guilty Gear.
When do we got Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is February 1st. And then Dragon's
February
Dogma.
1st. Okay.
Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2 is March 22nd. So we've got
plenty of time.
A month to 3 weeks. But yeah, we're gonna get into Relink, and
that's gonna be
is
really
talking
fun.
about joining us too.
That'd be really dope. I mean, if we can do a party stream of that game, I think that'd be really interesting. I don't know how the co-op's gonna work in there. I did see some things that possibly the co-op was going to be outside of the story, but I'm not sure. It's going to be interesting. I don't know. This is some things that people have been saying, like it's kind of separate from the actual single player itself or from the story based stuff itself. But I don't know. We'll see. It may not be. That may change. They did say they were only allowed to play a certain proportion of it, so it could have just been locked off.
Yeah. Because from everything I saw, it was definitely going to be like.
Nam says, I think it's still pronounced Blaze even without the E.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
I've said that to Steel multiple times when we started this show because he's a Blaz Blue fan, but I love how he says it. So I'll go with Blaz too. That's fine. But yes, it is Blaze.
If Blaz is wrong, I'm sorry. I'm probably always going to go back to that just because that's what I've called it. I
just love how Steel says it. So let's go. It's fine.
It just sounds more unique. I don't know. Blaze Blue doesn't sound as cool as Blaz Blue. I don't know.
Blase.
And Fahim, shout out to Tales of Arise. That was another one that I got into, but I had to put that shit down. I can't do that. I hate that start-stop battle shit. That shit is annoying as hell to me. I don't like that's you want to talk about Starfield doing old shit or not being able to evolve? Let's talk about all these JRPGs that can't fucking evolve. Why can't I just go from battle to battle, right? Why can't I just be in an open zone? When I see the monster, I battle it in this open space. No, I got to see the monster. I run up on it. Oh, it's a cutscene like I'm in fucking Final Fantasy VII from fucking 99. Oh, man, let me pop the second disc in real quick so I can continue this fucking battle. I don't like that. It is annoying. It slows the game. And Tales of Arise is already slow, especially earlier on. The first 40 hours of that game are slow as hell. And it turns out like you can have some moments, and I had some good moments with it, but I couldn't keep playing it. But it's a me thing for sure. Fahim says Still Ray makes it sound like a game for rich people, but lies blue. maybe that's what it is now playing. But yeah, I don't know where. Before we got into that, I was talking about a little bit about some plans and things that I was thinking of, but. Before Decado came in here and gave us the bombing run of the day, shout out to Decado. Much appreciation, much love to everybody, and I think that's one of the main things that our show is probably going to be about today. Other than that, and other than the games that we're playing and what has happened over the last couple of weeks since we've been gone, a little Christmas break. But overall, I want to say, as we're coming to the end of the year, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been tuning in. It's been nothing but a lovely experience chopping it up with you guys every week. Y'all coming in here consistently, either rocking with us the whole show, or if you're tuning in afterwards, shout out to the audio listeners. That's been nothing short of a blessing. And I realize that I'm pretty sure Pong is of that same mind. We've talked about this before, how grateful we are and how appreciative we are to everybody who's been tuning in. But again, me and Pong have been doing this extremely organic. We don't go to all these different shows and put ourselves out there and argue with people that we feel like don't have a very open opinion, I should say, about the gaming industry in totality. And that can hurt us in ways. But there's no excuses. It's going to be up to us. And the goal this year was 3K. I kind of overshot it, but life also, life can get you busy sometimes. So Next year, 3 to 5K is definitely going to be the goal. It's going to be consistent content coming in, but I do want your guys' opinion, chat. Let me know what you guys think will be best for you while I have the time before things get too crazy and I get too busy. What would you guys like to see on Living Split Screen? Would you like to see more? And I might do a poll and put that up there too while I bring Pong in and let him talk about what he's been playing and his feelings about the end of the year and whatnot. But let me know in the chat. I put this on you guys before I put it in the poll. Do you guys, because I'm to be fair, I'm probably going to be the main one streaming and whatnot. Just because it's a time thing. Pong's work, and right now I'm a little bit more open. So it does allow me to be available depending on what I got going on personally, right? Life is life. But I would like to bring additional content to Live Your Split Screen, but I'm trying to decide whether I should do it on my own channel first and then kind of transfer it over. Right? You guys want me to play freaking horror games so bad. I don't think horror games, I'm not a horror game dude. That's the other thing too, that as I step into this, as much as I want to do content for other people, I still want to do content that I care about. Right? And horror content, it's not something I care about. It is something that could be funny. It's something that we could do if we hit goals, right? That I won't mind doing if we hit certain goals. For example, if we hit 2K, 3K, I don't mind doing those little streams for that. Just because it's a support thing for you guys. But outside of that, I don't want to become one of these streamers that's like locked into one game, or one of these people who's locked into talking about one game, or feels like I'm obligated to do ABC things, right? Since I have started podcasting, I have become a little bit more versatile in my gaming. I'm not as critical about, oh man, I didn't beat this game, I'm sad, I feel some type of way about it. I keep things in rotation. I keep things honest. I keep things fair. I try to be real with myself. I think that's the number one thing that I can tell anybody as we get to the end of this year. Be honest and real with yourself, man. Fahim, he says Steel Rain should play the remake of Dead Space. Now, I will play that because I love the first Dead Space, because I did play Dead Space 1, but I played it before the remake came out. I would not mind replaying that on stream. And I don't replay games, but it's very, other than Elden Ring, which I also jumped back into here recently on PC, fully modded out. Camera doing some crazy stuff. Yeah, it's I got a setting on it that allows it to kind of track me wherever I'm at. It's not doing the greatest job trying to track me right now. It's weird, but yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic off to my brother from another, let you guys know, tell you guys a little bit what he's been having going on, how he's feeling about this end of the year as far as the podcast goes, maybe some potential thoughts that he got going on. So, Pong, how you feeling, man? How's your week been? How's your last couple weeks been, actually? And, yeah, man, what's going on? Tell me about yourself. What's up, man?
Crazy as always. Still crazy as always. I'm in a weird place gaming wise. I'm in a very weird place right now. I've been back to grazing a lot, but I've also been doing this, what do I really want to play versus, what can I play versus, oh, do I need to be playing something new, or do I want to play something old? Like, I've been having this battle with myself on a daily basis. And I think most gamers who do try to play different games kind of find themselves sometimes in these roles. And so for me, it's been weird, man. I've been all over the place. Of course, you, me, Mav, we all jumped into the finals last weekend as well. Finals is really, really good. Again, I'm not into those competitive shooters. Yes, I play Call of Duty. Yes, I'll play Battlefield, but I don't get into necessarily, the whole competition side of things as much as I used to anymore. Mm-hmm. But the finals is different. The finals is fun as hell. The finals is balanced. Again, the old Battlefield DNA, because a lot of these devs are some of the old DICE devs who, at Embark, who go back to the days of Bad Company 2,
Right.
Bad Company 1. And you could feel that. You can feel that DNA in the finals. So we really had a good time in the finals. In fact, I even gave Embark some money. I've told you guys this in the past. This is why I don't mind the free-to-play model. I know some people despise it, think it's going to be the end of all things that are video gaming. But for me, I get to decide how much I'm loving the game. And if I want to invest into it and give, back to the developers, I can. And I did. Now I gave back more than I thought I was going to, because when I went to the store to buy some coins, my transaction failed. So I was like,
that was really weird.
I got an error. And I was like, okay. So I did another one. Got another error. I was like, okay, you guys don't want my money right now. That's cool. Whatever. I back out to the main screen, getting ready for lobby, right? I didn't back out of the game. I just backed out to the main screen where we were waiting to start a lobby. And all of a sudden, Xbox goes ding or bleep, whatever. I forget the sound. And thank you for your purchase, blah, blah, blah. And then it did it again. So I gave him $20 towards this game, which is fine. Again, I was like, whatever. But yeah, we had a really good time in the finals and really enjoyed it. And I think that it's gaining momentum. It's not losing momentum. I see more people jumping into it, trying it out and saying, man, listen to this game. The Levolution, which obviously these devs carried over from Battlefield. Obviously Levolution is copyrighted, I think, by DICE, by EA. But they use that same mentality as far as the building destruction goes. Mm-hmm. It feels like old school Battlefield. The balance feels like old school Battlefield between the weapons and the different classes they have. They only have 3 classes, but you could tell the work and effort they put into that part of it. And then the big thing about the finals that I really dig, because this was something that I loved about the Battlefield games, is the clutch moments, pulling out, moments that you don't think you can. Now, we didn't necessarily, I know you and Mav had some good runs too. Steel Mav was telling me that you guys had some good runs earlier this week, but when we were in there, we almost clutched a game in the final seconds, because, man, I grabbed the box that was worth more than what all the other teams had at the time. And we were in last place, and I actually got to the bank with under 10 seconds to go to bank it. And we didn't know that it goes into overtime. As long as you got a bank rolling, you got a chance. Well, that changed everything, because we were like, oh, we don't have enough time. We don't have enough time. I banked it. All of a sudden it was like, oh, wait, we can pull this out. This could be the win right here out of nowhere, out of the blue. Of course, that didn't happen. We got mobbed. But at the same time, that feeling that's second to none. And that's what Battlefield gave you when you changed the tide of the battle. It reminds me of the old Gold Rush in Bad Company and stuff, where you would clutch it out right at the end. So really liking the finals. But Steel, I went and did something this week. And I know I was on multiple shows saying, end of the year, I got plenty to play. I'm not buying stuff. And then I was like, oh, well, I picked up Sifu on sale, right? I picked up Company of Heroes 3 on sale. Oh, I got a good deal on the Saints Row Complete Collection. I ordered that up. I found somebody online selling that. Well, Steel, I've been talking about it. I think when we've been going through our list, it comes up a lot when we go through this day in gaming, and we come across a Musou fighter, right? And I talk about my love for Musou fighters, and I talk about the Dynasty Warriors, the Samurai Warriors, the Warriors Orochi. Well, I downloaded Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate because it was given away for gold a long time ago. And I had downloaded that, and I had started playing it, but it's not 30 frames. Now, anybody who's played, or it's 30 frames, it's not 60 frames. Anybody who's played Koei Tecmo Musou fighters in the past, and again, there's a lot of Musou fighters out there, but again, Warriors Orochi and Samurai Warriors are my 2 favorites. I like Dynasty Warriors, but I just don't like the story as much as I do in the other 2. Knows that they used to unlock the frames all the damn time. So like Dynasty Warriors 9 is unlocked frames. So on Series X, that'll play at 60 frames. But for whatever reason, Warriors Orochi 3 was locked. And so it only plays at 30 frames. And I was like playing it and I'm like, okay, well, this is cool. But man, this 30 frames and this kind of action heavy Musu fighters action heavy. Obviously, you're fighting mobs. Like, it doesn't feel good. So then I started doing research and I was like, all right, I got to find, I'm going to find one. Well, the other thing about these games, especially the Koei Tecmo ones, is they don't go on sale very often. And when they do go on sale, even the old stuff is still only max 50% off. So when you're talking about the deluxe or the ultimate editions, you're still talking about $40. I'm like, oh God, do I really want to do this? And I was going through the store and of course they are on sale right now on Xbox. I bought Warriors Orochi 4 Ultimate. It's 3 years old, Steel. People say, God, why are you playing old games? You got it. It's the golden age of gaming. You got all these new games. 2023, the GOAT. I got Starfield. I got all these other games I could be playing. But I was like, I really need a new Musu fighter to play. And I had never picked up Warriors Orochi 4. So I was like, well, screw it. So I picked up Warriors Orochi 4 Steel. I've been rocking out on that. 60 frames locked. I think it's close to 4K native. If not, it's doing a damn good job at 1440. Is
that one of them that's co-op?
That is co-op. It is co-op. Because
it was one I used to play with my pops back in the day.
They're all couch co-op, right?
Okay,
so I don't know if this one is. I think this one is online co-op too, by the way. So this one is online co-op. I'm pretty sure that this one is. But yeah, this is a 2020 game. But man, oh man, let me tell you the story, Steel. I had not read what the story was for this one because for those of you who don't know, you got Dynasty Warriors, you got Samurai Warriors, two separate storylines. Warriors Orochi, and why I love it so much, Steel, they bring in characters from all their franchises. So it's a mix mash. Right? It's the ultimate team up Musu fighter.
Well, the game came out in 2018, actually.
Did it come out in 2018? I thought it read 2020.
It has PvP in it, too.
Yeah, I've never done that. You know,
that's great. How did I not know this?
I don't know because when people pull up Musu fighters, that's not what you're thinking about. But yeah, I thought it was 2020. Maybe that was the Ultimate Edition. Maybe the Ultimate Edition was 2020. Anyways. So they bring in the ultimate team up. They bring in all the characters from the different franchises into the game. And there's always a story about how these characters got together, right? Why they're in this world together. Well, this one, Steel, unbeknownst to me until I fired up the game. And yes, in these games, I'm not skipping the cutscenes. I actually do read through all the stuff.
I'm doing the same thing.
Steel, this one. Because, of course, this is Eastern. This is Eastern, bro. This is all Eastern, right? This is the Eastern flavor. You get some Chinese, you get some Japanese mythology, you get a bunch of stuff in here. Steel, this one, they bring the Greek gods into it, brother.
That's kind of dope.
They bring the Greek gods into it. Zeus himself has created a world in which he's bringing the fighters from Samurai Warriors and Dynasty Warriors into this realm and trying to create a new world. That is freaking cool as hell because, of course, I love Greek mythology. So freaking right on. I was like, okay, now you really got me. Now I'm kind of excited. So I've been rocking out of Warriors Orochi 4, plays flawlessly on the Series X. Outside of, there is this pause that will happen. It's very infrequent. It's not frequent at all, but there is this pause that will happen when you pull off a special move, especially when you are about to hit a achievement. It will pause for about 2 seconds and then kick back in again. I've had that happen a couple times now, but outside of that, action is flawless, no drop frame rates. And again, it's got to be running close to native 4K or a really good 1440 because it is gorgeous. So if you're looking for a Musu fighter, do that. And then the other one, Steel, I've been rocking out on too, is Kingdoms and Castles. And I promoted this multiple times in other shows now. This was an indie title, a smaller team title that was on PC for a while. This is a city builder. It is a city builder light, in my opinion. Does it have some depth to it? Yes, but it's not really. It's very surface level city builder. It is a total chill out, relax type game. And if you're looking for one of those, it's only $15. They did a fantastic job with the UI and the controller support for consoles. Now that it's on consoles, it took me very small period of time of adjustment, which it always does with these types of games. And it's second nature, how they've got the control design set up. And again, if you're just looking for a chill game, Kingdoms and Castles is it. So that's been pretty much it, Steel. That's what I've been rocking out. Weird lineup, weird selection. Doesn't make any sense why, especially this year, I'm doing it. I could have bought RoboCop. I really want to buy RoboCop. I could have bought RoboCop instead of Warriors Orochi 4. Again, I've said from the beginning, I was excited for it. More and more people are jumping on the RoboCop train. This is a surprise hit of the year. But I didn't do that, Steel. I bought Warriors Orochi 4 instead because that's just how my mind works. So I'm kind of back in that mode again, but it's been a blast. Again, trying to keep my sleep schedule straight, not trying to stay up late. So I've been trying to have games that I can end very quickly and not mind ending it instead of getting addicted to it. Now, Kingdoms and Castles can be addicting. I will warn you guys. You think you're going to jump in for 30 minutes, an hour. Next thing you know, it's been 3 hours of you building out your kingdom. So that is one of those addicting ones. But outside of that, Steel, that's been it for me, man. As far as the show goes, man, I love this show. You guys all know this with my brother from another steel. When we started this for the exact reasons we've laid out multiple times, this is what we designed. Again, we walked in and said, we're not going to do the guest thing. It's going to be me and him. We're going to get the chat involved. We're going to create a community that we want to build around. And even if that means slow growth, even if that means we don't make the big numbers or hit the big stuff, that's cool with us. And that's exactly what we've done here. And that's why Saturday mornings, to me, I would not exchange this for anything in the entire world. And when we do miss a Saturday, even for a holiday like last week, it does feel weird not getting together with this dude right here with me and talking about it. And all you in the chat showing up each and every week, showing up and talking to us and getting us fired up or giving us different directions to go mid-show or whatever the case may be. I miss all of you. Again, this is a close-knit community right here, and that's what Steel and I always wanted. Of course we want to grow. Of course Steel and I want to do more stuff. Steel's spot on with the saying we got to do more, or he wants to do more. I want to do more. I told you guys early when I got my PC this year that I was going to do more. And unfortunately, real life being what it is, unfortunately, time frame being what it is, it just hasn't worked out. But 2024, going into 2024, I'm telling you, I want to make this thing bigger. And I do want to give you guys more content. I want to do more with Steel. I want to stream more with Steel when we can. That's a big goal for us in 2024. And I think we're going to make that happen in some way, shape, or form. But I just want to say thank you to all of you. And I'm sure we'll do this at the end of the show too, for making 2023 extra special. You guys won't know because, again, you guys are family. You guys come here and rock with us. You give us your time, which is unbelievable to me. But you guys won't know behind the scenes how therapeutic these shows are for me personally and what it's helping me get through right now in my life, because I'm not that dude who comes out here and talks about it all the time. I'll tell you my week was, stressful or crazy or whatever, but I'm not going to get into details like that. That's not what these shows are about. I'm not here to do that. But I'm just telling you guys will never know how much you've helped. And that includes obviously you, Steel, and what you've done for me and done for this show behind the scenes to make these years pass by as quick as they have. And here we are ending 2023 with a bang. Really, really thank all of you for everything you've done. Because again, you'll never know how much you help. You never know what people are going through. That is one of the truest statements out there. Because I can come on this show and I can be rocking out with you guys, and this energy is real. This is not an act. My hype for gaming is real. And my love for Steel and you guys in the chat is real when I come on here and just want to talk about this stuff. But what's going on in the background, you guys will never know. You won't know that stuff. It's fantastic, man. And I love you all, nothing but love and respect. So thanks for rocking out with us in 2023. And here's to an even greater 2024 right here on Living Split Screen. And hopefully for everybody out there listening, no matter what your 2023 was like, 2024, man, we're gonna kick some ass this year. It's on, man. So I know that's the easy thing to say at the beginning of the year, and I don't do, don't do the whole, oh, I'm gonna make all these goals for myself, and I'm gonna do. Nah, man, you got to do that whenever the feeling's right. But it is an easy mark when the calendar's about to flip to say we're going to start something new. We're going to start fresh. We're going to kick some ass. So yeah, let's do it, guys. Let's do it out there.
And I think we definitely will for sure. And there's no doubt in my mind, at least for me, what we bring here, the energy, the vibes, the again, when I say come sitting within the rain and get that energy to feed your soul for the weekend. That's exactly what I mean. I want to get that put on shirts and everything. Because I just think that is literally the value that we bring here, right? Along with, because I've been thinking about this, and I think this is where I was going to get into before I got off on a tangent, or where my tangent was going to go at least. And for me, the more and more that I look at it, right? I look at people who review games, people who talk about games all day, because you want to look at your counterparts and see what everybody else is doing, right? Just to get an idea of what's happening in this space. For me, personally, I don't ever want to get to the point where I have to work on this show more than I play games. That might be a sacrifice. That might not be the right move. There may be people who disagree. Well, still, you're going to have to do A, B, C. No, because the only reason I'm saying this about myself is because at that point, you're taking away the passion. You're taking away, I mean, not the passion per se, because you can have passion that just goes a different direction, but it takes away from the hobby, I would say, for me, the enjoyment of it, right? I see some of the guys that I look to for review, like an ACG, maybe even a Throw a Skill Up in there sometimes, Fighting Cowboy, all these people that play games literally for a living and get paid and get all these big packages and they literally and have the time to play every single game that ends up coming out. I don't ever want to be put in a position to where I'm forced to feel like I need to play a specific thing, or that the audience is what's driving my interest to play certain games, right? I think what also is supposed to be unique is different people's taste in games, right? Sure, I might stream Monster Hunter World or whatever the case. And actually, I haven't done a thing in a while because, again, gaming, I've been into some other things, and I've revisited Monster Hunter World, and I always have that chance to go back. And that's now that I'm back into that flow, it's not gonna be hard for me to jump back into, but there's ebbs and flows and everything, and I don't want to lose the passion I have for me for the hobby, and that's the main place where that lies, is playing the actual games that I care for. There's a reason why I don't play scary games like that, horror games, any of that stuff. It's because I don't really enjoy those things, for personal reasons, for enjoyment reasons, really. But it is why I try to think about other ways to provide value while also possibly representing our gaming community more, which is like, hey, well, if I'm listening to content, why can't I listen to content, put their details in the description underneath, and then also still stream whatever game that I'm playing. That way I don't have to talk maybe all the time, because that's the other thing. I'm not always in the, I don't have my own room and set up for all of this, right? Where I can just be loud and obnoxious and be over the top all the time. Like that is a reality of it, right? And I don't mind being honest and upfront with y'all. I know my wife doesn't mind it or whatnot, but there is still a day life that has to happen, and you can't be ignorant of that or ignore it, just for the sake of doing content. So in the future, those things may change, but I want to still provide as much value to you all, especially for our splitters, everybody that's joined our memberships and has been supporting us month to month, for all the people that come here. Again, 50 plus people on a week to week basis consistently staying here for 3-4 plus hours on a week-to-week basis is something that I would have never imagined. Again, I know it's easy to get lost in the sauce of it all. But if I walk into a room and there's 50 people waiting for me and Pong to chop it up about games and listen to what I played this week, I think that's just a beautiful thing to think about and just kind of be realistic about. But for me this week, I've been definitely diving back into my Skyrim bag, adventuring a little bit deeper into there. Finished one of the main quest that I was doing. Well, actually it's a side quest. It wasn't even a main quest because apparently it was something that was dropped in through a mod. I didn't even know. I thought it was just part of the game until I tried to figure out how to talk to this shell or whatever, and I had to figure out I had to go to a spell and cast a spell to talk to the shell. So hey, I got done with doing that, and I got my character right. I had to find out ways to edit my character. There's a magic mirror that you got to find. There's another town in Riften that you can go to. There's a lady that you could talk to apparently that could change your appearance. So I've been doing that. Got my character looking right now. So I'm feeling really good about that. I did, however, lose some armor last night, so that was kind of frustrating. It was some good armor that I've taken videos and pictures of and put on Twitter, otherwise known as X. And I lost it all. I gave it to my blacksmith to upgrade, right? I didn't know that when you give the armor to the blacksmith for him to upgrade, that he keeps the shit, right? And he tells you when you ask him about your order, he's like, "Nah, your order ain't finished yet, son." I'm like, "What do you mean my order's not? I just gave you some of the best armor that I had for you to upgrade because I have what I need to upgrade it. What do you mean I gotta wait now?" And there's no time. Like, it doesn't tell me, "Hey, it's gonna take X amount of days for it to finish." There's one time where I'd put an order in and I literally waited. I counted out 5 days. And I was like, all right, I'm just gonna rest for these 5 days, and he still wasn't ready. I'm like, yo, okay, what are we doing? So I ended up going into my follower inventory because that's one of the things that I do like a lot. They're definitely my pack mule. The way that they got it set up, they got your normal follower inventory, and then they have like this additional stash that they have, and you can literally, essentially, offload everything to them. Which is super amazing. So I was just like, damn, I need to go now. I need to pull. I was like, follower, come on through. I need to find out what I have in my inventory that I've given you, so I can take it back. All the extras and things that I give her, so we can go back to town and sell. That's the other thing that I don't like. That I may end up changing. I don't like the fact that the NPCs, and maybe Pong, maybe this is something you can speak to, or anybody else that's played Skyrim. I don't like the fact that NPCs are fucking limited on money. I don't get, it was the same thing in Starfield. Like, I get why they do it, but then you need to give me an NPC, and maybe I'm just not far enough in the story yet, but you need to give me an NPC who has the fucking money. Who has the money? I have a 15K loot that I got from doing this mission that I can't give to nobody because they only want to give me 5 for it. I'm not selling it to you for 5. It's worth 15. What are we doing?
Classic, bro. You guys, that's RPG classic, right? Your value doesn't mean anything, Steve.
No, it doesn't.
When you get to the shop,
it really don't. It really don't.
The shop screw you over.
The NPCs aren't rich. Maybe they get rich in other towns, and maybe they have some more money out in those areas. But you just get into those moments, man. The same thing I was doing in Starfield, man. People talking about how dead Starfield is. Which is, I think, is something else we'll talk about. Because again, I have my own opinions about Starfield. But since I started playing Skyrim, it definitely has opened my eyes to some things. But nonetheless. But even with like coming from Skyrim, it was just like, bro, these guys need some more money. Maybe they'll have maybe some others will have some additional funds, but it's just, I'll pick up stuff, armor, weapons, all kinds of good stuff that I feel like is decent, just so I can bring back to save some money up, so I can make some good looking armor. Because again, that's always my main goal. And I just can't get enough money to do anything. I get enough money to get potions and make sure I'm good for my adventures. But other than that, bro, when it comes to these armor upgrades, if I'm not finding it out and about, I'm not going to be crafting shit. And then when it comes to the upgrades, bro, I'm not going to be upgraded for a bit if he's going to just hold my armor until whenever he's ready. I'm just going to have to get another set. That's what I'm
part of the game, Stu. Part of the game.
If that's part of the game, then that's part of the game. I don't mind that. I just wasn't expecting that. I thought it was going to be an instant transaction. Hey, upgraded my gear. He upgrades it, gives it back to me. No, what frustrated me most about it, because I was like, oh, I didn't know you were going to keep it. So I was like, hey, matter of fact, just cancel my order. Let me get my stuff back.
This ain't Amazon. You can't cancel that shit.
I was like, let me cancel my order. Let me get my stuff back. You know, and I cancel my order, and I don't get none of my shit. What happened to my shit?
Earn your armor back, bro. You ain't ready for it. You ain't ready for the upgrades.
What happened to my armor? What happened to the order I canceled? It's gone.
No refund policy, sir.
I don't know that there is a refund policy. But I don't get my shit back.
You didn't read the fine print, sir.
It's unfortunate. So I lost a whole set of armor that I thought was kind of cool, but it is what it is. Maybe I'll get it back. There's other cool armor in the game. Again, I'm still early on in Skyrim, bro, and I have like probably 30 hours in at this point. And I'm still early on. I haven't progressed the main mission really at all. I don't even know what the main mission is anymore.
Don't need to.
I just been doing quests around wherever I'm at. And trying to see where it takes me. I saw, they were talking about the Thieves Guild and Riften. I went that way. I was like, all right, well, let me see what's good with this. Heard they got some cool armor. And now I'm like finding people and notes and planting evidence in places and making it's just crazy, man. It's crazy.
Steel, you're becoming a Bethesda regular by the sounds of it.
Well,
sir.
No, I won't say
you are.
I'm playing heavily modded version.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you say I don't know what the main mission is, and I really don't care because I'm doing all this other stuff.
It's the same thing with
That's
Starfield.
Bethesda. That's Bethesda, bro. Yes.
It was
you're becoming a vet.
It was the same thing. It was the same thing with Starfield. Although again, Starfield definitely felt more disconnected, unfortunately. But that's more so a me thing and what I was anticipating from out of the game. But also, I've been playing, as you guys see on screen. I was looking through the year gaming, right? As I tend to do, and I wasn't able to comb through as much as I was this year. So I just pulled up an old list for what I put together for my games of the year for 2023. But I was looking into what was coming out in January, just prepping for upcoming games, and apparently we don't have much coming out. And and I saw this game called BlazBlue in January that was releasing at the end of the year. Not much else in January that I was at least looking forward to. So I was like, all right. But I saw this BlazBlue game, and I was like, I like BlazBlue. I like the characters. I like the fighting games. It's like, all right, let me see what's going on with that. And so I was going to go to Steam and wishlist it. So I just wanted to make sure it's good to go. I could be reminded about it or whatever. And come to find out, it's in early access. I was like, oh, well, damn. Well, let me see what's good. So I ended up diving into early access for this game. And as far as a 2D side-scroll action platforming game, this is definitely one of the better ones that I've ever played. If there's others that are out there that are similar to this, feel as good. Again, maybe it's just the anime aesthetic. Maybe it's also because I just have a history with the IP itself. Grew up playing these games. So maybe that's also part of it. But it's definitely one of the better ones that is out there. It's a roguelite, so keep that in mind. Every run you are making yourself stronger, right? Inherently, when you die, you also can get upgrades and stuff like that to upgrade to become stronger. So for an example, let's say instead of 1 health pot, you can get 2 health pots, or maybe for every 10 attack hits that you do, you'll get some additional damage. They have stuff like that that's in there. They got a good list of characters. I think they got about 10 characters right now that you can, either 8 to 10, it's somewhere in between there. I can't remember exactly, that you can kind of play with, go back and forth, find out who your favorites are. They also give you something like tokens that you get to unlock these characters. And the roguelike nature of it is, again, you die, you carry over progress, and the story behind it too seems really dope. Again, there's obviously something else going behind the scenes. You're essentially a robot who's going through these training programs. And that's essentially where I'm at in it right now, as far as what I understand from the story. Decado, I have not played Have a Nice Death yet. I did hear that was one that I was looking at before because when I played Death's Door, it was definitely one of my favorite indie games. I believe that was in 21 that I played Death's Door. It was in 21, 22. Whenever it released, that's when I ended up playing. I really loved that. So I was like, when I saw Have a Nice Death, I was like, man, that might be a good one to jump into also. But so yeah, I typically don't jump into these style of games no more. I'm not the Metrovania guy. That was cool back in the day, but it's not necessarily for me for the most part. So seeing this one pull the attention that it has from me thus far has been super dope to see. And again, I can be honest and admit that it's probably because of the characters themselves. I already have some, they're already recognizable to me, and playing them in this format. The combat is very intuitive. It feels good. You feel strong. All the characters feel unique. The progress feels consistent. I will say, of course, just like any other of these games, it does take some skill. As you progress through it, learning the enemies and knowing what it's going to take. I will say, I do like the fact that no matter anything that can happen to you, same things can happen to the enemies. So that's always good to see. You can bounce them off walls, juggle them, all that good stuff. It's been a really fun game to play. And also, they also have this other mechanic while you're going through the stages. So it's not just a consistent, oh, let me just run through it. They also have this thing to where you get like this virus buildup essentially, and you have to choose after you do every stage. They got different things that you could choose, and you can either choose to get like a perk. You could choose to roll for some other perks. Maybe you roll for some health. Maybe you roll for some additional skill points that you can use later. But you could also roll to rest. And what the rest does is essentially take down your virus cooldown, because if it gets too high, I believe you start taking either more damage or maybe you start taking tick damage. I don't know. I've never let it built up too high. But there's also this other underlying mechanic that applies to the actual story content itself. And it all explains itself really cool, man. For a game that came out of nowhere that I just wasn't anticipating, that's releasing next year, released in the beginning or in January, at the end of January. I think it's something that should be on everybody's wish list, something that people should look out for. Hopefully it comes to console. I think it would be an excellent game on console. I don't see anything in this game that would prevent it from coming to console. And I do also think that this could definitely be a game, a standout for BlazBlue, and hopefully get more people's eyes on the IP in general, because I do feel like it's overlooked quite a bit. Avatar, I have put on the back burner, Frontiers of Pandora, not for any particular reason. I've heard people say that it's boring and this, that, and other thing. You know what? I'm going to be the guy to tell you guys, I'm going to be the person to tell you that, yes, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora by Ubisoft, the worst thing that it does is the game doesn't hold your hand. The game wants you to figure it out. It wants you to use your senses to look around and find things and really become Navi-like, right? And I heard somebody talking about this week that it's bland, it's boring, that they weren't having fun with it. Last time I played it, I was having a good time with it. I unlocked my mount, my flying mount. I was just having fun flying around. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Third person, it just felt good, looked cool. Again, but I've never played a Far Cry game, so maybe that's my ignorance kind of speaking out. And why it feels unique to me. But it doesn't feel bland. It doesn't feel dry. It feels like I'm trying to be a Navi, right? And if that's not something that you're looking for, because I've been seeing people again over the last couple of weeks saying that they don't get what made Avatar so special, or why Avatar is a good movie. Just like overall, or they're like, oh, well, nobody talks about Avatar like they talk about any of these other movies. Avatar can't be that great if that's the case. I was like, I mean, that's not how that works. Not everything has to be the has to be talked about all the time to be recognized as great. But I just
talked about quite a bit, Steel.
I just thought that was weird. I don't know. What do you think about it?
It's the hate train, bro. It's the hate train. Think that what it is? It becomes popular to hate stuff, right? And again, if you just honestly don't like it,
if you don't like it, you don't like it.
But you have a right to not like something. Like that's again, nobody here is going to try to stop you from not, from not liking something. But the fact is that sometimes when things do get popular, it becomes popular to hate on it as well. And again, if you went into Avatar thinking it was going to be some groundbreaking, movie that again, with a story that you had never heard of before, that's not what Avatar was about. Avatar was a very simplistic version. People have pointed out that it is basically a beat for beat of Pocahontas in a lot of ways. That has been studied and brought up.
I mean, but it doesn't matter. That story hasn't even been told outside of fucking Pocahontas, though. Like, right. It's not like it's something that happens all the time. Like, if you told me, oh man, it's a typical fairy tale story.
Sure.
I didn't feel that so far, but I mean,
I'm just saying, but the environments, the characters themselves are what made Avatar for me unique, right? Yes. How the story was presented, what it looked like, the emotions it did bring. Again, I'm a simple man. At the end of the day, I'm a very simple person when it comes to my entertainment, right? So I'm not one of those people. That's why I said I could never be a professional reviewer, piggybacking off what you were saying earlier, Steel, not because I wouldn't want to be forced to play something. It's because I could not have that critical eye to give you a good review. Most things that I would review would come out at a 7 or higher. And so because I overlook things that other people are critical of, because I don't see flaws like other people do. And for me, Avatar, sure. Could you say it was a flawed movie? Could you say it was very surface level? Just it wasn't deep. It wasn't, yes, absolutely. It was shallow. Of course it was. But what it presented on the screen from a spectacle standpoint, good. I absolutely freaking loved and adored. I'm a big Avatar fan. That's why eventually I will jump into Avatar. Frontiers of Pandora. Is that what it is? Frontiers of Pandora.
Yeah,
right?
Frontiers of Pandora.
Yeah, thank you. I will eventually jump into it for sure, because again, even though the game itself does look like Far Cry to me, and there are certain things that I saw that I was like, I know what I'm going to wind up getting. I'm a Ubisoft fan overall because it's a junk food for me, because I don't go into expecting too much. So yeah, no, I just think a lot of people, as time went by and Avatar broke a ton of records back in the day, people just look back and go, that was a dumb movie. Why does everybody love it? And I think that becomes the running narrative. Well, I don't like it because I'm above that kind of entertainment. I expect more from my movies. Steel. I can't say I enjoyed that movie because it wasn't deep. Same thing happened with Titanic. When Cameron came out with Titanic, and Titanic blew up and everybody was going to see it multiple times in the theater. Guys, gals, everybody crying in the theater. Eventually it got to the point where people were like, Titanic's so stupid. What a stupid movie. We're going to start analyzing how big the door is and whether they both could fit on that door. It's a movie. Right?
It's a movie.
Jack could have been saved. And bro, that's what people do nowadays. This is what the internet has done. Again, we're seeing it with Starfield right now. It's what the internet does. It really is. And again, sheep, NPCs, drones, Borg, whatever you want to call it, people fall into the hive mind mentality all the time and have these takes after the fact and look back and go, oh, I never liked that. I never enjoyed it. When in reality, they probably saw it 2-3 times. Right. And they enjoyed it the first time around. But then all of a sudden they saw other people pointing out flaws or telling you why you shouldn't like it. And we're like, oh, okay. Yeah. You're right. I didn't actually like that movie. I thought I did, but I didn't actually like that movie.
Yeah. And Bo, I think that's the problem that I have with people saying, like, that statement is just weird to me. Bold Alpha Wolfpack says, I hear a lot of people belly aching around the map navigation with Avatar.
the hell out of here.
It literally has two options. You have guided or non-guided. You can choose. Right. And you know if you choose guided, that if you use your sense, there's a big-ass yellow light when you use your sense that tells you exactly where to go. It's not questionable. You don't have to think about it. It literally tells you where to go. So people that are telling you that, oh, I'm lost in the world, I don't know where to go, the map navigation is ass, it's terrible. I thought you guys didn't like your handheld being in games.
Ubisoft literally took Ubisoft has literally taken so many hits, Steel, from, I don't want to pull up my map and see a bunch of locations. I don't want to see all these markers on my map.
So they do that in this game, and now it's a fucking problem. They literally made it cater to Avatar the best they could, at least in my opinion. And and I'm going to again reiterate, maybe it's because I'm a Far Cry noob and I have no understanding of a Far Cry game. Maybe that's why I feel differently about it. But from what it has given me up front, the only thing that's bad about the game is that damn fucking hacking tool. That shit is complete garbage because it's hard to use. The other thing too is when you're harvesting plants. For whatever reason, now it doesn't show me the angle to pull the plant from. So now I'm listening to audio cues, maybe thinking that that's going to help, and it's been helping. To be frank, and also vibrations and stuff. And I don't typically play with vibration. So that was that's a little weird for me. But nonetheless, it's little things. Maybe they have updated it since, so it's fixed itself. But the hacking tool was extremely difficult to use. I had to set it to automatic to where it just automatically completed it because it was so bad. And that's coming from me, right? I usually don't. I tried to fiddle with that shit for 30 minutes on one mission while I was navigating to this to one of my other side missions, and I couldn't figure the shit out. I was like, what is going on? And then it happened again during a main mission, towards the end of this main mission, come to find out, and it literally, and this, mind you, this main mission was also time gated, so it's I had to do it within a certain amount of time. So I'm under the pressure trying to do this fucking thing, and it's not working. It is the most terrible fucking implementation of a hacking tool that I've seen. They could have made it much more accessible. But other than that, if you're talking about a gameplay and visual standpoint, Ubisoft did what they were supposed to do. If you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you have Far Cry fatigue where I don't, and that's why it doesn't work for you. But saying that, the map's hard to figure out, and there's literally, when you use your sense, just like in fucking Assassin's Creed, there's a big ass flash of light that pops up that shows you exactly where you need to go. It's too hard to move my camera in a 360 so I can see where the fuck I need to go. And it doesn't go away instantly. It fucking, once you use your sense, the fucking yellow light stays on your screen even past the sense for another 2-3 seconds. And then you could just keep repopping it. It's just, again, I feel like I'm in another standpoint. It's do y'all play these games? Or y'all just wanted something to complain about? If it's not for you, it's not for you. If you're expecting Avatar to be for you and it's not for you, then that's fair. But I don't personally agree with the map being hard to to navigate. But what I will say, what I will add on, and I'll pass it off to you, Pong, because I do need to go to the bathroom real quick. What I will say, what does make the map hard to navigate is because of the terrain. There is some map setup that I wish that was better. Some terrain setup that I wish was better, because some areas are kind of bowl shaped, to the point to where if you don't find the perfect spot to get over this mountain, like all the climbing things that they give you and whatnot, you have to go all the way around. You have to, which that can be annoying, because it's damn, why can't I just jump up this mountain or find other ways or climb or anything like that? And that is annoying sometimes. But outside of that, that's what I was getting a little frustrated about. I was what the fuck is going on? I was this is kind of terrible map design in some ways, that you don't give me multiple ways to get up things. But now that I have my flying mount, that shit don't matter. Because I can literally call it while I'm in the open. And when I got my mount, you can tell that the game is not a open world, free roam, go do whatever you want game. No, you need to progress the story. Because that's how I was trying to play it. I was trying to like play it free, right, Paul? Like it's some other, like any other if I just go over here, I could do. I mean, you can fight as much as you want.
Sure.
But there are story things that they introduce to you that are going to be extremely beneficial to you. So I would recommend at least progressing the story up to you getting your flying mount, at least. And then you can do whatever you want from there, because it just changes the experience, along with when that moment when you get the mount. It's special. I liked it. I thought.
Well, and I heard some people having problems too with the armor and the power up system, where your level is based upon your armor and weapons, right? So you can get stuck in areas because you're not technically like leveling up per se, the way a lot of games present. So if you're not going, yes, well, sure. I think a lot of people these days, what I was going to say was a lot of the people these days, they don't want to admit it still, but as we move further and further along and people have more to play, and they want to get through their games faster. This is the part where I do deviate from a lot of people, and this is why I don't give a shit about finishing games, because a lot of people do feel like they haven't experienced the game unless they finish the game, and we have so many games.
There's some truth.
There is, but it's going to be personal though. It's going to be personal.
Just don't say the game's ass.
Right. But I'm saying, as long as you're not giving full reviews, that's all I care about. I'm just saying, as the regular gamer now has this huge back catalog of games that they want to play, but because a lot of people have the mentality that they have to finish it to say they played it, I think a lot more people are coming to this point subconsciously where they do want to be handheld in games, even though
I don't know,
most people would say they don't want to be handheld.
Yeah, do.
I think there's a lot of people that do want to be handheld.
Absolutely.
And they just want that's why I think a lot of the popularity around, not saying that they aren't great games, but a lot of the popularity around PlayStation games and their first party, third person narrative driven games is because people do now want and gravitate towards games that are like movies.
Well, you can't get off the beaten path with those games too far.
Correct. That's
what
I'm
reel
saying.
You back in.
Right. Because they keep you on track. And that's why we've seen some pushback against open world games and big games, is because people they subconsciously don't want that anymore. They want to be able to go through, finish a game and say, oh, I beat this game. I'm on my next one. I'm on to the next one.
So,
and they don't want that freedom as much anymore.
Who are you trying? My thing with that is, who are you trying to impress?
Well,
that's what it comes down to. If you cannot speak on games without beating them in a thoughtful manner, then that is a you problem. That's nobody else's problem. And if you start talking about those games as if you beat them, that is also a you problem, and people can call you out for that. Now, what you can do, which is something that I heard you kind of speak to this week, and appreciate the shout out for that, with knowing who you are as a gamer. But not only that, but just be confident in the things that you speak on. Speak on the game. You don't have to beat every game. So, but speak to what you know, not what you assume, not what you saw other people do. Not, you can have an opinion, but you have to make that clear, because once you start making it seem like, oh, you experienced this breadth of the game and you didn't. Right. Oh, you beat the game and you didn't.
Right.
That's a problem. That's
why
disingenuous.
I'm so upfront with how I play. That's why you'll never get that from me. Like, I will give you my impressions, but I will never come here and act like I beat a game if I didn't beat a game, right? That is different. That
doesn't make sense to me. And the people that are just beating games to have a conversation. Again, look, I feel you, but fine. From my experience, playing games that way is not enjoyable. I would rather take it in. If it pulls me in, it pulls me in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, and everything is timing. Because again, I do content also. No, I'm not doing content every day, but I still have my personal interests. There's still a life behind the scenes. Like there's still things that are going on that are just you gotta know what you stand for.
But for some people, Steele, and I think this goes to the bigger conversation that we've had multiple times on this show, is there is a group of people, especially in this community, who don't love gaming. No, they love the conversation around gaming. They love the ego trip around gaming. They love the clout that they get from posting stuff online. They love all of that, but they don't really love gaming like that because it's more important still to them to be a part of the conversation, to play every single new game that comes out, to beat every single new game that comes out. That's more important to them, to be able to talk about it in the way that they think is the only appropriate way to be able to speak on a game, which is if you beat it, than it is to actually enjoy that experience. Right. And I'm not saying that across the board. I'm just saying I think there is a large group of people that now consider themselves gamers that just honestly don't love the actual experience of gaming. It's more about beating the game. It's more about saying that, oh, I have 50 games beat this year than it is actually to be playing the game itself.
Well, and it's also different too, because gaming isn't like back in the day where the games were literally 20-hour experiences.
Sure.
Like that's all that was in the game. For the most part, sure there may have
they
been
were also
replayability.
all Souls-like games too back in the day.
Oh yeah,
you
for
had
sure.
To restart the levels,
sure.
and so your 20-hour experience, generally, unless you were an expert, you were playing for a lot longer. Like you could say Ninja Gaiden is a 5-hour experience if you could speed run it,
right?
Or not speed run it, but you know what I'm saying. If you can get through it without. But come on, man. We know none of us finished that fucking game in 5 hours. Like that was dumb. We sat there for hours.
Same thing with Crash. Crash was the same
with
thing.
Our friends. Yeah,
you
right.
Can run
exactly.
through Crash,
exactly,
but it still offered a level of challenge.
Exactly. Cool. So yeah, but I understand what you're saying. As far as an total package, the games now are huge. I mean, they are it's beyond anything we could imagine.
There's a reason why games are having a hard time fighting for time, why things have been capped out. And y'all are having a good brought up a good talking point in chat. Tim says somebody else said Blind Mephisto says gaming was better when it was more niche. And then Tim added, gaming definitely wasn't better when it was niche. I've been playing since 1978. And I want to add to that, like, I think the creativity might have been a little bit better when it was niche, but even that I'll fight on, because I think 2023, I think is the best year in gaming that we've ever had, as far as like a quality level, the style of games, just on every level. We talk about graphics, gameplay, type, styles, the amount, all that good stuff. The ways you could play these games. So it depends on how you want to attack the conversation. For me, because I do look at these things more on a creative level, and I do look at games as art more than anything.
Sure.
Everything has a place, right? And anything that we're getting today is leagues better than what we were getting back in the day. Even if you want to say, oh, well, we were getting complete games back in the day. Well, I mean, you're also getting smaller games, not games that didn't have.
We got broken games that could be fixed. It couldn't be fixed back in the day.
And that too. So it's like you got to take the positives with the negatives, especially in this space. But again, I feel like that's what kind of reiterates that point of just know what you stand for as a gamer, or know what your interests are, what you like. And just running with that. I mean, if you weren't able to hone in on that in 2023, then it's going to be more complicated for you as we move into the future, because there's only going to be more out there. You're only going to be exposed to more. So,
but I understand the sentiment, because I brought up the sentiment before. Steve,
I get
that a lot of things that through the decades have now become popular. There is a purity that is lost when you dilute something, right? There is something there. And I understand it as I get older, and as the years go by, I understand it better and better. Things in their base form back in the day, like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Right. Like Star Wars, when it was a niche or a nerd thing to do, as much as obviously I got bullied, and I'm certainly not for bullying people, right? And it was not a great experience when I was a kid. I can look back though on those forms of entertainment, and I can say that I believe they were better back then in a lot of ways. Because again, as you invite, I've always made this, I've always said it this way: a party of 10 close friends, right? That experience is controlled. That experience is special. That experience is like, okay, I know who's here. We're all about the same kind of stuff. Right. We're all friends. We're all good friends. We're going to have a good time, right? We're drinking, whatever we're doing. We're having a good time. I know exactly what to expect from that. When all of a sudden you say, oh, to those 10 friends, hey, you guys go ahead and invite 10 of your friends too. Now, all of a sudden, right, the party grows exponentially. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden you get people that you might not necessarily jive with. You're going to get troublemakers in. You're going to get a lot of stuff. The party, those people are going to show up and say, oh, I don't like this music. Let's put something else on, right? And now all of a sudden you're trying to have a party for a bigger group of people. It's not going to be the same experience. And that is a lot of what's happened in a lot of entertainment as things have become more accessible, which is great. Again, there are benefits to having a wider audience. There are benefits to having 3 billion people in some form or fashion playing games. But there's also something that happens that takes away from what was once a close-knit group of people making games and enjoying games. There's some of that lost. And that's what I was kind of talking about to this group of gamers who, again, I'm not going to say they're not gamers. I'm just saying that they don't actually love gaming. They love talking about or, promoting themselves over the gaming. Gaming now is a popular form of entertainment. A lot of these same people would have been people who were bullies to us back in the day when gaming wasn't popular and wasn't cool, right? They come in with that same mentality and try to gatekeep now something that they claim to enjoy. They try to gatekeep it the same way the bullies try to say, oh, you're not the cool kids because you like video games still and you're in your teens, right? That's the same type of people that show up now, but they game, right? They play games, but they bring that attitude with them. Right. And I think that is a wider discussion of what happens. Again, same thing happened with Star Wars for me is not my Star Wars anymore. And again, I'm not going to get into all politics about it. I'm not going to get into all that nonsense about it. But the fact is, George Lucas was making a sci-fi movie for a very select group of people who would enjoy that movie. Now, obviously, did he want it to become popular? Of course he did. Yeah. That's what you go out and create. You want as many people, when you create something, you want as many people as possible to enjoy it. But back when it was created, was that the cool thing to go see in the movie theater? No, but it became a phenomenon. But nowadays, they are obviously doing things with the new Star Wars. Disney is in the 2020s. Things have changed. Society has changed to certainly include, a lot more people, or to take away. They want to make it a wider audience than even what it has become. And so they do certain things to not alienate certain people, right? To not make it such a nerdy thing. They want a wider audience out there. And so when that happens, there is a certain magic that is lost that we had back when things were originally started. And I think that that's where that sentiment comes from. And I do agree to a certain extent. Again, there's massive benefits. Like Steele said, I agree with everything he said about 2023, about the amount of games we're getting, all the different genres we're getting, all the different stories that were being told. Like, I believe that's a huge benefit that we never would have gotten had this medium never grown outside of just that nerd niche that we used to be. I
do agree with that somewhat, Mephisto, that because he's kind of correcting themselves a little bit, saying that maybe the gaming community was a bit better then. Yeah. And I can agree with some of that, although that has to do with may fight back against that a bit too. I mean, sure, before the late 90s, before online gaming became a thing, maybe for sure. But because I've made the point here, as a avid multiplayer gamer, even myself, I had a different perspective on what a gaming enthusiast was or what a hardcore gamer was compared to a casual, right? My mentality of it for a long time was that single player gamers are casuals. Right. That I mean, and I still find myself going back to that a lot. I can't help that because in theory, when you think about it, someone that is looking at their KD, someone that is looking to try to be good at a game overall, takes the game a little bit more serious than in what I would consider at more of a hardcore level than somebody that's playing a story game that you could take at your own pace, play how you want, do those types of things. And it's like, I never meant like a slight by it. It wasn't like, oh, you're a filthy casual. No, it was just like, it was a determining factor because I had so many people that would say, oh, I play Gears or other things like that. And I get online and play Gears with them. And it's like, no, you don't play Gears for real. You don't play Gears the way that I play Gears, but I can't tell you that you don't play Gears. The only thing that I can say is like, hey, or again, because I'm not the shit talker, we get into these matches and you see that I'm fucking wrecking shop and I'm doing these crazy movements. You're like, oh, fuck, I didn't even know you could do these things. It's like, oh, okay, you don't play Gears the way that I play. So obviously there's a difference there. So it just added to my casual mentality. Halo was bad about any multiplayer game that had any form of competitive matchmaking in it. Definitely swayed my opinion about that, but that has changed because just like in any other hobby or any other thing that you're passionate about, there's different levels to being a hardcore or being enthusiast, right? More so because I don't like using hardcore because this isn't porn. It's not soft or hard. It's just it's just no pause. We don't do a pause. But it's not porn or nothing like that. We're enthusiasts. You're supposed to enjoy your hobby. My biggest thing is just I want people to be comfortable with what the choices they make and just be a little bit more aware.
And that's the hardest part nowadays. Like Mephisto said, back in the day, it was cool to meet somebody else who video gamed. It was a unique club. Sure. You were a part of a limited club. Now it feels like everybody has an opinion about it. Everybody says they game, right? And it's true. Again, I don't discriminate when I use the term gamer. If you play Candy Crush on your phone a couple times a week, you're a gamer. That to me. 100%. But again, when that does happen, it takes away from that exclusivity of that club. Like it was different back then because when you met another gamer, you understood what that person probably went through as a gamer right back then, right? You probably understood what the childhood was like. You probably understood that their school experience, they probably did get bullied or talked to about, again, there was obviously it depends where you live. It depends who you were hanging out with, but you probably were part of a smaller group yourself. So therefore you got that mentality. Now everybody's a fucking gamer. So now everybody is like, oh, this is no big deal to meet another gamer anymore. Cause like, well, yeah, chances are you got a 50-50 shot or better that somebody has gained in their life at some point, or at least understands what you're talking about. Right. Yeah. So that has changed that kind of that feeling about what it meant to be a gamer. And I think that, again, that's just part of the magic that has been lost. And that's just what happens when you get a bigger group of people involved. It's not as special anymore as it once was. But to me, that's the thing that for me personally, I know for a fact I have retained for me, right? That's why I can come on, I can podcast, I can go on weekly, multiple shows and talk for hours about gaming and not worry about whether or not somebody out there thinks, oh, he doesn't finish games like I do. So therefore he's not as knowledgeable. He can't speak on gaming like I do because he doesn't finish games. That's why I can sit here and admit that I'm a grazer. That's why I can sit here and admit that I don't finish a whole lot of games. I just play a lot of games and I play for a lot of hours. As again, stats, I can be confident in that because I haven't lost that feeling. It was never important to me, even back in the day, to finish off a game. What I got out of my experience was all that was important. And I've carried that through all these decades. And so for me, it doesn't bother me. I don't give a shit. I hate when I see other people happening it to, and when other people do care about what other people say. That bothers me because again, that is gatekeeping. That's other people trying to control conversations and narratives and try to pretend there's a class system amongst gamers and that they're a better gamer. That's bullshit. Okay, that's utter and complete bullshit. And this is an entertainment form, a form of entertainment. You experience it how you want to experience it, and nobody can tell you anything different as long as you're strong enough to stand on that hill, like Steele says, and know who you are as a gamer at the end of the day. And right now, fuck, you can go experience gaming wherever you want to, in any form
100%.
you want to, and it's freaking amazing. And that's the best part about this industry blowing up. More, better content everywhere. And again, sometimes is it harder to find something that you might feel that way about? Yes, but chances are you can still find a game that gives you that old feeling from back in the day when
there's
you
a
were
lot
a
of
kid.
games. There's a lot of games that would do that. You just can't be so caught up in like, oh, everything needs to be perfect. It needs to be this ultimate experience. I mean, even myself, I tend to do that. And I can't help that, but it's also because of the style of games that I like. I would like for there to be a game where, because I am that type of gamer, where it's like, I will get a game that I like and put time into it. Like, again, that has been a consistent thing for me. And that's always been because not only how I grew up, I mean, we kind of had to do that. You didn't have a choice. But now with online gaming, multiplayer, I see some people bringing it up in chat. Bold Alpha says, yeah, the days where you had to make a friend to play multiplayer are over. Of course, gaming isn't as close knit of a community. No. And that's one of the things that I've noticed since jumping into the community, where these people don't even play games together. Like they don't even try to run games. They're not even trying to run games with you, right? Where again, I put my information out there all the time. Like, if y'all want to chop it up, we can do whatever. But I also don't mind being honest, right? So it's like we get into a situation where I'm not feeling the game or we're not doing the greatest. I'm gonna be like, yo, this is what's going on. But I'm also not overly critical about every situation. Like, I link up with the Fun Spec fam, and I know we're not the most competitive team all the time. But for me, the goal was more so having fun, having a good time with it. And again, because I enjoyed the competition of it, it gives me a reason to challenge myself consistently more than anything, right? But that's my mentality on it. And I know some people may be different about that. And the other part of that too is I put people responsible for their engagement. Right. If you want people to play with, you can find people to play with. It's not
nowadays. Yeah.
You can't say, oh, I can't find nobody. Nobody wants to do this, that, and other thing. Like, no, that's not a good excuse. If you're playing a specific kind of game, you have to be active if you want to chop it up with people, right? Game chat, no. I mean, and even back then, like, it's funny how people say, oh, I made all these friends in game chat. Sure. But game chat was also extremely toxic all the time. Oh, it was very rare that you found some people that you could really hang out with, chop it up with, and have a good time in the game, through even in the game chat, beyond it being funny. So it's like people have also become more recluses than anything, right? To where they kind of keep to themselves. Even myself, sometimes I do the same thing where it's just like, again, because of content creation, because of podcasts, and because there's all these different things, I'm learning things behind the scenes. I'm trying to change careers and career paths and whatnot. There's so many different facets to what you might be going on as a person. You got to find how things fit in for you, right? So again, I feel like this is something that we tend to touch on here on Living Split Screen a lot.
We do.
We always come back around to it, and I think at the end of the year, it's always the perfect time to kind of retouch on some of these things and get people prepped for the new year. Because I was listening to Jeff Grubb and Mike Minotti, shout out to those guys, and they were talking. But Jeff Grubb was possibly saying that 24 might be light, and maybe for first party, I don't want to misquote him. Maybe we're just talking about from first party, maybe. But I just don't see it, right? Yeah. I don't, like, I guess more so what they were saying is that 24 isn't going to be like 23 as far as like how many games that we've gotten. But again, it's like, I was listening, and again, maybe I'm misremembering, maybe I'm misquoting. But there's a lot that's along the horizon. I know we don't know what PlayStation has first party wise, right? At all. No. But outside of that, like I don't know if I'm necessarily worried about 2024 at all. I mean, there's so many different games that were rumored that we've heard about that look like they're going to be good titles, even games that have been pushed back since 2022 that we didn't hear anything from in 23. Again, where's Exo Mecha at? Yeah, I don't, maybe that game is never going to release now. Remember the game with the big old fighting robots in the middle of the field and you were floating around on hoverboards and shooting, and it was supposed to be one of those games that was supposed to come out soon. It hasn't happened. Maybe it comes out in 24. Arc Raiders, I mean, coming off the heels of the finals. Obviously, Embark knows how to make a game, right?
Yeah, maybe he was talking, Steel. Maybe he was talking about just huge headlining games because
I think that's what it was.
Because 2023, we knew Starfield, we knew Tears of the Kingdom, we knew Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Right. We had Forza throwing it like big headlining games. And then obviously Nintendo went up and beyond and dropped even more with like Wonder and that kind of stuff that we didn't know about. They dropped a whole, Nintendo. If you're a Nintendo fan this year,
and they are Nintendo fans,
right. And Grub is.
They had that whole conversation.
They had one of the greatest years ever for Nintendo. Like legitimately, if you look at the list of games that they released, I can see where if you looked at it from that perspective, you could say 2024 is not looking like that. But I don't look at it that way. I'm looking at it in totality. And from what I'm seeing early on, Steel, and again, Mav and I covered this on PM to PM, we kind of run through the early part of 2024. Sure, are some games going to have to surprise like Hogwarts to start lining it up for like 2023? Absolutely. That's a part of GOAT years, is that surprises come out of nowhere and knock the community over the head or knock you as a gamer over the head and go, whoa, I wasn't expecting this. And we had a bunch of those this year, Steel. I think Remnant 2 will be one that we probably talk about a little bit later. That just came out of nowhere that we weren't expecting, like, holy shit, but they wound up being great games.
Oh, Decado, First Descendant. Decado, please do not ever let me forget First Descendant. Yeah. If you are literally about that train, Decado, know that I will be active on there for sure. That's probably going to be a game that I do some streaming on too, for sure. But yeah, I mean, again, that just First Descendant by itself for next year, although that's third party, is a huge standout for me as far as gameplay wise, right?
It's important. Yes. You got to have those, Steel. You got to have all those games. You got to have third party. You got to have first party hit. I just think that he's probably looking at it, or they were probably looking at it from the standpoint that there's just not those headlining, like, oh my God, I got to play these games right now. Like, I just, from first party, especially, right? There's just not those games. Again, of course, on Xbox side, we got Hellblade 2, potentially Avowed, right? Those types of games are there. But overall, we don't know what Nintendo's going to do. Suppose they're going to launch a Switch 2. If they launch a Switch 2, Steel, they're going to have games to play. Yeah. That's going to be a massive moment, right, for the gaming community.
If that Bayonetta rumor is true, it's going to be a big dub for them, man.
We'll talk about that. I mean, I think there's more to it. That's why I posted it.
I hope so. We'll talk. I really hope so.
But yeah, no, I just think that's probably where they're coming from. But I just think that we are in line for potentially a year with the amount of games that are lined up to come out this year, even the ones that, to be determined, and the ones that we don't know about that are going to show up this year. I think we're in line for a year that could potentially be this year or rival this year. Again, maybe not headliners, maybe not that huge game, but overall quality and quantity, I think we might be in line for another 2023, if not more.
Yeah, I want to talk about. I do want to talk about this real quick, Pong, and I'm gonna pass it off, and then I'll pass it off to you because I do got to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna bring this up because Fahim brings it up. Maybe he's being serious, maybe he's being playful. Whether or not this was a conversation that was had this week on multiple different channels, multiple different places. Again, as we're moving further into the end of the week, we've seen the numbers from Game Pass that Xbox has talked about and their successes and whatnot. But Fahim says it's another thing when you have to, he was talking about, it's easy when you can buy up everything. It's another thing when you have to work, when you have to get to work and build in real time. And the only thing that I want to add into on that, Pong, and then I'll let you kind of dive into that too, because this is something else that we've talked about. That point is something that I will continue to crucify Sony for. The way that Microsoft is competing right now should have no relevance on what Sony has done over the last 30 years. Shouldn't. Sony should be at the top of their market, point blank period, like they are, with games, bringing people into the studio, maybe keeping on the people from Bungie so that Destiny can not only fix the entire game, but also make sure that Marathon is exactly where it needs to be. Hey, Sony, maybe it takes some management skills for you to figure out how to do these things, because aren't you in a partnership or own Bungie? That to the point that where you can, just as much as they can come in and make recommendations to you that factions wasn't ready, that you could tell them that, hey, maybe you should step back and look at your own quality assurance and make sure that your own game on a PvP and PvE and as far as a live service goes is successful. Hey, Sony, isn't it up to you that you haven't bought, acquired, gotten more talent over the years because you thought your competition wasn't going to become bigger than what they were? Hey, Sony, weren't you trying to kill PlayStation 4? Or weren't you trying to kill the Xbox One in the PlayStation 4 generation? Matter of fact, you blatantly stated that you were trying to at the beginning of the PlayStation 4 generation. Where's all the follow-up games and all the live service games and all the things that help build out your ecosystem that you should have as a hardware company who has been doing this since the late 80s or early 80s? Excuse me, Punk, please correct me, because they've been doing hardware for quite some time. Am I mistaken in that?
No, if you're talking about electronics, to go back further than that, obviously. So,
as he adds on, because I want to make sure to take him as complete. Complete. Fiem says, "I'm just saying, Sony Studios are still making stuff. Nobody said they aren't.
Who said they weren't?
Point is, how do you know if Sony doesn't take them over? It would be better for them. I don't know whether that's going to be better. Whether that is or is not going to be better. I don't know what the case. They haven't done anything thus far, and they haven't done anything to retain talent like Microsoft has within the last 3 months. Although they have also let people go, but they've also retained talent on IP that they're currently working on, so that the future of the Xbox library will be consistent. I want to know and I've asked this question before, why has PlayStation allowed their competition to be so close in conversation to allow Microsoft to even buy Activision Blizzard and it be as much of an impact as people are starting to feel? Why was that even allowed to happen? What moves were made prior to make sure that you cemented yourself for the future? And for here, I know they didn't take Bungie. They do, but they still own Bungie. Bungie is under PlayStation. Bungie is a PlayStation studio. Yes, they have their own rights to put their games wherever, and their contract is special, for sure. But that doesn't mean you don't wait until, Bungie, it looks like you're not going to make it, so we're just going to wait until you're a complete dire straits and we're just going to take over everything if you don't meet quota. And that's the way that it comes across. It's coming across as if Sony wants
that's
to
in
take
the contract.
full control.
Yeah, that's in the contract.
Well, but that's why I'm bringing it up.
That's the other part of the contract.
So
right
now, with that information coming out, it is coming across as if, hey, you better hit these goals or we're going to own you, which is fair. But what's not fair, like we're seeing from their competition, is instead of waiting for something tragic like that to happen, why don't you just give them more support? Now, if you can't afford the support, that's a different conversation. I can't do anything about that. But that is a question that Sony has to ask, because still, to this day, Sony hasn't said anything about what Bungie has going on. It took Bungie forever to announce that the final shape was going to be delayed. And right now, the final shape isn't even expecting from people who are invested in the community to be what it needs to be. They're having problems with that. Because again, they're letting people go. Money's a problem. They're having trouble hitting goals. Like, there's a lot more that gets involved in that conversation that I do think is an interesting conversation, because to me, and I will always make this point, I think it's more embarrassing for PlayStation to be where they are right now, especially with retention, keeping people within their ecosystem. Sure, you can sell all the consoles you want. But we're not in the same market anymore. And that's been proven also. So Pong, like, what do you say to that point? Like, I know you agree with me somewhat to Sony kind of being behind the ball, right? Not really being in tune and making the right decisions to stay ahead of their competition. Instead, they'd rather play this again. Xbox 360 shouldn't have been as close or nowhere close as it was. Nowhere. Yeah. Xbox shouldn't even have won at all that generation, or had a chance to win that generation, because of how long Sony has been doing this gaming thing, right? But obviously they provided a different way to look at things and provided a value that was undeniable, which again, they changed their strategy and are doing more of that now, as you're seeing from Xbox. So yeah, what do you think about that whole idea of Microsoft spending, when people say, oh, well, it's easy to spend money and to get all these things in, or, people making those points to kind of fight back against, building things out, as we also know Sony doesn't quite do all the time either. But neither here or there. But I mean, what's your take on that whole perspective?
We've had this conversation a lot. And again, Fahim, whether you were talking about the big picture or whether you were talking a more limited picture, it doesn't matter. Thank you for, bringing the conversation around to this, because it is a good conversation to have, because I think, again, I will always say this. These imaginary rules, and they are imaginary, okay? They are imaginary. Now, there's laws in place, which were just challenged, right? With the ABK acquisition, there's laws in place to limit businesses from becoming monopolies, even if they have the ability to buy everything. There are laws in place across the globe that do not allow companies to buy everything that way. But these imaginary rules that the gaming community, when we're specifically talking about this situation, have decided to place upon Xbox, that they have to play by some imaginary rules because Nintendo did it this way or PlayStation did it this way, don't exist. So again, right there, the argument is lost. Xbox, Microsoft can compete in this industry any way they see fit, with all the money that they want to spend on it, up until the point when a regulatory body wins a case and the courts say, you're not allowed to do this, Microsoft or Xbox. They're allowed to do that. That's across every industry, but we're specifically talking gaming. So Xbox is allowed to do that. Their parent company happens to be Microsoft. Microsoft happens to be one of the world's biggest companies ever. That's not something that can be held against them. Again, you can do it personally. You can create imaginary rules and try to downplay what Xbox is doing or what Microsoft is doing overall in the gaming industry because they didn't do it a certain way that you appreciate. But it doesn't change the fact they're allowed to do that. And to Steele's points, Sony has options. Sony could look at Microsoft and Xbox and what that means from a financial standpoint and say, we can't compete there. We can't compete on that level. So we're going to turn ourselves into another Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't give a shit what Sony and Xbox are doing. Nintendo hasn't cared for a very long time now. They haven't tried to compete in that realm for a very long time because they knew they couldn't compete on that level. So what did they do? They turned to do what they do best. They cultivated their fan base. They continued to put out their best IPs and reiterate those IPs, and they created their own playing field, and they're more than happy over there. And they've insulated themselves from whatever Sony and Xbox are doing. They've insulated themselves. It doesn't matter what the rest of the competition is doing. Sony could do the exact same thing, right? Sony could do the exact same thing if they truly wanted to. They could make that choice. I'm not saying that would be the right choice. I'm not saying it would be the wrong choice. I'm just saying they have options. PlayStation, because of the brand that they've built, has decided in a lot of ways that they think that they can go in some form or fashion toe-to-toe with Microsoft and Xbox. Obviously, console-wise, they're outselling 3-1 this generation again. So obviously in the console space, if that's the metric you're going to use, PlayStation is still winning. So to Fahim's point, it's working. What they're doing is working. But that's not all PlayStation's trying to do. PlayStation isn't just trying to win the console war anymore. Everybody from the top down at Sony has expressed this fact now, especially Jim Ryan publicly has said the console space is limited. We're not happy with just the console space. The console space is not enough for us. We love, our players can't sustain these games. So we got to go find more players. We got to build out our ecosystem. We know they have a mobile division that's working on mobile stuff. We obviously now know that they're moving into this PC space. So they are saying themselves, no, we understand what Xbox is doing, and we want a piece of that pie too. We want to go big. We want to go after the 3 billion players out there, not just the console space. That is a choice they made as a business. They understand their limitations better than any of us here ever will. They don't have the same type of opportunity to go do what Xbox does because of Microsoft as a parent company. But you can't hold that against Microsoft, in my opinion, and Xbox, in my opinion. That's the business that they've developed, and they have a right to spend their money how they want to spend their money. And again, if they finally get to a point where the regulatory bodies, or they do something to the point where the regulatory bodies step in, then so be it. They'll push up against that. That's happened to Microsoft in the past. But again, in my opinion, you can't hold that against them. They're doing what they are going to do to compete. And then I don't think statements like that give enough credit for what happens. Xbox doesn't just acquire things and then say, oh, that's cute. We just acquired this. It's already shiny and pretty. We're just going to keep it as is, status quo. No. They're growing out every single one of those acquisitions. They are investing in those teams. They are bringing in more talent to those teams. They are giving those teams new studios. They are providing those teams stable working environments, whereas smaller developers, we all know this is a high-risk industry. They are providing more benefits to those developers than ever before.
You're talking that talk.
And I think that they should be given credit for that. That in itself is organic growth. It's not just enough for them to acquire something and put it into a shiny case and say, look at what we bought. Isn't it beautiful? No. They're adding to that. They're adding to that thing that they have now acquired. They are growing that thing that they have acquired. They have stepped back and said, we are going to let our creatives create, and they have proven it time and time again. So many people out here want to say, oh, Microsoft's going to destroy everything they touch. Yeah. Every acquisition that they touch, they're going to walk in and they're going to muddle it all up. They're going to come in. They're going to change things for these creatives. Massive amounts of people are going to leave all these studios because they're not going to want to put up with Xbox's BS or Microsoft's BS, because they're going to try to mold and shape these companies that they're acquiring. That's the complete opposite of what has happened. They have proven time and time again that these creatives are now free to do what they want to do. Obviously, are there still limitations? Of course. Obviously, are there still a chain of command for approval? Yes. But things like Grounded don't get made unless Xbox acquires Obsidian.
That's true.
That is proof of concept every single day.
Because why? What was going on at the time, Pong?
There's no way that Obsidian takes a chance on a passion project like that, Steel, because it's too high risk if they are an independent studio.
Not only that, but we got information and they told us that they didn't have the funding. They were running into, that's why Fallout 76 was a problem, and it not being successful up front was an issue for them, because it was like, damn, yeah, it's not complete, but that's what we have right now, and we need to make some money on it. Yeah. But because they were able to get acquired, and I'm pretty sure they were already looking at. That's the other part of this poem that you were just touching on right there. Microsoft doesn't get in here and start acquiring people just by force. That's the other thing. Like, I don't know what reality that we live in.
Hostile takeovers.
That is not what's going on here. And look, we should be worried about every facet of technology. For him, and again, I love getting the chat involved, and I don't want you to feel like we're attacking.
No, Fahim knows better. He's
because I know. You got to reiterate these things even for the audio listeners, because maybe even the audio listeners may feel
new people who haven't been here don't know Fahim's a regular.
They may feel like
this is the open discourse that we like here. We love here. So yes.
And Nick adds on real quick. He says, interesting how everyone's views the Xbox brand in 5 years when price hikes have already occurred. Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how that plans out. But for him, like, when you, and to anybody that wants to be worried about the gaming industry or your games moving forward, I have to ask, when did you start worrying? And what were you doing with your worry to inflict change?
And I have asked for real quick, Seal. But just real quick. Also, along that same line, why weren't you worried about independent studios failing all the time? Why weren't you worried about independent studios closing their doors? Why weren't you? That also is a worry, right? That should be a worry. If you're going to say that this is a worry that Xbox might be buying too much, well, then it should also be a worry. What happens to all the indie studios that has to close and those people's lives are turned upside down because they had one game that didn't hit right,
which is happening.
And they were living paycheck to pay. It's happening anyways, right? Right. It is happening. It's happening every day in this industry. But the point being is why is it all just a worry on one side and not a worry on another side? Again, it's all perspective. And I'll give this back to you, Steel. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
As I always say, nothing is ever going to be a utopia and nothing is ever going to be a dystopia. Yeah. It's going to fall somewhere in between, right? And I'm a realist when it comes to that stuff. I never say everything is going to be sunshine and roses, right? I do tend to look on the more positive side of things, but I'm a realist and say, no, there's going to be failures. We got Redfall. Okay, that's a failure on Microsoft's part, on Xbox's part, of one of their acquired studios. That is a failure that they didn't jump in soon enough. Phil admitted that. There's always going to be give and take when it comes to these scenarios. And again, if you want to go down either path, you can find yourself to that point where it's a utopia or it's a dystopia. But I know it's going to fall somewhere in the middle with all of this stuff. And that's to Nix's point too. Price hikes are going to happen no matter what. It doesn't matter who does it at the end of the day. If Xbox flat out quit the industry and walked away and Microsoft shuttered the doors, you don't think Sony's not going to raise their prices anyways? Of course they're going to raise their prices.
Everybody's like,
we've already seen it happen this generation.
Country, bro. Like,
the video game industry, Take-Two could charge more for Grand Theft Auto.
Everybody's going to capitalize for everything if they can.
These changes are going to happen no matter what. It's not just one company that does this. It's the industry as a whole that is going to do it. And so if Xbox does wind up increasing their prices, I'll be here talking about it, right? I talked about it when they did the $2 increase on Game Pass. I said they shouldn't do that. They have the bank to not need to do that. And it should not be passed along to the consumer. But do I realistically understand that businesses are going to do that to me no matter what? Absolutely. And it's not just going to be Xbox doing it. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
No, I mean, that's 100% correct. I mean, you just got to look at every facet of your hobby, right? And some people don't. That's the other thing. It's okay to not be knowledgeable of everything that's happening behind the scenes, right? To just enjoy your games, enjoy your content, invest what you invest. Be concerned if you want to be concerned. There's been people who've been preaching doomsday for years. It was supposed to be over 2000, supposed to be over 2010. It was supposed to end again in 2012. When is the world going to end? Now it's supposed to end in 2033. 3, I believe it was. I think it was the most recent one. They were talking about another asteroid that's supposedly coming. Again, like right now in the moment, gaming rentals has always been a thing. It has always been an option since we were younger. Yeah, you could buy games at full price. But now, just having the diversity, the access, the versatility to access your content, I could have never imagined in 2015, even before Game Pass became a thing, that you would be able to subscribe to a service and get access to high quality games, whatever that means to you, at $15 a month. The same kind of prices I was paying to rent games for. Bro, I think the last time I remember, Blockbuster had it to a point to where they only had 1 day rentals for games, for certain games. Because if they were like overly popular, you didn't get a 3-day. You couldn't have it for 5 days. I think the max was like 3 days on a really popular game.
No, GameFly even has limitations on how many games you can check out.
We still have GameFly, and people use GameFly.
Well, of course, yeah,
because it's a value, and right. So I do think that we need to continue to look at what's going on within the gaming industry, the loss of licensing to personal licensing to things, for me to have perpetual access to any of my content is still a worry for me personally. But to be honest, the way that I enjoy the hobby, the way that I play games, most of the time, older games you still have access to somehow. Emulation, that's not going to go anywhere. You can't stop that. If anything, it's going to become more accessible. Xbox may even dig into that emulation bag more, because they did put a pause on it, I believe, for putting consoles in dev mode, because I believe people were having issues with that. And I could be misspoken on that, but I thought there was something about that not that long ago. But even the thought of you being able to do that, and Xbox talking about going the cloud route, it's just, you definitely want to see the ebbs and flows of anything that you are passionate about, and you want it to benefit you as the consumer in every way possible. That's what I see Microsoft doing with Xbox, and I want to see Sony do with PlayStation. And it doesn't have to be through PlayStation putting it on their service day and date if that's not what they want to do, but show me a better way. That's not going to take away from sales, because you can still buy the game. You don't have to be Rental Man. That's not your superhero name. You can still buy the games day and day, however you want. It doesn't keep from anything, along with giving more people access to your software. The popular brand of Sony isn't going to go anywhere. Apple could put out a console tomorrow and people would buy it. It's Apple. It's the brand that matters. I thought that that's what mattered. That's what Sony taught me over the years, over the last 3 decades of me knowing them as a icon, as a phenom, honestly, is that the brand matters. Having a PlayStation matters because of the quality, because of the things that we put into our hardware, and the inherent value you get as a consumer. And I think some of that has been lost throughout the years. Though, with the digital era, I understand that everybody sees it differently. But just the same as anybody would tell you that you need to go get a PlayStation, you can get an Xbox, a PC, a phone, a tablet, a laptop, whatever you need. It is working to your favor. And I think that's what makes the conversation the most interesting, and why I don't have that existential worry or whatever the case, like, where I think things are going to be bad. It's because I do have hope, and maybe I do tend to be optimistic on things, but too many things just make sense. And if people keep telling you that I don't understand how it works, and that's all you hear throughout the community, and then you have the actual parent company coming to tell you, hey, this is working. I don't know how long we have to be in the matrix or be plugged in, or I thought we liked games, man. So it's like, when are we going to look at this stuff in the face and look at the people who are talking to us, who give us information, have given us even more information with the FTC trial that has happened, with everything that has been done with Activision and Blizzard and Xbox acquiring them? It has literally proven everything that I thought about PlayStation up to this point. And I think this is, and again, I want to reiterate this point too, because that's something that we found out from this, is that PlayStation literally cuts deals to specifically box out their competition because they can, because of the brand. That is in their contracts, that is in their paperwork, and they have been doing this since Nintendo and Xbox have been trying to do things, have been trying to do business. And if you have that type of power, why wouldn't I be questionable about your thought process about why you're behind right now in gaming? To me, at least, right? Live service elements, you see all these avenues that you're making, avenues that you're chasing, live service, it's a problem. Time's a problem. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think we should be worried.
I think
conversation for sure.
Well, no, it's a conversation, and again, people are always going to come with different perspectives. And again, sometimes I can't put myself in somebody's shoes and have that perspective, but I can certainly, try to understand where they're coming from. And I think that's part of discussions in general that we've lost is people just don't have that anymore. But maybe my perspective is skewed too, because I've been, gaming for 40 plus years now, and I've seen the gaming industry as a whole has almost died multiple times.
Yeah.
Okay. It has almost died multiple times. Everybody that's currently, now that it's become such a gigantic business, again, the number one entertainment form in the world, they could really screw it all up. It could be a massive screw up on the industry. We're seeing a coming to Jesus moment already start here, Steele, with AAA games and their cost. We just got all the leaks of we were shocked. Well, we were shocked right when the court documents came out and we saw that The Last of Us 2 cost 200+ million. But now we're here, Spider-Man 300 million plus, and they're estimating that Spider-Man 3 is going to be $400 million, Steele. Bro, no wonder why Jim Ryan was out here telling everybody this isn't sustainable. No wonder why. So, yes, this industry, we could have another collapse of the video game industry at any moment. This house of cards could come tumbling down. Possibly. There could be a massive, massive tipping point where we see a lot of the industry contract.
But what other way do we go? Because
but that's what I'm saying.
Old way wasn't working. How much more? How much, Paul?
Yeah.
How much more evidence do we need to prove that things weren't working before? What else do we need to do? Does gaming just need to go away forever to prove a point that, let's just make everything physical and see where that goes?
Right. No, Steele. Of course not, because the industry moves forward. And that's my point, is that at all these moments of near death that the industry has had, somehow it has risen yet again stronger and better than it has before. And this is a circle of life. It happens all the time. We don't need more proof, Steele. We don't. And again, if that day comes, for me, it's, as much as I love this hobby in this industry, it's not doomsday. It's just, well, they screwed up the business models. They effed it all up. Well, guess what? Figure it out, guys. And if you guys get your shit figured out, I'll be here, right? Whoever's left, I'll be here and I'll be buying games unless you're going to charge me $200 a game. Then I'm out, right? Then I'm completely out. But again, I just don't, even when I look at the dystopian future, if one company screws it all up, right? If one company did screw it all up, the market will readjust. It will reset itself. There will come a time and point where enough gamers say, nope, I'm out. I'm done with this shit. I'm not doing this anymore. That's okay. Then we start over again. Then it starts fresh and we design a new way. But right now, to your point, Steele, Sony's crystal ball didn't seem to be working too well, or they ignored it, or they covered it up with a nice, crushed velvet blanket and said, yeah, we don't need that anymore. We got this shit figured out. They had it figured out for a moment.
Yeah.
They had it figured out for a moment.
Yeah.
They dominated.
They hit it.
Yeah, still dominating. They won the popularity contest. They got it. They did. But now we see them chasing the future, a future that another company in Xbox decided that's our only way forward, is to start prepping or actually changing and making our own field right now for that future. And they had the resources to do it. Now Sony's trying to play catch up because they still want to play in that field. That's what I was saying before. They have options. They don't have to play in that realm. They could sit back and redo their entire business strategy and create their own version of Nintendo. Sony could. They're that popular. Their IP is that popular. They could do it. Could they do it at the cutting edge levels?
They don't have enough. They don't have enough devs to do that because it wouldn't be consistent enough. They're not set up to make games as consistent.
Well, Nintendo's not consistent.
They're consistent at releasing the same games.
Well, right, but that's what we're seeing Sony do right now.
So you're saying that Sony should do even more of that?
Yeah, Sony could do more of that. If they really truly wanted to. Again, it wouldn't be cutting edge. They wouldn't be competing technologically wise on the same level, right? Because Nintendo makes money off of everything. That's how they develop. They are okay with their hardware being 8 to 10 years old versus the other players, right? Because they make money hand over fist on every single system they put out and every single game they put out. Their production costs are nowhere near what we see in AAA development for their games. Sony could do that. Now, would their consumers be happy with that? That's the other question. Would they maintain their popularity? Would The Last of Us being not up to date graphically be as appealing to their fan base anymore?
No, because it's graphics that matter.
Right, because they've determined that graphics matter, right? Yeah. Whereas Nintendo's charm, as people like to call it, is their old looking games, right? That's a part of their charm because Nintendo hasn't pushed themselves, right? But Nintendo hasn't pushed themselves forward.
But it's an art style.
Nintendo hasn't done a AAA realistic looking Zelda, right? So they can get away with that stuff.
Zelda's AAA.
Bro.
No?
Again, for Nintendo, is it probably Nintendo's biggest budget? Yes, but that's the difference. Is Nintendo has removed themselves from the other classifications that we now have for Xbox and PlayStation. They purposely remove themselves from that classification, so they are judged differently still than Sony and Xbox are when they put out first-party games. They are judged differently. Again, Super Mario Brothers Wonder comes out and people say, oh, look at how charming it is. Oh my God, this brings back old feelings. Oh, this is great. Starfield comes out and the complaints are, oh, this is outdated.
There's too many loading screens.
We got loading screens.
Too many loading screens.
Look at these NPCs. They're not up to date. That's the difference. Nintendo won by removing themselves completely from the comparisons. And it works.
I mean, because at the end of the day, what matters more is gaming is still gaming at the end of the day. Right?
But it's not on the side of Sony and Xbox because we see different judgments being made against those games than we do over on the Nintendo side.
That's fair. No, that's 100% solid. I mean, again, shout out to Grub Minati. They were preaching that Nintendo side of things. Like, hey, they don't understand why none of the love was given to Nintendo for their games this year because their games were so great and they were better than even the top quality games that came.
But I disagree wholeheartedly, but that doesn't matter.
There is no way to me that makes sense. But again, when you come with the argument that gaming is gaming at the end of the day.
Sure.
Okay, I can hear you in the conversation, but it's what we're talking about as far
as preference. we're talking about
preference. It is preference at the end of the day. And I do think that everything should have a fair value of critique and criticism, which I think is what I bring. I definitely think we bring to the table. The Fun Spec fam definitely brings to the table. Not only do you jump into the speculation of it all, but you also pull yourself out of the world. Use that RTS perspective. Hit them with some ECP, a little bit of that educated consumer perspective, and just I like to having these conversations, man. I think it's valuable to the overall future of the community for sure. Because again, if we make it a place where it's like dope to talk about this kind of stuff, I think that means a lot. So.
Nixie's in his bag right now. Nixie,
what is he doing?
Bro, he's in it. He's in it because of course this discussion lines right up with like Nixie, if it ever comes out one day that you were the alt account for somebody else in this community, I would not be shocked. Okay. I would not be, I'm not going to name names, but I would not be shocked if it comes out that this is your alt account. Anyways, Nixie, love you. And yes, anybody in here, I hope most everybody in here has been in here for a long time, understands Nixie. We welcome that kind of discourse. That is, again, you guys want to have conversations coming from different perspectives where it doesn't turn into a personal attack thing. That is cool. And we love that. And that's why Nixie, one of the OGs to our show, we always encourage that because again, it is an art form that has been lost in this day and age to be able to disagree with people, but have back and forths where you're both coming with points, right? From your perspective, you're both hitting on points that you think are important without turning it into a personal battle or warfare. So
not in your bag in a bad way.
Nixie's in his bag. This is what Nixie, you enjoy this back and forth. You enjoy the conversation no matter what.
That's what we mean.
Right. And that's exactly what I mean. And the chat's encouraging it right now and doing it.
The lost art of having conversation is not being able to take things so personally even when things get passionate. Right. Until things get personal, things should never get
especially not over this bullshit, man.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Not over gaming, man.
That's the only thing that I disagree with, where I don't understand the energy that people have with that, which is maybe why we don't fit in certain spaces. And again, I'm not going to portray myself some different way just to fit in with your buddies. I think that's weird, but nonetheless,
and that's why I have a problem with the conversation when people say that there can't be neutrals either.
What's going on?
I have a problem with that because again, as much as obviously this generation, I prefer Xbox and what they're doing. And so I talk a lot of Xbox to everybody else's, Fahim, Nixie's point, whatever. If Xbox woke up tomorrow and again, came out and said, guess what? Game Pass no longer is going to include day and date. Our games are going up to $100 for the standard edition. If they came out and screwed up and did things that for me weren't for me, and I no longer found value in Xbox side of things, and all of a sudden PlayStation woke up the same day and said, hey, guess what? We're doing X, Y, and Z. The old way that Xbox was doing it before they decided this morning to wake up and blow up their whole entire plan. I had zero problem saying that I would go get a PlayStation if I found more value over a PlayStation. Yeah. If PlayStation started giving me what I wanted, I have zero problems in saying that. I'm not a ride or die. Again, this generation, Xbox so happens to be on the same wavelength as me, giving me the content I want, giving me the value that I want from my content. Yeah, no, but that's why I hate that conversation, because there's legit people who don't believe that. Yes, I have a preference. So yes, of course, when I speak, I'm going to have that perspective is going to be included. Now, I try to be much more neutral because I do give Sony props when they are due as well. And when they do something that I do appreciate. But again, I would literally not have a problem. I'm not a ride or die guy. I'm not, never have been at any point outside of maybe Sega. I was ride or die. Okay. But since that point, since Sega left the console industry, even back then I was still rocking PlayStation, right? I still love my PlayStations. I've owned every single piece of hardware, right? Not every, but, yeah, exactly. But I have zero problem. If a company screws up bad enough, I'm out. I don't care. PlayStation screwed up this generation. I didn't see value. Their games, not a majority of their games, don't appeal to me. There are a couple here and there, just like Nintendo, that do appeal to me. But again, with PlayStation moving more and more in the PC realm, I'm okay with not having a PlayStation. I'll wait. I don't have a problem waiting either. That's another big thing for me. I don't have a problem waiting. I don't need to play it the day it comes out. So that's where I'm at. But
and again, for him, I think that's a perfect jump off point. He says, like I said, I just love the conversation, and that's overall the basis of everything.
Obviously,
if you didn't hear any of what we just talked about, take this away that we love the conversation, right?
Yep.
This is why we go for 4+ hours every time, nonstop. There's always value to be had, and this is just based off of the chat. So,
yeah, you guys were driving this one. You guys definitely drove a lot of that conversation right there. Again, you guys know what you're going to get here. We start out with our intros. We start talking about 2023, our channel, and then next thing you know, we're having these big, open-ended discussions about the industry, about gaming in general, about gamers in general. Like, that's what we do here. We don't follow a script. We don't have a set news schedule that we want to get to. It is what it is. It's free flowing, man. That's what we're here.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I know you said Starfield's your game of the year. Right?
Yeah.
Starfield's it, right?
Game of the generation.
Game of the generation, right?
One of them. Yeah.
I need to know what game is your number 2? What is number 2? The best one that stands out to you, because I feel like sometimes number 2 and number 3 can matter more than number 1, right? When you look at the overall value of the year, especially now, I've started looking at my years on a year-to-year basis, like a real rewind. What would be your number 2 in chat? Get involved too. Because the number 1 is sometimes that's hard, but I feel like that's also easy because sometimes you might cop out. You know, I give it to this one. Kind of like what I did with Armored Core. I kind of copped out. I'm not gonna lie. But what would be your number 2, maybe even 3? Because they can go back and forth. I get that.
Yeah,
maybe
I was on mute too. I was saying things because I said Diablo. I was on mute because I was saying things, and the chat probably read my lips. So I first said Diablo 4.
Okay,
but I would probably have to say Baldur's Gate 3 is number 2. It's close between those two because I played Baldur's Gate 3 for about 60 hours. I think I'm at maybe 70 hours when it first dropped. 60 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood. I'm in that realm of Baldur's Gate 3, but then of course I did stop when Starfield came out and I started playing Starfield, right? But I got to say that Baldur's Gate 3 is also a generational type game. Again, this isn't full review. Again, you guys, I don't do full reviews, but I'm just saying impressions wise, right? How I feel about the game after putting that much time into it. Baldur's Gate 3 is a generational type game. So I would be remiss not to say Baldur's Gate 3 here is number 2. Diablo 4 is obviously very close number 3 then at that point. So yeah, that would be my 3 out of the games I've played this year. So, and then it gets really interesting as we go down that list, Steel 2 as well.
Like going into the top 10 kind of stuff.
Yeah, going further for what I've played this year. And again, because I didn't play everything, again, these lists are always going to be incomplete. That's always the hard part, is when I'm not getting paid to do this. And I'm not spending 40 hours a day or spending, 10 hours a day gaming every day. It gets a little bit harder to do this because I haven't touched everything. So just out of personally what I've played, it gets interesting after that point.
Okay, so you're talking like you might even have a 10 that you could put together.
I don't even know if I got 10. I'll have to look.
You'd have to put something together
because I play so many games. Still, it's hard to remember what came out this year, what didn't come out this year, right? So I've got. Oof.
I think I could put together 5.
I can go
5. I got a good 5 solid. A 5 solid is probably where I'm at right now. But we're gonna stick with the 3 just to make it a nice and cozy as part of the conversation before we get into, because I do want that to be a springboard for our kind of look back on the year of 2023, and that'll probably give us some other things that we can jump onto and talk about and kind of reminisce on too. So in case we forgot anything, along with some other sites that we may pull up, and guys, like even chat, if there's games that we may miss, because again, we're gonna roll through these. It's not like every game we're gonna watch gameplay now, but we are going to just kind of roll back and just see how much value did 2023 really bring us. Somebody did do a Game Pass year for 2023. I meant to grab that actually and pull it up on screen because I thought that was unique. Same thing with PlayStation. We need to get more of those for sure. But I think for my number, because I have to say my number 1 is Armored Core for sure. I can't help that, especially jumping back into it, PvP with the ranked. As much as I'm butt cheeks right now. And constantly improving my pilot skills, excuse me. Where I just saw a little dip here. We're apparently losing frames, but
looking good.
I had to cop out for Armored Core. Number 2 is definitely, I'm going to give it to Starfield more than I have to. The experience that I had with Starfield is definitely something that will stay with me for some time. Starfield is a very impressive game to me. There was some, again, I have my gripes with Starfield, but again, I'm also not the Bethesda guy, so I do think that I come with a different perspective to the conversation in totality. And again, that's why I mentioned before, that's why I went back to when I back to Skyrim, and Skyrim has made me kind of look at Bethesda games differently, but I'm also looking at a game that has had a decade worth of updates and mods that can be developed and is not the original of what it was. And it's the same thing that I say about anything when people compare it to Starfield, for an example, to No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen. You have to be realistic about the perspective that you're trying to put that in. So that'd be my number 2. And then number 3, because of how strongly I felt about it, I'm not gonna lie, number 3 is gonna be kind of the difficult one, because I almost feel like I have to put Diablo 4 in there, just because not only the gameplay, the story was absolutely everything that it needed to be for Diablo. Way better than what I experienced in Diablo 2 back in the day. Even gave me some of those original feels, which was also extremely special to me. But the CGI, the cutscenes in that game, I think is what made it even more special. And I think what tied it together even more so was because the graphics actually can match more so what we're getting out of those cutscenes, right? It's not so far removed like it was back in the day where it was obvious that, oh wow, this is a cut. The game does not look like this at all. To now, you get a better perspective, and it just feels so intrinsic. The experience, even the initial experience, there's nothing like that first playthrough we had with Diablo, especially us jumping on as a party, constantly running it through, building my druid, right? The experience that I had with that, even again at the time when the druid was supposedly the weakest class in the game, and just the amount of fun that we were having at the time. I think Diablo would definitely have to be in there for my number 3. It's such a high quality game, although the live service part of it, again, it's like Halo. It dropped in the complete package. Can you really deny what it brought you? And that's what you kind of have to look at. Now, on the live service side of things, is it very questionable? And is the future of Diablo kind of like, I don't know? Yeah, but it's also not my main game. And for those that it is, it's unfortunate the content isn't there for you, and it should be better. I 100% agree with you. You should not be a live service game and struggling with content. But Diablo has improved. That shouldn't be the case every time. and we'll see how it goes into the future. Hey, me and Pawn would probably jump back in at some point. Again, I still got to get the level 100 on my character now. Or we could jump into the next season. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what's out there. They're still updating it, right? There's a whole winter season that's happening right now, right? So it's like there's just so
winter season's fun.
So much value.
The winter season's fun. I've been sitting at a level 100 for a long time now, and again, everybody else kind of jumped off, and there's so much to play right now. I get it. I still want to beat Uberlilith. I still want to run through that, but Diablo's playing better than ever has, and what they did with this season, they fixed a lot of the issues that were in Diablo. So I gotta give them props for that. They did a nice job.
Renegade says, I like Diablo 4 until the community started complaining about loot drops. It's like Diablo 3 all over again. I mean, again, that's
season 2. They fixed that too.
Yeah, I do agree.
The uniques freaking. It was great,
rolling.
Man.
It's rolling, but it's not Path of Exile. Again, Diablo 4 hasn't been out as long as Path of Exile.
Right.
Diablo 4 has been in production for some time, and they should have looked at Path of Exile and pulled from those things. And if Path of Exile 2 ends up coming out and being 10 times the game that Diablo was, I think that is going to make me look at Blizzard sideways a bit. Because it's like, the expectation has to be there. And when the granddad steps out into the field, the person that's known to do this thing, and the grandson comes out and hitting home runs over you, is it time to just retire?
No, it's not time to retire. It's time to adjust. I mean, again, there's always going to be again. This is the argument. This is the argument.
Time do you need to adjust though? That's
the argument that people have with Starfield, right? Still, but again, to that point, to your specific, example there, right? I still argue that nobody's done a Bethesda title as well as Bethesda, right?
I don't think of any other game.
So whereas Path of Exile, you can directly compare to Diablo because it is. And if it does out Diablo, then it's time for the Diablo team to look, right? So I think they are. I think they've been trying to. I think they've got big plans for it. The huge expansion next year is going to go a long ways for Diablo. And if they continue to evolve still because they're hearing the criticism, then that's a different. Then I think that they got to get credit. But I don't think it's time to wrap it up. Diablo is too important of an IP, and I still think it has that draw. Obviously, it was one of the biggest sellers of the year, so it's still there. It's still there. You can't wrap it up just because a younger, upstart comes along and maybe does start performing better than you or does things better than you. I think you got to continue to learn. And they had actually already taken some of the stuff from Path of Exile and started implementing in Diablo. So I think that it's such an important title that Diablo team has the chance to continue to improve upon the Diablo experience, take what they can learn from Path of Exile and that team over there, what they're doing, and bring Diablo, compete.
And again, it shouldn't be samey either.
No,
right?
It shouldn't be. No, they're doing their own thing. Right. No.
Again, when you're Diablo, people, we just now made Path of Exile like a household name, I feel like, within gaming. And even then, Path of Exile is not Diablo. Right, as far as name goes, and when that's the
because
case,
it's still got the stigma of free to play too as well, which Path of Exile has got that stigma. So.
Yeah, and it's got some payment elements in there, but most of it's cosmetic from what I know. So but again, it's something to be looked at for sure. I mean, that's what my 3 would be for sure. Armor Core,
Starfield and
Diablo. Yeah. Yeah,
that's a great lineup, and I knew Armor Core would be there for you, so I'm really happy. And again, Armor Core is definitely a great game that I gotta get back to. I enjoyed the hell out of it, even though I'm not, like you, as good as you are, or in any way, shape, or form. I still want to get back to Armor Core. So, because it is a fantastic game, and it caught a lot of people. I think we were proven correct, Steele. I think that Armor Core 6 at the end of the day is the biggest seller of all time.
We were justified, Paul.
We were just.
We were solidified. We need to put our names etched in stone. They sold 3 million copies, Paul. Yeah, I'm over the moon, man. And
people
I think it started a
buying
revolution. Yeah. And I think it started a revolution. Again, Mecha Break is seemingly getting good praise. People are liking that, even for it to be come to find out, a more hero-based game. But people are saying but it is a good game. It has potential, and
we need more mech games, man.
So yeah,
mech games are underrepresented in gaming. So different style mech games. So bring it on. More mech games, the better. I'm all for it.
Now we could take this a few different directions. There is one direction that takes us with Game Rant that says the 10 biggest video game news stories of 2023. That could be interesting to run down. Or we can just run down the list of games that have come out in 2023. Let's not pick out anything in particular, or maybe if we find one that's a standout for that month. I think that could be dope too.
That's what I think we should do. I think we should look back at 2023 and pick out some of the ones for us, because again, this is going to be personal. This is going to be what we played, right? Obviously. And this is going to be stuff that we enjoyed, but I think we should go through and pick out some of the highlights each month as to what 2023 brought you and I as a whole. So I definitely think so. Let's do that.
Let's get it. That's what I am pulling up here. My good sir. All right.
And obviously chat, again, throw your guys' favorites in there, throw your guys' ideas in there about what you played out of these months and what really hit you guys for sure. I mean, again, anything that you guys remember. Again, it's been a long year, lots of games out there. It's going to be stuff that Steele and I certainly don't touch on that maybe some of you enjoyed the hell out of, right? And played, especially on other systems or even smaller games that you just caught your attention. So absolutely continue that discussion forward too.
All right. Looks like we're starting off with January here. There you go, January. In January, we had a little list here. We got Toy Soldiers HD, We Are the Caretakers, Children of Silent Town. We got Kart Rider Drift, Lone Ruin, Vengeful Guardian Moonrider.
What was that?
Well, we're gonna let's look at there. Vengeful Guardian Moonrider. What was that?
Oh, okay.
It was
a nice 8-bit, nice little 8-bit, 16-bit.
It's a Castlevania. It's a
Castlevania.
Castlevania style game. I remember looking at that. I might have throw that on something. Seemingly there's a library of games that are like that people are getting for like their Steam Decks and stuff like that for their handheld devices, and I can understand those are good games to play on those devices. So, let's see what else we got here. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot came out that month. Also, this was the release for the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, and then we had Decado coming in and adding some nitro. Maybe a little bit of a NOS.
Decado said it wasn't good enough. I know I got you all to Mach 10 early, and I know that we could do better. We can do better, folks. That's right, chat. Listen up, y'all. Decado comes in and he says, listen, we need some more people on board the Splitter's hype train. We need more people enjoying the Mach 10. So I'm going to show you how it's done. That's right. We're ending 2023 by adding some more cars to this hype train. I leveled the entire hype train track so it was nice and flat so we could get even more speed on this train by nuking this place. But I'm going to buy some tickets and I'm going to give you all a nice easy layup to follow through with a nice little 5 bomb in here late in the show. Let's go, Decado, dropping the 5 bomb, showing everybody how it's done. And don't forget, again, we don't discriminate. You don't have to drop bombs. You don't have to buy single tickets. You don't have to buy 5s. You don't have to buy 10s. You don't have to drop a 20 bomb in here. You don't have to do any of that. But if you are out there listening right now and you are enjoying the conversations, hitting that like button and sharing it out helps us just as much. Keep this channel ad-free as we roll into 2024 on this amazing sub train. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Let's go. Let's go.
Then we also had Tim The sorcerer dropped in with another 5 to drop some.
Why did that not pop up on my screen? Tim the sorcerer drops in here with the 5. Oh, because this is going back further. I see you guys have been dropping bombs while we're looking at lists. That's right. Tim the sorcerer said, oh, Decado, I see your layup. I see that layup. I'm going to do a smooth dunk and match you with another 5 tickets bought to the Living Split Screen Hype Train. Everybody get on board. We want to see all the names green in here. Thank you, Tim the Sorcerer, for the 5 bomb, helping us be ad-free to end 2023. And again, don't forget, here on Living Split Screen specifically, the goal never changes. The chat called it out. The chat agreed with it and said, guess what, everybody? We're going to keep the goal at a 69. Over on Fun Speculations Network, we're rolling into January with a 3,000 goal, right? We're rolling in with a 3,000 goal. No. Not Living Split Screen. We make it easy here. It's always 69 because 69 is everybody's favorite number. Let's go. Definitely. Everybody, Tim the Sorcerer with the 5 bomb. And then, of course, Decado said, well, guess what? Oh, man, I heard everybody's getting tickets. I've bought tickets all day today. Tim the Sorcerer, you're not going to be the last one to get some tickets up in here. So I'm going to give away some more tickets because guess what? I found another 5 spot in the pocket deep down with the lint. Oh my God, look what I got for everybody. 5 more tickets to this train that just does not stop. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Oh, and then of course, the gift of giving. What does it do? It becomes infectious. It becomes infectious. Sanchez MTZ Gaming says, I've got some friends that want to join this train. I got some friends who want to get on board. They've been waiting at the stop. We're going Mach 10. We're not slowing down for the stop, so they better hurry up. They better jump fast because Sanchez MTZ Gaming says, I got you a layup too. 5 more tickets to this hype train. A 5 bomb, a 5 layup from the one and only Sanchez MTZ Gaming. Thank you all for contributing to this ad-free show because nobody likes ads. Nobody wants to hear me and Steel pumping coffee down your throat. Pause. Nobody wants that. So guess what? We're keeping it ad-free here with the sub train rolling. Choo-choo, motherfuckers, choo-choo. Let's go.
Let's go. Who else we got? We got jumping in here. You had Sanchez hit him over the head. I want to say thank you.
Oh, no, we missed one. We missed one because before Sanchez MTZ Gaming, somebody who does love to buy tickets as well to this hype train. The one, the only Bold Alpha Wolf Pack. Bold Alpha Wolf Pack. So guess what? Gabe was in the shadows, and guess what? He's like, I got a pack with me. I need a 5 spot. I'm laying this sucker on up into that net nice and easy with a 5 bomb. Let's go, Bold Alpha Wolf Pack. Adding cars to this train. We are now miles long over here on the Living Split Screen. Let's go.
Did you see Decado with he had a grapple hook, Pong? Did you see Decado with the grapple hook?
He's grappling on? That's dangerous.
No, I think Decado came in with another.
Oh, he did. There it is. It just popped up on my screen. Oh, Decado said, I'm not done. Pong, I heard you say I dug down to the lint. I wasn't down to the lint yet because guess what? I pulled out another crispy 5 bomb for some more tickets to this hype train. Let's go. Guess what? We have now broken through the Mach 10. Boys and girls, this is now approaching Mach 11 on this train. You guys have been feeding the coal into that big furnace on this hype train. And guess what? We are rolling at Mach 11. Everybody, please, passengers on board the Living Split Screen hype train. This is a reminder to use that 4-point harness seat that we give y'all. Yes, buckle up, get it nice and tight because we don't want you flying out the back as we roll along at Mach 11. That's right. Everybody enjoy the ride. Thank you all for buying tickets. Hope you enjoy your stay with us on the Living Split Screen hype train. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo.
Hey, look, one thing that I want people to understand is that We are not here for you to have to donate. Anybody in chat, when you see, you see Pong amping it up,
disclaimer.
And other people, I don't ever want people to feel like you have to be part of the train.
That's never part
just because you don't jump on the train doesn't make you any less valuable. We still see what you're chopping up in chat. We're still seeing the value that you will bring to the community that we have here, and as long as you're tuning in, that's what matters. The one thing that you could do for us, though, it doesn't have to be ducats, but definitely hit that like button if you can. That'll definitely help us out. It'll get us in that algorithm, if anything. Maybe tell a friend about us if you want. Again, more voices that we can, or the more ears, I should say, that we can reach. I think is an extremely dope thing. But outside of that, this is never expected. But always appreciated beyond a shadow of a doubt. You guys just coming in here, anybody who's a member, you got access to those emotes in there. I'm actually going to go ahead and work on some emotes this week. And right now, hey, chat, drop some more in there too, some more ideas if you want. Right now, I got Train, Mach 10, Nonetheless, Splitters, coffee, and energy drinks. I'm going to work on seeing if we can get some of those set up. Choo Choo Motherfuckers is another one that I might see about. I'm also going to send that probably over to Mav because that one really goes tough for over there when Pong's in his bag on a Friday night. He's really feeling getting the gravy rolling. But yeah, I greatly appreciate
that disclaimer's got to be put out. This is not an e-begging channel, and again, your time that you give us, that value alone. Yeah. Is all that we appreciate here, is that time that you give us yourself by being here and listening, whether you lurk or whether you chat, it doesn't matter. You're taking you're taking minutes, hours out of your day to be here with us. That is the real value. And that is something that we will never stop appreciating, no matter how big this channel ever gets, how big Steele and I ever get. Again, I always do these shows, literally do this. I envision us in front of a theater with as many people that are in the chat, just listening to me and Steele talk about this stuff. And it blows my mind, whether that's 20 people, 50 people, 75, or we ever get to the point where we're seeing hundreds of people or 1,000 people. It doesn't matter. It still will blow my mind that anybody would give their time and show up here on a weekly basis to join in on this craziness that we do, which is talking video games on a podcast. Absolutely. I love you all. And again, Steele feels the same way about this. We love you all. This is not an e-begging channel. This is a shtick that I just started doing. I did not think it was going to become what it's become. But at the end of the day, I'm here to have fun. You guys are having fun. That's all it's about. And so appreciate all of you. Again, and Steele never expected the extra generosity. He's never expected. And for all of you that know me, really appreciate it, yeah. I'm in the same boat. I would love to go into podcasts and be able to drop subs and to drop super chats. I'm not in that position myself in any way, shape, or form. So again, I don't care about any of that nonsense, right? It's just all about the community, about being here and talking what we talk. Again, Steele and I would be doing this anyway in the game. So again, we're just here doing what we naturally do. So love you all. Thank you all for this. Appreciate it.
Much love and appreciate that for sure. 1,000%. Back says, Paul, so I'm not taking minutes out of my day. Both you and Steele are helping me get through my day.
But you could be a lot of places getting help to get through your day. And I totally understand that, back. But the fact that you choose us is what I mean. That the fact that you choose to be here with me and Steele, that's the biggest thing. That's all love. And I give that all love back to you, because I totally understand back. I do the same thing, whether it's music, podcast, or whatever, my work day, my, doing stuff around the house. That's what gets us through. And if Steele and I give you guys that, again, we love doing that. That fills this heart with gratitude that you guys choose us. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that.
1,000,000%. Tim the Sorcerer with a $2 dono. He says, "Oh yes, but you in chat are awesome." See, that's what I like to see. I appreciate you, Tim. That's what it's about. That's what we're here for. And then Nam Omar, who's been a splitter for 5 months. Hopefully they've been treating you right in your room. I've been trying to get room service to come through a bit more often. Make sure everybody's in a good state.
Or room service up in here. Jesus.
We still got some cave action going on. Our home is real special. It's real unique, but we're gonna figure it out. We're trying to move up to a cardboard box. We'll get there. No. He said hit the like and he said hit the like and share. Choo choo, motherfucker.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
The Fahim Scott, who's been a splitter for 3 months. Hopefully, the people in the back haven't been messing with you too much. He says, "Pong is the man." Choo choo.
Thank you, Fahim. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Yeah. So let's get back to business here on this list because we got a lot to get through still.
A little bit. We got a little bit. We got a little bit. To continue, we left off right around Cart. I think Children of Silent Town.
No.
Cartwriter Drift. That released on PC.
Yep, you did that. Yep. You were on Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
Dragon Ball Z Kakarot that came out. That was the update for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. You had One Piece Odyssey that came out.
I need to get back. I played the demo. I need to pick up this game. It's actually on sale at GameStop right now. Yeah, it's an RPG. It is an RPG. I like One Piece. Steel isn't a big fan of One Piece. I like One Piece, even though I haven't watched a whole lot of One Piece. I've watched a lot of episodes, but there's so much One Piece. It's ridiculous. The game is really good. It's on sale at GameStop right now for $15. So if anybody's interested in jumping into a JRPG and like One Piece, they nail it. The animation, when I played the demo, fantastic. The voiceovers, fantastic. So I'm definitely going to be getting this. I know our good buddy Spooky out there got it day one and loved the hell out of it as well. He's a One Piece fan. So yeah, One Piece Odyssey is one that I'm going to get back to at some point and play and pick it up on sale. So obviously.
Absolutely, yeah. For those who are interested, definitely jump into it for sure.
Yeah.
Then you had Osiris New Dawn that released on PC. A Space for the Unbound that released everywhere. Colossal Cave. Persona 4 Golden. That definitely started the Atlas train for us this year.
I got so many games I have to play still. I have so many games. Persona. I've been clamoring for Personas to come to Xbox. They're all on Xbox. The gaming has been so crazy. Like I've touched the Personas, right? I've touched them when they came to Xbox, but I need to play through these again. I played Persona 4 Golden on the Vita, but I gotta play these on Xbox. Like this is how much content we have right now. Got to get to Personas. Personas coming to Xbox this year was a big deal, especially since they came to Game Pass. Huge deal for Xbox. Absolutely.
Then you got Shin Megami Tensei, Persona 3 Portable.
Yep. Another one.
Fire Emblem Engage that released the Switch. You had Monster Hunter Rise that came to that was the version that came to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, and yes, it came to Game Pass. So
and we played it. Yeah, we played it a bit.
And I played it for quite a bit.
Liked it.
It's definitely a good time. Pocket Card Jockey, right on. The House of the Dead remake. Shout out to that.
That's now on Xbox 2 as well.
Yes.
House of Dead remake, I believe. I gotta go play that too. I want to play House of Dead again. Oh God, man, there's so many games.
Then we got Forspoken that released. Saw what that happened
on PC.
I
still have interest.
Solid.
I still have interest.
It's solid.
I know you did.
It can be bland in some areas for sure, but it's solid. Don't like the character development because that's weird. They could have definitely did better with that, but it's solid so far. Then you had Risen that released on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
Yeah, weird remaster is what it's a weird remaster that came out of nowhere. Not a lot of people remember Risen back in the 360. Again, AA RPG, very good game, very fun if you can get through the AA jank. I don't know how the remaster plays. I haven't touched it yet. Again, on my list, I want to touch it. I want to see how it's playing underneath the remaster. They didn't do a whole lot to it. It's a simple remaster, but I still want to touch it again and see what it plays like now. So
sure. Then we had World War Z that came to PlayStation 5 and Series X and S. We jumped in that here recently. Yeah. That was interesting. A lot better than I anticipated. Yes. Not having the role is weird, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
Definitely something that in a party
is some fun. Expanded a lot since this launch too. Like World War Z has gone through a big transformation. Even Jasper's played a lot of World War Z, but he hadn't hopped into it for months and months. He hopped into it with us and he said, oh my God, look at all these characters I can choose from now. Look at all this stuff. A lot has changed in World War Z. Again, it's on Game Pass right now. It's available. Download it. No risk. It's a fun game, Left 4 Dead style type game, right? Back 4 Blood style game. But really fast. The mobs of zombies are impressive. Like when you get hordes going, it is pretty impressive how many are on screen at the same time. It can be a fun time. It can be challenging too, especially if you play single player.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jesse, I get that you definitely got a lot going on, man. I want to take this time to show you some love, appreciation for you even tuning in and being here. I get that life definitely gets tough, and things get difficult.
Yep.
But what I do want to do, because I don't have an answer to everything. I don't. But what I do want to do is to not only you, but to everybody in chat who may need it, especially through this time of the year.
Yep.
I want to send you positive energy. I want to send you love. I want to send you guidance, patience, in abundance, in every way, shape, and form. Please take that, and I pour that on you, and hopefully you get lathered in that butter. And hopefully that greases you up for the new year and get you ramped up. But again, I get it. But I want to send love to you because I know how it is. And again, if you want to talk about those things here, or if you just want to talk in the background, again, ears are open. Again, we don't have all the answers for everything, but I understand that sometimes talking about it does help out. So again, your support is being here, and that's beyond more than enough for me.
All understanding here. We get it.
Back to it. We got Hi-Fi Rush that released in January, which was a release that none of us were expecting for first of all. Second of all, this is leading credence that there may end up being something to be expected in January again. Right? If this happened last January, then something can happen this January. And I think we're in for a lot of surprises. I don't know if they're going to wait until February. There's some people that were anticipating that they may wait until spring to do something. But if they're able to start January and we do get like a Hellblade 2 very early as a surprise, or something, or I knew you guys were talking about Towerborn earlier.
Yes.
I have some interest in Towerborn. I need to come out for it to get a real feel for what it is. It's coming to Game Pass regardless. So if it is Towerborn, I think that could be another. If we start doing this year-to-year thing where you have high quality AA style type of games, maybe even creeping AAA that were like these visions of people that wanted to create something that might have not been viable before, like a Hi-Fi Rush was, like Towerborn could be, like we're hearing some rumors about. Shout out to Jess Corden, who says he's feeling really good about it. He's liking what he's experienced from it. And he's saying that it might catch people by surprise. I hope that it does. That would be really dope to see that you have some of those. And I don't want lower budget to sound like it's a knock to the game, but some of the smaller games that really start your year off strong, right? Because again, I think the bigger games are meant for that fall, winter type time where people are in and can really be spending time, maybe summer in some avenues, depending on your game. So
it's changed now with how big the industry is. Obviously, a lot of that time frame, I still think that there's some truth to that still, but obviously springtime, Hogwarts kind of proved that again, that springtime is a good time as well.
That's a good point.
Diablo proved it during summertime, still can get massive play depending
certain
on
games,
who you are. Certain games, correct. Towerborn is got the potential to be something really cool, and I'm looking forward to it. Stoic is a great developer, and for anybody who hasn't played their previous games because they were strategy tactical, the Banner Saga trilogy, you won't understand like how good they are at hand drawn animations, and just what a talented group that is. And from a smaller team, like you said, Steel, to get this type of game and to get the push that they're going to get with it being on Xbox and Game Pass, this is a huge deal for Stoic as well. But to start off the year with a game like that could potentially surprise some people. And it's going to be multiplayer. It's going to be a game that can drive engagement. Looking forward to Towerborn a lot.
Yeah,
can't wait.
Probably gonna be interesting. I saw somebody else bring it up. Did we talk about Tekken 8 yet? No. We're gonna do that at the end of this, just because it makes sense. That's also where I'm probably gonna end up talking maybe a little bit more about the BlazBlue game, since it is coming out in January also. But yeah, where Tekken 8 is on the title card for a reason. Is definitely my most anticipated game leading into the year. So we're definitely going to get into that after this, because it literally comes in after. Then we had Devolver Tumble Time that released after that. Then we had Hitman World of Assassination. I think that's the one where they combined the Hitman. So now you go one.
They made it a platform. They made it a platform. So is what they did. Shout out to IO too. Again,
Hitman. Doing good work.
Bro, again, another game that I just want to get back to like all the time. Like Hitman is so damn good. And now that it is a platform and I can play, and they actually updated, the old levels with that platform as well. So it's basically you're getting a better version of the other games too. It's incredible. Like the work that IO has done with that franchise is second to none. That studio deserves all the flowers, and I can't wait to see Project Dragon from them, and of course their James Bond game. I really want to hear more about. Maybe 2024 we hear a little bit more about it.
Maybe. Yeah, fall. Yeah, maybe. All right. Then from there, we go to the Dead Space remake, which is actually in Game Pass now. So shout out to that.
And I picked up the deluxe edition for $8, so I own it forever.
That's even perfect.
Why not?
That's even better.
Yeah, when it was on sale. Nice. Yeah, when they had those super sales, like randomly $7.99 for the Dead Space. Because I'm gonna eventually get back to it. I just don't know when I started it because I want to see how it. I think I can do this one, Steel. I think I can. From what I played,
did you play the original?
Opening levels? Yeah, I played the original, but I didn't know what the update with everything you told you. Again, the update with with the continuous world, with the update to the sound effects, and they did change some of the jump scares around a little bit too. Like I didn't know if it was gonna be too much, but I did play the opening level, and I think I can do it. I just didn't know when I was gonna get to it again. So when I saw it for $7.99. I was like, I got to jump on this just in case. We don't know how long that EA deal is. They said it's going to be for a considerable amount of time. We don't know if it's a 10-year deal, if it's a 15, 20-year deal, or if it's shorter than that. So at any point, EA Play could be going away. And I said for $7.99, I'll buy the remake because they did such a great job with it. Just like I bought the Mass Effect, Trilogy Legendary Edition for full price day one because they did such a masterful job. I'm willing to pay them for that. I mean, again,
that's not bad. I mean, fucking the game was full price when it released. So
exactly. $7.99. I was like, screw it. I'm buying that.
End of the year when it came out, it's $8. I mean, that's kind of
$8 for the deluxe edition. Yeah. And I did the same thing with Need for Speed Unbound too. Still, I paid $8 for that too.
Oh, nice.
That was on sale as well. Yep.
It's really fun. It's a really fun game too.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. That kind of makes me feel like I need to jump. Might do something with Dead Space. Who knows? GoldenEye 007 also released. The game that they didn't do anything to.
Can I just say to everybody out there again, I'm guilty of this as much as anybody. But this is the perfect example of nostalgia.
Oh, yeah.
Not living up to reality. Because how quick, and I'm not saying that people didn't enjoy it. I'm not saying that people didn't go through and play it a lot. I'm just saying overall,
they should have
the hype around, the hype of GoldenEye 007 coming out again, and everybody talking about how much they were going to go back and play it. That's nostalgia fever. And again, I do it as much as anybody else does. But then you actually jump in, and they didn't do a whole lot to this game, which was another problem. But the fact that it came and went with a whimper. It's great that it's there. I'm always for older games being available for people to play. I just think it's funny that how much nostalgia hype was around GoldenEye, and it just came and went, bro. It just came.
It needs to be remade. I need a Call of Duty version of that game. I think that would definitely be a better transition. It could be the same game beat for beat. In every way, shape, or form. I think that would be it'd be a really good story. It'd be a really good game overall, have decent multiplayer. Again, it doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. Be the exact same thing, but just in a Call of Duty format. But
Yep.
you know, they could have, should have, would have. Then you had Power Washer Simulator.
That was it was already on Xbox, but it finally
came to
out
the
to
PlayStation
and the Switch. So that was nice. Yep.
Then we had Trek to Yomi that had been out. That was actually a very popular game the year prior.
Yep.
But it came to Switch. So shout out to that.
Yep.
Then we also had Age of
Here we go.
Empires 2
Here we
Definitive
go.
Edition, which has led I want to say this transition for possible RTS avalanche.
The resurgence of RTSs on consoles. Age of Empires 2. This was a great, fantastic launch. Myself, Mav, Psycho, Jasper, we played a lot of this up front. This is a fantastic addition to the library. I don't care what anybody says. RTSs, especially on console, can be niche all they want. The fact that they're available for people to play, the fact that Phil months later shouted it out as a game that more people were playing than even Hi-Fi Rush, proves the fact that these games do have a place on console. If you hate them on console, you can't stand the controls that they come up with for these games and say, oh, they've got to be keyboard and mouse only. Screw you. These belong on console, and Age of Empires 2 proves it. This is one of my favorite releases of the year, Steel. Fantastic. Simply amazing job. Have continued to drop expansions for it. Just what a beautiful job they've done with this game. So Age of Empires 2, one of my favorite launches of the year by far. Really, really good stuff here.
And Pong, we just had somebody come in and literally blow a hole in the side of the planet.
The boom train showed up alongside the living split screen hype train and said, guess what, guys? I'm jumping tracks right now. I want to connect my train to your train because Boom had an absolutely phenomenal year over there, right? He had absolutely hit 14K. Ooh. Boom is ridiculous. One of the biggest supporters in the community of up and coming talent, always promotes people, always is out here, one of the best ever to do it. Mr. Boomstick himself jumps in here and says, guess what, guys? I'm going to feed some coal to that fire. I'm going to get that furnace burning a little hotter. Mach 11 isn't enough for the Boomstick. We got to get this to Mach 11.5. We got to keep the goal at 69 because it's everybody's favorite number. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to buy 20 tickets. I'm going to come in here with an alley-oop dunk, not just a follow up layup, but I'm going to come in here with the 20 bomb on everybody. Mr. Boomstick adding to the ad-free status of this channel. We got to keep it going into 2024, but Boom says 2023 is not done. 20 bomb from Boomstick. Thank you, Boom, for helping us out. Choo-choo, motherfucker, choo-choo.
Appreciate that, Boom. It is always appreciated, never expected. Bold Alpha says Boom Train annihilates the Stacklers. That's exactly what happened. A meteor crashed down right on the side of the planet, and Boom's got a permanent place right there in the ocean, his own island. It's crazy to see. He said, Vandal says, raise our goal.
He always says this, Daddy. Listen, he said it's always raised around here, brother, because it stays at 69 no matter how many you give. So it's always rising, right? It's always rising.
That's going to be the next emoji. It's always raised.
It's always raised. God to help us. No, Steel. Put a big mushroom in the background. No, don't do that. Pause.
I'm about to get always raised emoji. Hold on.
No.
I'm going to say with mushroom.
Thank you, Boom. No, appreciate you so much, brother.
Greatly appreciate you guys for doing that. And shout out to all the new members. Anybody that got one, make sure you say, hey, I appreciate that to Boom for coming through, and I appreciate your support, Boom. And look forward to doing those shows with you Tuesday.
Wink, wink. It's always raised around here. Wink, wink.
He said, pause. Jesse, he knows. He has 2 separate accounts. He stated about that before.
Yeah.
All right. So as we move down here, then we had Industries of Titan that released on PC. Then Season, A Letter to the Future. I think there was some anticipation for that previously. It looked like it was it's a more indie style game, I believe.
Yeah, it was an indie style game that was getting a lot of pub and a lot of hype. And again, it was PlayStation exclusive, console wise, right? Console exclusive. And a lot of people were talking about it. And then it came out and nobody talked about it. Again, indie games are sometimes like that. Not to say that nobody played it or enjoyed it. Obviously, I'm sure plenty of people did. It did have a really cool aesthetic to it. The art design was amazing in its steel. But really dope. It didn't get the hype. Nobody was, it wasn't one of those indie games that kind of rose above the rest, which is kind of sad. Obviously, I love always to see indie games do that, especially when it was getting pushed a lot because it was a console exclusive. So, but yeah, definitely one that was on people's lists. So
sounds about right. Then we had SpongeBob SquarePants, The Cosmic Shake that released.
SpongeBob just keeps dropping shit.
Yeah. Valiant Hearts Coming Home that released on iOS and Android. We Were Here Forever. And that released at the end of January. Then, as you can see, they're teasing Hogwarts for February. You had Football Manager that released first. Then Chef Life. And you had Deliver Us Mars.
Another game I want to get to. Another game I want to get to for sure. Deliver Us the Moon was fantastic. Deliver Us Mars was looking really good. I think I remember the reviews being okay. Some people say it didn't hit like Deliver Us the Moon did, but I want to get to Deliver Us Mars because again, it's a space game, it's a sci-fi game. I want to see Mars, so I like visions like that. So let's go.
Hold on, let me adjust this screen for you guys real quick because it's a little off kilter. There we go. That's Deliver Us Mars right there. All right, let's go back. All right, then we had Life is Strange 2. That released for the Switch. That released the year prior, and it had some good reviews from what I remember people talking about.
No, big fan base for Life is Strange, right? Don't Not, shout out to Don't Not. Again, I'm looking forward to Banisher's The Ghost of New Eden coming out this year. That's a big title for me in 2024. Something I'm really excited about. Steel even caught your attention during the showcase. Yeah. I'm looking forward. Don't Not games don't always appeal to me. Life is Strange is one of them. I've tried the first one. Just didn't appeal to me, but again, a lot of people love it. Their narratives, their story design is really, really good. It's movie quality. Like again, their writing is phenomenal. So that's why I'm looking forward to Banishers of The Ghost of New Eden, because we are getting that story Steel, but we are also getting combat. We're getting combat, which they don't do normally in their stories.
It looks good.
So it looks great. It looks fantastic. I'm really intrigued by the whole atmosphere they got going on with that game. So shout out to Don't Nod and releasing Life is Strange 2 on Switch. A lot of people played that game, so it definitely had its moment.
I'm definitely interested in that Goes to Eden game for sure. Yeah. Then you had Tales, the Backbone Preludes that released on PC. Then we also got The Pathless. I believe that released the year prior on PlayStation, or before that. I don't recall, but I know it released on PlayStation previously.
Yes, it did release on play. Yeah, it was a console exclusive, timed exclusive.
So there's that. Then we got Endling, Extinction is Forever. Then we got Metroid Prime, which was a big one for the Switch at the beginning of the year. That didn't get any nods this year, actually. I guess maybe it was just an early game people forgot about. I know a lot of people really enjoyed what they did with it, actually. So
again, Resident Evil 4 kind of took that spot, even though I still don't think those should necessarily be up for awards, but whatever, it took its spot. It kind of took its limelight, but Brian, that was a big game for Switch to start the year for sure.
But I guess when you had this game released 2 days later, something known as Hogwarts Legacy, you are going to be a little overshadowed in the conversation of this, right?
This is top 5 for me this year, Steel. This would be in my top 5 for 2020.
Yes, I agree. Hogwarts Legacy is probably number 4 for me for sure, easily, hands down. The way that the world made me feel, again, everything that I could have imagined when I read those books initially when I was younger is everything that was presented to me in this game, and I couldn't have been any more satisfied with what they did here from a studio that created Skylanders, I believe it was, or Barbie or something previously to that nature.
Hannah Montana's World Tour, Steel.
Hannah Montana World Tour. That's what they made before. And to make
they've done a
game,
lot of stuff. I always throw that one out because it's the most glaring one that's like really, but they helped out on a lot of games. They did a lot of games, but nothing even close to the scope and the quality and the content level of a Hogwarts. Like, this studio came out of nowhere and produced one of the best AAA games that we saw in a GOAT year of video games, right? This was a game that was absolutely 1000% snubbed throughout the industry for political reasons versus the actual game itself and what that studio did. This studio deserves all its flowers. This studio is carrying WB right now.
1000%.
Without this game, WB would be in severe trouble. This game was a huge push for WB in those studios. And it came from a little known studio that hadn't done a whole lot prior to it. I had done a lot as far as helping games and working on games, but hadn't done anything themselves to this degree. I can't say enough about Hogwarts, and that's coming from a guy who doesn't have a connection to Harry Potter. Watched all the movies. Obviously, it was more my kids, age group that grew up on Harry Potter that became attached. Obviously, a lot of adults did too. I just never did. It was light fantasy for me. I like more serious fantasy, but enjoyed the movies, but I don't have that connection. This game still hit for me the same way Steele's talking about. Just a really unbelievable job. The level of detail in that game is second to none. Like, seriously.
Yeah, Hogwarts is absolutely a remarkable game. I suggest anybody that has any interest in open world games in totality, that you should just give this game a try. To be completely honest,
still selling to end out the year. Numbers. They're still doing numbers. They put it out on Switch. They put it out, finally got it out on Xbox One and PlayStation 4 somehow, some way. And it's still selling. That shows the power of this game.
The fact that it's on the Switch is, I mean, yeah, of course it doesn't look the way that it does on console, but like on an Xbox or whatever the case, or a PlayStation. But the fact that it's on the Switch in the first place is,
and the Switch version is meme worthy, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's horrendous.
It's one of those things. It's like, what did you expect to get out of this game? Right.
You did.
The amount of detail, the fact that they even were able to do it is remarkable enough to me. But again, definitely a great game. Shout out to Hogwarts Legacy. Definitely deserves the 9 that it has currently. Yes. One of the highest rated games of the year that got looked over. Brand new IP too.
This is not a serious industry. These reviewers, the awards, they're not.
We'll see. We still have the BAFTAs too, and I know they have BAFTAs gave them a lot of awards. So
we do, but still not a serious industry.
Well, a lot of noms. So yeah, no. True. Then we have Blanc that released after Hogwarts, which again, after Hogwarts, can't even remember that. You got Boyfriend Dungeon. I think that was Pong's favorite one right there.
Almost bought a PS5 for that just alone. Almost bought a PS5.
I can imagine. Then you had Journey to the Savage Planet.
That was the update. Update to Journey to Savage Planet, and I've shouted this out before. I actually got the update. They updated you for free, even if you own the physical copy. You had to send proof into them, and they updated you for free.
That's still dope.
With the expansion, I did that. Got the update. I'm telling you what, don't sleep on Journey to Savage Planet. It's been out for a long time, but if you're looking for a Planet Explorer light game with really creative writing and comedy in it as well, kind of on the lines of an Outer Worlds comedy style, you don't want to miss Savage Planet. Savage Planet is a great game overall, super colorful, looks fantastic on an OLED. Graphically, it pops off the screen. It's not like AAA, it's not going to blow your mind that way, but from a color standpoint and atmosphere standpoint, that is a great game, and it's been updated for next gen or current gen. So please go check that out. Again, nobody has free time now in gaming, but if you want to check one out that you can probably get on sale a lot, go check that one out. It's a really good game. It's really fun.
Yeah. Then you had Souls of Chronos released on PlayStation 5 everywhere but the Xbox. Then you got Tomb Raider Reloaded that was on mobile. Then you had Wanted Dead that released on everything.
Another game I'm going to pick up at some point. AA from the old Team Ninja devs. Again, Ninja Gaiden-esque to this one with absolutely wild, wacky, crazy writing, story, characters like out there. I want to play this one. Jasper played this day one. He bought it day one. He said it definitely had its good moments. It definitely has its jank, which is to be expected in AA. I love jank. I love that stuff. It doesn't bother me. I want to play this at some point. It looks cool as hell. The combat looks so much fun.
The combat is ass. The combat was absolutely terrible for me.
I know. I expect that.
I had no fun. I had no fun with it. It was completely clunky. It didn't feel good. I thought it was one of the worst combat games that I played.
Here we go. I expect nothing less out of Steel. I mean, this is what I expected from him.
That's how I feel. I felt like
no.
I feel like it didn't do it any service. I was interested. And I was severely disappointed. This is probably on the list of like disappointments. There's like the day before, and then there's this.
Okay.
There's this.
Fair enough. There you go. They got somebody who.
This was another one that was refunded. Again,
I have secondhand information and just visually what I've seen.
I played it for an hour.
This appeals to me, so I will be buying this at some point. Good.
Yeah, I played.
So
it for
there
an
you go,
hour.
you guys. So if you're critical like Steel, which is good, no, if you're critical like Steel and you expect your combat to be a certain level, then obviously it's probably not a game for you, right? That because again, it's going to be AA jank. So it's going to be one of those games. So I appreciate that, Steel.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lot of people in your boat that can't handle it. That's why I always preface it with not into that. Don't.
It was just like again, for something that I was really looking forward to and for it to be the way that it ended up, it was unsatisfactory to me, but I did see people that do like it. Had a good time with it. So, I mean, that matters. Apparently I can't go back a page anymore because it just gave up on me. Oh, there we go. Then we had Pharaoh, A New Era that released on PC. Then you had Returnal that released on PC, which is, I think it's a really fun game. I
might be picking that up, Steel, so we can do some co-op.
It's really
as well, because I do want to play that game.
It's really fun in co-op, I think.
Yep.
Full of bullet hells type game, not take overly serious. We can adventure, shoot shit. As long as you like work together, that's the one thing that I will say.
Yep.
Make sure that you work together. Decent with dodging. It's a really fun game.
Cool.
Not difficult like Souls. Not difficult like Souls.
You're right. We might have to pick that. I might have to pick that up so we can.
Yeah, if you do, let me know. I think that streaming that would be. I think that'd be a really interesting experience. Then you had Dust in Neon on Switch and PC. Then you had Shadow Warrior 3, which you did sing some of the praises for this one.
I beat it. One of the games I beat this year.
Oh, nice.
90% of the achievements, 95% of the achievements done. In Shadow Warrior 3, again, don't do achievement hunting. I will go out of my way if I'm close to an achievement to get it for sure, but I don't. And you guys know me, I could care less about what my gamer score is. But Shadow Warrior series, the franchise, is fantastic. Lo Wang is one of the funniest characters ever created. They did tone it down in this game as far as some of the inappropriate humor, I guess, that people don't like nowadays. They did tone it down a little bit, but still definitely had its moments. But they turned it actually up a level graphically and gameplay wise. They took a ton from Doom Eternal. So if you guys like Doom Eternal and you like those style of corridor shooters, but with the Doom Eternal, like wild, crazy stuff, grapple hooks, platforming, and I'm not the biggest platformer. You guys know I don't like platformers anymore, but this game hit the right spot for me, and I already love the series, played 1 and 2. So for me, Shadow Warrior 3 was one of those games that I absolutely did want to get through and play through. And it's not a long experience at all either. Just a really great game. Really, really great game. Again, Devolver published it. Really awesome jump from those devs from 1 and 2. So Shadow Warrior 3, I can highly recommend anybody wants to jump into something like that. Loved it.
In 3-bit, you say 3-bit says, I think I missed Steel's Fictions rant. Yeah, that was last episode. We jumped into some of that.
Yeah. You're not starting that up again, 3-bit.
It's over and done with. I'm over it.
We're already 3.5 hours in, 3-bit. We're not going back to Fictions.
Nah, I'm over it. I definitely am over it for sure. Then after that release, you had a Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line. So there's that.
Another rhythm-based Square Enix game. Let's go.
Then you had Gigantosaurus Dino Kart. Okay. Then you had Tales of Symphonia Remastered. That one got some love. You had the Settlers, New Allies, that released on PC. Wild Hearts came out, and actually Wild Hearts is ending its support this year.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken,
yes, it was on sale too, and I didn't buy it
is,
because they are ending support.
It's extremely unfortunate. It was different enough. I do hope that Creative Assembly's version of whatever Monster Hunter game that they're making is going to stand out enough, because we're not going to get another Monster Hunter for quite some time. I think it's going to be probably like 26 at least that we'll probably get another Monster Hunter in my anticipation. So it's crazy because Wild Hearts definitely had that potential. It was unique enough. It just didn't have enough of a bank. And I think it came into Game Pass too late, to be frank, for it to be a new IP trying to be Monster Hunter. You needed more people. The other thing too is that it had performance issues early on that still kind of affected it later. And if you didn't have it on PC, you probably still had some of those issues on console. So, and when you have those types of things going on in a monster hunting game that's supposed to be quick, agile, you dodge monsters, you can't have performance issues too. So, then you had Aka R that released. So shout out to that. Then Atomic Heart, which was another standout at the beginning of the year for a lot of people. It looked really graphically pleasing. This was another one that I jumped into for a couple hours. It was a very pretty game. I was impressed with it graphically, but I didn't enjoy it. I didn't go back to it. I like what it presented to me up front. I do think that BioShock definitely does it better as far as what I've played of BioShock, and the last thing I played of BioShock was Infinite. And I probably played that for like 6 hours maybe. So comparison wise, that's kind of how I feel about it. I know it's gotten updates since. I don't know how it plays now. People said that it has gotten much better since it's released. It was another one that has some performance issues, and there's more content coming. So yeah.
I'm on the opposite side of Atomic. Well, not the opposite side, but I have a little bit more positive view of Atomic Heart. I really enjoyed what I played through Atomic Heart, and I'm planning on getting back to it. And I really think there is something there, again, from a unknown developer coming out of nowhere to try to pull off this level of game that they tried to pull off. I think they did a great job with it. It's not going to be for everybody. I get that. It's not a BioShock that captures everybody's imagination. But for me, everything about it, I really, really liked, and I can't wait to see what they do next. And in fact, why I said that, Steel, was because the devs came out this week and said thank you to everybody for the support that they've gotten Atomic Heart, and they are laying out a roadmap into 2024 with more content for Atomic Heart. So obviously, this was a big hit for them. It did the numbers that they needed to. Obviously, the bump with Game Pass, that helped getting that bag up front. But the fact that these developers are still continuing to support this game, the fact that they are excited about where they can take this franchise, I'm looking forward, because this could be one of those cases, Steel, with everything they learned from this one. If the studio gets enough success, which it sounds like they are, that they go into a number 2, a sequel, we get the full experience that was kind of what we saw visually when we first saw Atomic Heart. We all sat back and we were like, whoa, what is this? Where did this come from? I think we could be lined up for a sequel that does hit the way that, maybe some of the stuff that was missing for you or wasn't quite up to par, they finally get to that point, because that's what sequels. Yeah, exactly. I think we could see that in Atomic Heart 2. I'm really happy for the studio. They went through a lot of hell too, because that was during the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine stuff. They took flack for being a Russian dev again, which this political nonsense that shows up in video games, I'm sick and tired of it. But anyways, they took a lot of heat for that, undeservedly so. So I hope they continue with this. I'm happy to hear that they're doing well, and I can't wait to see what they do next. But Atomic Heart is one that I'll definitely be going back to, because I do want to try to finish that story, because that story was really, really cool to me. I really liked what I was getting out of it. I'll
say that story was definitely interesting.
The acting wasn't great. Again, it had hits and misses, but just overall, I really liked the story. So Atomic Heart was definitely a big winner this year for me too. I really enjoyed that.
Decado, you're not wrong. The type of content that I've accidentally have seen on Twitter about Atomic
Oh,
Heart.
yeah. Of course. Yes.
It's
of
it's definitely quite extreme.
The twins were definitely a fascination for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, beyond.
Some of the cosplay is very well done. I will say that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Again, I'm not ever judgmental about those things. Hello, baby girl. Good morning. I'll help you in a second, okay? All right. Then you had Like a Dragon Ishin that released, shot the Like a Dragon. This is one that I've been thinking about jumping into, just
Game
because does it play the same as the other Yakuza games? I don't think that it does, because I think that you have a gun and stuff in there too.
I haven't gotten to the gun point, but yes, there is that. It is, yes, you have a chance at liking this one more than the other one, Steel, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think it's really cool. The setting is very cool.
I mean, of course, I'm always
going to remember this is basically a remake, because this game originally came out back in the day in Japan only. So this is basically a remake. So, again, either it's really tough because either like you like Yakuza's or you don't, but yeah, it's in Game Pass. So try it out, Steel. I think you have a better chance of liking this one, but the setting, the samurai setting from older times is really well done here. So far, what I played, the couple hours that I played through, really liking what I see. But I like Yakuza's. I like that style. So for me, it was just natural that I would say, oh yeah, no, this is a cool game. But yeah, definitely check it out. Definitely worth a playthrough, or at least a try to see if you like it.
Okay, bet. Shout the Like a Dragon. Then you had After the Fall. VR games. Then you had Altair Breaker.
This was the VR release. This is the VR. Yep. Steel, you got like 30 games to go through.
Yeah, Cities VR. Because Cosmonia's High, Demio, which I heard great things about.
Oh, of Digimon promoting that.
Digimon World Next Order is in between there. That's actually a turn-based game. So
very cool.
For those who are interested in that, Drums Rock, Dyschronia, Chronos Alternate, Fantavision, Gran Turismo 7 VR, Horizon Call of the Mountain, Job Simulator, the 2050 Archives in VR, Jurassic World Aftermath in VR, Kayak VR, Kazuna AI, Moss and Moss, Book 2, NFL Pro Era, No Man's Sky, Pavlov, Pistol Whip, PlayStation VR 2.
VR 2 actually launches. Yay. All right.
Puzzling Places, Resident Evil Village, Res Infinite, Runner, Song in the Smoke, Star Wars, Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, Synth Riders, The Last Clockwinder, The Light Brigade.
You forgot Tentacular and Tetris Effect connected.
My fault.
Okay.
The Tale of Onogoro.
Nice.
Houndsman, Vacation Simulator, What's the Bat, Zenith, The Last City, Zombieland Headshot Fever Reloaded, Blood.
And none of those are being talked about.
No, none of them are being talked about. If they are, maybe I don't have VR. Maybe there's not VR centric podcasts that I tune into, unfortunately.
It don't matter. The PlayStation community went out and bought VR 2 Steel. We knew this was like the big push. These are all exclusives, man.
They're all first party.
So where's the circus talking about these games still? They're not. Again, I think that VR 2 has a chance down the road in the future. And I love to see companies like Sony continue to push forward. But man, oh man, VR 2 did not hit the way that everybody wanted us to believe it was going to. That's for damn sure.
It did not. Then you have Blood Bowl 3.
Love Blood Bowl 3. Tactical football. That's the only problem. I want them to make an action Blood Bowl again. Yeah. I want them to do a full action, I like turn-based, and I played Blood Bowl 1 and 2. Haven't jumped into 3 yet. I always buy them on sale years later when they're super cheap for the whole entire complete package, and I'll play them for a few hours, and I'm like, yeah, I got my fun out of it. I just want them to make a Blood Bowl that's just regular Blood Bowl football action, just like Madden or anything else. bring that back, and I'm all in because I love the orcs, the elves, all that kind of the dwarves, all that shit. It's so cool. It's so much fun.
Absolutely. The Company of Heroes 3
RTS. This was a PC release. We'll get to it later. It launched on console finally. Didn't hit the way. In fact, Relic had layoffs this year, unfortunately, because they did not do a good job on the PC side of things. They didn't give the community exactly what they wanted. I think it plays freaking amazing on console. It's a really cool game, but Company of Heroes 3 is a big IP when you're talking about RTSs, and it disappointed the PC community. And if you disappoint the PC community with an RTS that is beloved, it's not going to go well. So I was disappointed. They continue to support it. They're still working on it. They're still giving updates and expansions on it, but it just didn't hit the way they thought it was going to. And Relic suffered for it, which is sad to hear because, again, I never want to see devs go through layoffs like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Asgard's Wrath 2 on VR, PSVR 2. Gogolpo.
Yeah, that's the new one that came out, that new RPG. That came out, Steel, that a lot of people are saying is the first must-buy VR game because it plays like an open world RPG, and you get to play different gods, basically. And you have RPG. It's straight up RPG elements. You have, attributes, skill trees, all that kind of stuff, loot, weapons, and people are saying that it is the first really great VR experience for a lot of people. So yep, I've heard that one.
Okay. Yep. Then off of that, you then have Gal Guardian's Demon Purge. You got Clive and Wrench, excuse me. Gogol says it's only on MetaQuest 3.
Yep.
A MetaQuest only.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay. Then you had Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. It's a game that I need to download. Kirby. I need to download that at some point.
Fuck that pink guy.
To see what's going on. Shout out to Kirby, man. He's been holding it down.
Fuck that little pink.
Then you
clean ball.
Then you had a game that, for whatever reason, didn't come to the platform that the first game came to. Sure. Octopath Traveler 2.
Correct.
Shout out to Octopath.
Yep, I'll be playing that at some point as well. Love the first one. Excellent games.
Then you had a Destiny 2 Lightfall. This was what solidified to me, although I was already among those lines and kind of out of the doors. But this was definitely the point that solidified to me that Bungie is lost in what they're trying to accomplish.
And obviously one of the disappointments of 2023.
Yeah, definitely should have been
crushed their community.
Definitely
crushed their community. Yeah, for sure.
Then you had Dungeons of Aether on PC. You had Rightmost on Switch and PC. Then Scars Above, which is a game that I consistently keep seeing.
And I mentioned it Steel because I picked it up on sale. I picked it up on sale, Steel. So I did mention it. I put a couple hours into it. AA sci-fi adventure game with crafting, with a little bit of light RPG skill tree elements to it. Go pick it up. I don't know if it's still on sale at this point, but I picked it up for $8 or whatever the hell it was. Not disappointed in the least. It is a very good AA sci-fi game from what I've played so far, very early on. Got a little Metroidvania to it where you got to kind of, upgrade your stuff so that you can pass certain areas or whatever the case may be. Has jump scares to it, Steel. It has some intense battles because they surprise you out of nowhere. The monsters come out of nowhere. And so you got to be ready, but cool concept so far. What I've played, digging the story so far of what I've played. So definitely can recommend Scars Above as far as much as I had. Yeah. It's again, it's AA. So don't expect AAA here, but it's definitely cool. And the combat, I think the combat would be up to par for you in this one. The gunplay feels really good so far.
Yeah. So, whether it's AA or AAA, that really doesn't bother me. I just, as long as it plays good. Yeah. That's the only thing that really matters. Every time that I see it, it reminds me more of Remnant. And the way that it plays. Would you agree with that, or is it a bit faster than Remnant?
No, it plays similar to Remnant, and yes, it does have that element to as well.
Because the
Where
guns
if
react
you do get
to.
if you get killed, you got to go back to your last checkpoint, right?
Okay.
You got to do that kind of stuff. So it does have that to it, but yeah, it plays similar to Remnant in some ways. Yes, I could see that.
That's what I've been kind of seeing. But I mean, not like it's a bad thing, but
No,
yeah, it's interesting.
Movement's not as smooth as Remnant 2.
Okay.
It's more Remnant 1.
Okay.
If you get what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, it's not bad for a first game. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to look at that. It's I know Blind Mephisto was saying it's $10. If it's like that, then damn.
Yeah.
Then you had Street Fighter Duel that released on mobile. Shout out to Street Fighter. Then March.
Take over. You gotta take care of the
yeah, go ahead real quick if you can.
Right. I'll take over. March. Take over March here. Well, I know I hate not having you here because there is. We'll come back when you get done. You come back to this one. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Leap came out, and then we had Ruined King, a League of Legends story. A lot of people were excited for that one, and I don't know how well it did. But League of Legends is still popular, and this was kind of a release people were looking forward to as they do their side stories. And a lot of people say their side stories are awesome. So, but Rune King, a League of Legends story. And then Wolong, a Fallen Dynasty, the one we'll have Steel come back and talk about his experience as well. I did play this for probably, what did I put in? Probably 15 hours, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood. Maybe I'm overestimating, but I think about 15 hours. Really cool game. I enjoyed Wolong. A little bit of Souls to it, obviously. Ninja Gaiden. Obviously, this is a Team Ninja game. So you got that influence there as well. But I liked the world. I liked the levels up. I liked the co-op. Me and Steel did some co-op together. Was done very, very well. Steel got to carry me in his little backpack on his back. But Wolong was definitely worth everybody's price of admission, especially since it was Game Pass day and date. This was one of the big early launches into Game Pass, and I think Wolong hit well enough for a lot of people. Wolong, I still see people bring it up or keep playing it from time to time. So I think Wolong's got the legs that maybe Wild Hearts was looking for, that they didn't get, obviously in that Monster Hunter realm, but Wolong's different, obviously. But I'm just saying that those legs are there for Wolong. I think we might get a Wolong 2 at some point. I think it did well enough for that. So really good. And I'll have Steel give us, because he played a lot more than me, his take on it. Dead Cells Return to Castlevania. Oh man, I love Dead Cells. I do want to play this. This was an expansion, an update. I do want to play this because it looks so damn cool. Dead Cells is a great game, been out for a long time. Everybody should try Dead Cells. If you're into a roguelite type of game, definitely a cool game to try. Outlanders came to PC. Then we had Pronti. We had Clash, Artifacts of Chaos, one of the weirdest freaking games I have ever demoed in my entire life. Hands down, art style, atmosphere, world, all of it just strange. And it's up to you to decide if it's in a good way or a bad way. But again, I can't even describe it. You have to go look at it. It's basically like you're a Frankenstein type zombie kind of character, and you can add like body parts that give you special abilities as you defeat other enemies. It's weird and goofy. I kind of enjoyed the demo, not enough to pick it up, but that did come out at that time too. Indie game, smaller game for sure. Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, one of the scariest games franchises ever created. Fatal Frame, no weapons except a camera. I cannot play Fatal Frames. I've never been able to play Fatal Frames. One of the freakiest things I ever tried in my life. Again, trying to attack ghosts with a camera taking pictures is not my style in any way, shape, or form. Even back in the day when the graphics sucked, it still scared the shit out of me. I can't do it, but Fatal Frame had another launch this year as well. We had IB on Switch. We had No by Heart on Switch. We had Monster Energy Supercross. I don't know how they keep making these games, but this is number 6 in that lineup. A lot of motocross fans still playing these games. Monster Energy Supercross. We had Oni, Road to the B, the Midas Oni. We had Session Skate Sim come out. Tough game. So, that's been out for a while. That came to Switch finally. Before Your Eyes on VR, PlayStation VR. We had DC's Justice League Cosmic Chaos. I didn't even know this launched. I don't even. Oh, this is the kids version. That's right. I do remember this one. So this was the
real
Justice
quick,
League. Yeah, go ahead.
You wanted, because you were speaking on Will Long earlier. And I don't have too much to add on as far as Will Long. Will Long was is a good game. I think it's definitely one of the easier Souls games to play if you're looking for one to jump into. It has one of the most forgivable parry times in one of those games. And I actually think that more Souls games should, at least if there's an accessibility function that you wanted to add, I think that the parry system or the parry timing in Wo Long should be an accessibility feature moving forward. That's how great of a function that it is. And I think it's a good integral piece of that game. But I do hope there's more. They've continuously updated it. They're at 3 DLCs for it. I'll put it to you this way. I thought the game was so good at the time when I played it, because I did beat it. I bought the DLC and it was in Game Pass. So it's still in Game Pass. So you take that for what you will. I've played all the DLCs except the most recent one. That one recently came out. But every time that I go back, I do enjoy myself playing it. Now, will I go back this time? I don't know. I'm playing Skyrim right now, and that's kind of giving me my fix for that third-person open world type game that I'm playing. I have much more interest in, because I know that the story just can get crazy, and the adventure part side of it. But yeah, definitely a big shout out to Wo Long. I think it did something for the Souls community that I think is going to be very special, although it's up and down. It's another one of those that doesn't have really good net code either in it. From the last time that I played it, maybe it's changed since then, because it does have PvP, invasions, and stuff like that in there. But it's a good game overall, especially with it being a Game Pass. But y'all, that's how I feel about that. You wanna pick it, keep going, Pong, or what you want to do? I can pick it up. You muted it. You muted.
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry about that.
Very good.
Let's continue here. High Water on iOS and Android. And then we had the Forest Cathedral come out. And then we had the Legends of Heroes Trails of Azure drop on PlayStation, Switch, and PC. We had the Wreck come out. We had Vulcan, Lords of Mayhem. Almost dove into this.
Yeah.
This is a Diablo game. It's on sale. Almost grabbed it, Steel. Yeah, when I was looking through, when I was trying to decide if I was going to get another Musu fighter, and I wound up picking up Warriors of Orochi 4, Vulcan was in my cart. Like, I was like, do I want to jump into a different Diablo right now? Do I want to play this? Love the dark atmosphere they got going on. It's super dark. I love that. Vulcan was one that a couple people in the community did pick up and had a good time with. It's got its problems, its bugs too. I've read up on it. It does have its bugs, but man, Vulcan is a small Diablo-esque, Diablo influence game. Definitely, I have interest in it. I might pick it up sometime. Vulcan looks cool. Anno 1800, got to shout this out real quick. City Builder. I'm going to get back to this. Ubisoft. This is Anno's been out a long time on PC. Again, we had the resurgence of tactical strategy games, the resurgence of RTSs, and the resurgence of city builders all come to console over these past couple years. Anno 18 is absolutely drop dead gorgeous as a city builder. This is one of those games that actually is kind of when I say graphical showpiece, I say in the genre. Right? A graphical showpiece in the genre. The day and night cycle is beautiful. The nighttime city, when all the lights come on in the buildings, second to none. Just really, really fun time. It is a deeper city builder. It is definitely a lot more a thinking man city builder when it comes to these. Whereas I was talking about Kingdoms and Castles being a light version, this is a deeper version. Campaign is cool. Story is good with it. Ubisoft knocked it out of the park. They've had demos out for this on Xbox as well that you can try it out. But if you're looking for a city builder, Anno 1800 is awesome. They do have paid expansions where you can add. All it is just basically, dress up for your city, right? They have different dress ups for your city. But Anno 1800 is a great game. So I had to shout that one out. Dark Pictures, Switchback for VR. Bayonetta Origins, Syriza and the Lost Demon. This was that very oddball Platinum Games
Yep.
version of Bayonetta that came out where it was like you're a cartoon version of her and you were controlling a spirit more
Her
so
demon.
than her.
Yeah, her
A
demons.
demon. Yeah, her demon, I should say.
It's very similar to now when I look back at it or I've seen some things from it. It's very reminiscent to Bayonetta 3, how the game actually plays, because it's more so Bayonetta 3 instead of controlling Bayonetta, you are more so controlling her demons.
Okay.
That's how they extended the gameplay. They had to make it different. You can still fight with Bayonetta though, but it just gave an additional there.
But this was like a top down.
But yeah, this one was different.
Cartoony version.
It looked interesting. I don't know how it ended up being. What was it? It was rated at almost a 9. So,
which is crazy because we heard nothing about it and nobody played it. So, anyways, it should have come to everything. Again, this is the times when the Switch does hurt exclusives when they're not first party. Because I think that again, Bayonetta 3 would have done better had it been everywhere. But again, they paid for it. It wasn't going to get made otherwise. So they paid for it, so they get the exclusive.
I actually forgot about it.
Yeah,
to be frank.
Yes. Yeah. So did I.
That's what's crazy.
But yeah, Switch third party games have a hard time. It's first party dominated over there a lot, right? So not to say that none are successful, because of course people buy them, but something like this would have been better launching everywhere. WWE 2K23, shout out to all the wrestling fans who keep that going. Remnant from the Ashes #1 came to Switch as they ramped up for Remnant 2. They released it on the Switch, was cool. Both Steel and I like Remnant from the Ashes 1 for sure. Remnant 2 is better. We'll be talking about that here in a little bit. Chia came out for PlayStation 5 as a timed console exclusive. It was on PC as well. I don't think this has been ported yet. Did this come to Xbox yet? No, it did not. Chia might be a full.
That's on PlayStation right now.
Yeah, it's only PlayStation right now, but Chia was one of those indie games that a lot of people were looking forward to. The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution for VR2. Have a Nice Death came out. Altair Ryza 3 Alchemist of the End and The Secret Key, one of those nice big long titles, skipped Xbox, as JRPGs are from certain entities are still want to do. This is sad because it was published by Koei Tecmo. I would hope that the Altair Ryza franchise finally comes to Xbox, but as of right now, this one did not. PlayStation 5 for Switch, and that was it. Storyteller came out for Switch and PC. Resident Evil 4 Remake. Steel, you have not played this yet at all, right? Nope, and neither did I. I have a chance at playing this down the road. I do have an interest in trying it out. They've changed a ton in this game. It was a full remake. I will give them credit for that. Again, I don't think it should have been up for awards, but that's neither here nor there. This hit big once again for Capcom, continuing their string of this phenomenal rise to power yet again from Capcom. Resident Evil 4 considered one of the GOAT games by many people overall throughout gaming history. They did it justice, just like EA did with the Mass Effects. They did even more so with Resident Evil 4. That's why I do want to try it. But obviously it got all of its flowers, had huge sales, won awards. Resident Evil 4 was a big 2023 release.
I'm more of the co-op Resident Evil fan. So it's like 5 to 6.
Yeah, which is weird because nobody likes those, but you. There's a group of you.
I guess. They're terrible.
They're terrible.
Whatever.
No, whatever.
They're a fun time. They're a fun time.
Co-op, I never played them co-op, so I can't.
They're fun time. I really engaged and had a good time with it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't tried them. I don't really have a genuine interest to try them.
Sure. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine.
Maybe if somebody bet me to play it, I'd play it. I don't know.
9 Years of the Shadows showed up on PC. We had Crime Boss, Rockay City.
Blah.
Wow. I don't know who took this game seriously at any point in time, but they did promote it. It had all the old school actors like Chuck Norris in it, amongst many, many others. It came out and it was as expected. Wow. Again, if this gets down super cheap someday, will I probably jump into it, just try it out? Yeah, I probably will. It's one of those weird, wild games that I'll just check out for the hell of it. MLB The Show 23 again showed up everywhere. and in Game Pass, always coming out. Sifu Steel.
Mhm.
Sifu came out. I have now picked it up. I picked up the physical copy on sale from Woot for cheap, because they did add a student level of difficulty. They added accessibility to this game. When this game came out, this was the Souls-like fighter. Like, this was ridiculous. It did hit. And it finally came to Xbox too, because it was for the PlayStation console exclusive. From what I've played so far, I beat the first 3 or 4 bosses, whatever it is, 3 or 4 bosses. Really enjoying it, but I am playing on the easiest level possible, and I still am dying. So again, I'm not that dude who's gonna just bang my head against the wall over and over again. So I needed that easy level, but from what I'm playing it's fucking awesome. The martial arts in it is incredible. Love the hand-to-hand combat. Love the different finishers you can pull off and that kind of stuff. The weapons that you can pick up and use before they break are all cool. They're all unique. I have a great time with those. The impact from the hits, awesome. I really like Sifu. Sifu is cool.
Does Sifu have New Game Plus? I'm not sure if Sifu has New Game Plus. I'm pretty sure that it does, but I haven't gone through it, so I'm not sure.
I believe it does as well, Steel. I'm trying to look it up here. Yeah, I think it does. Let me see here. Yes, it does. It does have a New Game Plus.
Okay, nice.
It does.
So there you go. There's some value to be had in there.
Yes, exactly. Terra Nil came out on PC, iOS, and Android. We had The Last of Us Part 1, a remake for PC, come out on March 28th. Yeah, shout out to that. We had Dredge come out. This is a pretty popular game this year for an indie title. Hit a lot of people the right way. A lot of good talk around this. I do want to play Dredge. It is out on everything. It is a game that's the fishing game turned dark story down the road. From what I've seen, like, it gets weird. Like, it turns out like you're like a regular, fishing game that you think about. You get your boat, you go out in the boat, you're fishing, but you're capturing some really odd fish, and then things take a twist in Dredge. And I think that's what caught people off guard. You got to craft, you got to build up your boat, you got to do all that good stuff. Mm-hmm. I believe you cook your meals in this one too, from the fish that you catch, you sell them. Dredge has got a lot to it. I'm planning on checking it out at some point as well. Big indie release though this year for sure. The Last Worker came out. Citizen Sleeper came out to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 this year as well. Citizen Sleeper, I highly recommend that game as a narrative heavy game with decision making in it. One of the coolest anime art style blends that I've ever seen in a game, because it is in space. It's sci-fi. You're on a space station. It is cool as hell. The story is very interesting. This game has gotten a lot of pub since it released. It's a solo developer as well. He's super happy he released a physical copy of this game. Citizen Sleeper is one that people should pick up eventually if you're into that stuff down the road. Citizen Sleeper came out on PlayStation this year as well. It was out on Xbox last year. It was in Game Pass for a while as well. Cosmonious High came out for the Quest. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. This was a joke indie game that came out for PC that got a little bit of pub just due to the fact that it was the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. I remember when that dropped. Or no, that was Sega. That wasn't even an indie game. That was Sega. Everybody thought it was a joke, right? Yeah, it was Sega. Sega published it. Everybody thought it was a joke. It turned out to be real. Sorry about that. So yeah, The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog came out on PC. Steel, you want to take back over for April?
Yeah, I sure can. For April, you see what's already hinted at with Dead Island 2. You had Creed Rise to Glory. Then you had Grim Grimoire Once More. Then we had Meet Your Maker, which ended up seemed like a very unique game for people. People were liking that, and there's some conversations around that.
Yeah, there was for
basically where you created like a maze for people to go through, and people would see how fast or if they could get through your maze, and you could adjust it and do different things, different levels, all that kind of stuff. It seemed like a really cool concept. Not for me, but cool. I think it would have been cool in third person. But then you had Road 96 Mile Zero. Then you had Batora Lost Haven.
Yep. Played a demo of that as an indie game as well. Something to keep your eye on if you're looking for a smaller game. Again, some people out there just always looking for something. Batora, very cool on the demo. Really liked it. Really cool style.
Then you had Curse of the Sea Rats. Then Everspace 2 released on PC.
Very good. Very good game.
Really good game for those into.
Dropped into Game Pass as well. It might still be in Game Pass as well. On PC, gorgeous. On both. On console, I played it on both now. But Everspace 2, if you like Everspace and you want more of it with a better story than Everspace 1, Everspace 2 is right up your alley. Really good flight mechanics. Once you get them down, you get the controls down. Everspace is a great franchise, and Everspace 2 lived up for me, what I wanted out of it. I think it's a really cool game. So,
yeah, shout out to Everspace for sure. Definitely jump in there if you haven't tried it out. Then you had Paparazzi that released prior on Xbox. So shout out to Paparazzi. I think it released everywhere. Then you had EA Sports PGA Tour. Shout out to PGA.
Shout out to that.
Then you got Sherlock Holmes, The Awakened remake. That's interesting.
Shout out to Sherlock Holmes. They keep pumping out games for that. Telling you. It's weird, but it's crazy. People love them.
Yeah. Then you had Tron Identity. Shout out to Tron.
Mm-hmm.
We need a good real Tron game. Yeah.
Yeah, I've gone back and played that
RPG
360 game early this year. Still, I went back to the old 360 game and played it. It actually had its moments. It's actually a good game.
Tron RPG.
Yeah, Tron RPG would be simply that'd be
crazy. That'd be really cool.
It would be crazy. Yeah, absolutely.
Then you got Ghostwire Tokyo released on Xbox Series X.
Fantastic. This didn't count for this year because obviously it launched PlayStation the year prior, but Ghostwire Tokyo, underrated game from Tango. Not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but open world exploration, extremely fun. Combat, extremely fun, especially once you start powering up. Just a really unique atmosphere that you're not going to see every single day. Love the different ghosts and mythology that were involved with that. I can't say enough about Ghostwire Tokyo. I probably got 50 plus hours into that game this year. Really enjoy my time with Ghostwire Tokyo. Nice. We'll be getting back to it. It's really cool. Yeah.
Nice. Then we had Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. We had Disney Speedstorm, which is a free-to-play game, but you had to pay for the characters and stuff like that. Looks like it's kind of cool, but looks like Fortnite's trying to work for that mantle. So we'll see how that goes. Then we had God of Rock. Shout out to that. And we had Minecraft Legends. You guys jumped into there for a bit.
We did.
Supposedly, it didn't end up being everything that it needed to be.
It's an RTS Lite. So it's an introduction to RTSs. If you've got kids who love Minecraft that want to get an idea of what RTSs are like, have them jump into Minecraft Legends. For what it is, still, it's a good game. It just, for those of us that are RTS veterans, and again, for me, I have zero interest in Minecraft whatsoever. It's not going to hold you for long in most cases, unless you are a Minecraft fan. But for what it was, good game, and definitely introduces the RTS to a new generation. So,
okay. Nice. Yep. Then you got Puzzle Quest 3. For those interested in that.
Awesome. Love Puzzle Quest.
You got the Mage Seeker, a League of Legends story.
Another side one for League of Legends that I was talking about earlier.
Then we got Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Series on the PlayStation 4 and Switch, which is now being rumored to possibly release on Xbox this year, maybe.
It's better. This is one of those ones they better include in that group that they said that they are going to bring to Xbox, with the new deal, or with Phil shaking hands with the new CEO. This should be one of the easiest ports for them to do. Bring it over to Xbox. This needs to be on Xbox.
1,000%. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach was released to Switch.
Christ.
And then we got Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores.
The expansion.
Shout out to the expansion for Horizon.
Hey, we just found out how much Zero Dawn sold Steel back in the day, and that was pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, apparently Horizon is one of the best-selling games
of all time for PlayStation.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's one of the most boring games, but the best one.
I like Horizon, so screw off. It's not boring at all. You guys just don't know.
No, I just
games when you play them.
Yeah, that's what it is. No, I gave it 10 hours for me. I think it's more so being in a space where think I was expecting one, maybe for it to do something different, or maybe it just didn't grab me in the 10 hours that I played it. And that's why I haven't been back to it. I don't know what it is. It's something in between there, but I could be honest and say I just didn't give it fair enough shake, because I could see me possibly getting into it more. But when there's
you level up and skill up and you get your
you get strong,
steel,
and I can tell
fighting Dinobots will never get old to me. It's freaking awesome.
I mean, but that's why I was interested in the multiplayer game that they were going to do. I think it doesn't have to look like Horizon, how it currently looks. If they're going to go more of I don't think it was going to quite look like Fortnite either. But
it's close.
I mean, that's just the art direction. That's just the whatever. The initial idea that they're going for. I'm pretty sure they were going to make it a little bit more realistic than that. But either way, I was excited for the idea of that, because I do think that would be fun. Maybe it's just a headspace thing. We'll see. Shout out to Horizon and what it's brought. So it's definitely a pretty game.
Yes,
definitely a pretty game.
No doubt.
Then you had Tesla Grad 2.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had Tesla Grad Remastered.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had Coffee Talk Episode 2.
Mm.
And yeah, Tim, boring and pretty. I mean, that could be the case. that definitely could be the case. Again, I'm easily entertained. So
every game will be a 7 above most times for me. So that's just where I'm at. I loved Horizon. And I will be playing Forbidden West at some point.
Then we got didn't I just say Coffee Talk? Yeah,
Lost Epic is next one. Yep.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Oh, I just scrolled past that shit. Damn. Yeah. So Lost Epic, and then we got Outer Terror for PC.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got Super Meat Boy Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Then Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp on Switch.
Great fucking game. Shout out to Grub, who loves it as well. Great game. One of the few games I did play on Game Boy, just because I stole it from the kid because it's so damn good. Tactics, turn-based, battle.
Shout out to Advance Wars.
Yeah.
Then we did Island 2, which is apparently a very looked over game. It came out at a high quality, and probably one of the better games that released this year.
So. Development hell, 3+ different dev studios working on it, and it turns out to be one of the most polished release games of 2023. Ridiculous. Crazy. But I'm going to be playing this at some point. I can't wait.
Then we had After Image.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to that. Then Strayed Lights.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had Desta, The Memories Between. That was on Switch and PC. Yep. Then we got Honkai's Star Rail. Shout out to Honkai. Then the Centennial Case, a Shinjima story. Released on all mobile devices. We got Bramble, The Mountain King, which was another sleeper, I believe.
Go play. Caught a little bit of fire on Xbox when it dropped in the Game Pass. Go play Bramble. If you're looking for a dark, twisted fantasy world involving children's tales, Bramble will surprise the hell out of you. And some scenes in that are absolutely drop dead gorgeous, unbelievably so. A really cool game. Bramble is a really cool game. Then
we got Kazuna AI, Touch the Beat. Lego Brick Tales, Live Alive, Omega Strikers, The Last Case of Benedict Fox, which apparently wasn't as good as anticipated. Apparently,
not polished.
From what was said, I haven't played it. I have heard some good things, and I've heard some not so good.
Cool
things.
Story, cool characters, cool art design. Has bugs. Didn't come out as polished as people thought it would. Had a lot of steam behind it. I still think it's got, potential and something that people should try, but certainly did not turn out the way people thought it would.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Disappointment, easy. Yep.
Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak then released. That was already out, but it was coming to the new consoles. So shout out to that. Yep. And Star Wars Jedi Survivor. This is probably my sleeper hit for the year for sure. Mainly because I put it in the sleeper position because of the issues that it had. It was very high on my list, and it has been high on my list for the majority of the year. I am still very high on the game, but I like to be completely honest in my conversation and tell. Every time that I talk about Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I tell people I played it on PC, and I didn't have the same amount of issues that everybody else did. There were certain parts that I knew were extreme problems, like the main one of the main planets that you land on, where you have like the bar and all that stuff. I forget the name of it right now, but that place was completely terrible for performance. I did not like going there a lot of the times because of how hard it tanked the frames, and that was on a 3080 Ti. I know it's not a 4000 series card. It shouldn't have to be on a 4000 series card. The game was known for bad performance. So it's a sleeper hit for me. I enjoyed it, but damn, this game was criminally overrated because of the bugs, unfortunately.
One of the ones that was forgiven, Steel.
Yeah. But definitely shout out to Star Wars. So Jedi Survivor was everything that it needed to be in every way on the story side. Made me care about the character and Cal even more. Made him more believable as far as his iteration of Star Wars goes. The story was great. The performances were great. Some of the I'm not going to give no spoilers, but shout out to the game. It was good.
Yep, I'll try it when it comes to EA Play.
For sure. Then in May, you start off with Age of Wonders 4. Shout out to Age of Wonders.
Shout out to Age of Wonders, personal favorite of the year. Again, grand strategy, 4X strategy. It's probably 4X strategy more so than grand strategy, but 4X strategy game. Big release for them, for that studio. Age of Wonders has always been big on PC. Again, bringing it to console for the first time ever. There's been other side versions of Age of Wonders that have come to console, but this was the first mainline that came to console. I bought it day one, full price, bought the big edition for all the expansions. I'm going to get back to it again. I put a lot of hours in when it first came out. If you like 4X strategy, Age of Wonders is absolutely incredible. So much customization, so many different civilizations to pick from, set in a fantasy realms, with magic and all. Freaking amazing. Just great tactics, great strategy involved. It's a blast. It's one of my highlights of the year for sure. Age of Wonders 4. Yep.
Then we had Redfall, which was very controversial this year.
Yep.
A lot of issues. Again, the game seems to be in a better position now.
It is.
I lost time in it. Well, me and Pong both lost time in it. I'm not interested in going back. I think Pong has revisited with Mav since. They said it was playing better, so there's that.
It was playing a lot better. Mav and I had a great time in co-op. If you have any interest in Redfall still, I suggest you go play it. Playing great on Xbox. Played it on PC with Steel first when we lost our time. Played it with Mav on Xbox. Playing really great. They fixed a lot of the stuff. They continue to work on it. It only keeps getting better and better. The loot is fun to find. Again, Mav and I had a great time. We played 5 hours straight, I think, the day that we did pop it back in. Nice. So, Redfall is definitely in a better spot. And the fact that they continue to work on it, hats off. Not a lot of publishers would have abandoned that game immediately. A lot of people think they should have. But listen, it's going to live on forever in Game Pass. It's always going to be available. It's got Xbox on it. The fact that they're working on it and going to try to get it into a better shape, again, props to them for doing it. Arcane is one of those studios that does take pride in their work, and they want to make sure they try to get it into the best possible spot. So definitely something you can go play now. And I definitely think you can find some fun. It was the greatest game ever. No, still has issues. Yes. But as just a pure fun game, especially co-op, go play it. It's really cool. Some people even I've seen out there still saying it's their game of the year. So, again, there's people that find fun in it. Go try it out. Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that. Shout out to Redfall. Then let's see. Whoa, it was all over the place. Okay, there we go. Grindstone released. Then we got Super Dungeon Maker on Switch and PC. Shout out to that. Ravenlock was another one that hit big for the community. It's a rogue light, I believe.
Voxels. It's got the voxels. So it's got the little blocks. That's what everybody's made up of. That's the world's made up of is voxels.
It's different.
Super cool.
I'm thinking about a different game.
Yeah, you might be thinking about.
Yeah, I'm definitely was thinking about the different.
You're talking about Flintlock, which hasn't come out yet.
No,
no,
I'm still thinking about something else. It was another game. It was a game where you could turn into a crow and then
Oh yeah, no, that you're taking you're going back 2 years now?
Was
A
that-
year, 2
was
years,
that-
2
was that
years.
that long
Yeah,
ago?
yeah. Death
'Cause it was
Door
like a
is what
double
you're
A-
thinking of.
No,
Death
it was
Door?
a double A
No?
game. It was a double A
Oh,
game.
okay.
It was third person. It's action oriented. It was a roguelike.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, no, not
you
this game.
you can turn into a crow and then turn
Oh.
out of a crow.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
Because you
Death Door
turn into a
immediately.
crow to like move around the world and whatnot.
No.
But anyway,
I can't. Anyways, but yeah, no, Ravenlock is good, and it did get some steam when it showed up on Game Pass. So
Absolutely.
Phil was playing it for a while. A lot of people were. I tried it out for a while. It's a cool little game.
it's
Cool
basically a
little
play
game.
on Alice in Wonderland. So shout out
Yeah.
to that.
Yep. Exactly.
Then we had the Dark Pictures anthology Man of Medan.
Mm-hmm.
After that, then we had Hogwarts Legacy that released on last gen, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and actually was decent quality. So shout out to that for the people who were playing on those consoles. Then we had Darkest Dungeon 2, released on PC.
Beloved franchise, absolutely. People weren't as excited about Darkest Dungeon 2 once it released as they were about Darkest Dungeon 1, but they just gave you more of the same. So if you like Darkest Dungeon 2 is worth it.
Okay.
For sure.
Then we had Weird West. So shout out
Got
to
the
Weird
update.
West. That got some. That apparently got some good love too. Now,
That was the update. This was
Oh,
the
that was the
update.
update?
It had
Okay.
already been out. Yeah, it had already been out. Yeah, I just picked that up on sale too because it's no longer in Game Pass. Weird
Nice.
West is a game. Absolutely highly recommend Weird West.
nice.
Freaking excellent game. Yes.
Then we had Wise 9, Monstrum Nox on PlayStation 5. Then we got The Lord of the Rings, Heroes of Middle Earth on mobile. We got Death Retreat. That's on everything. We got Marvels of Midnight Suns. This released on past gen.
Last
So
year.
that's
Yep.
it was already a
Game,
release
go
prior.
buy it, go play it. It's constantly on sale. Get the ultimate edition worth every single one of your pennies when it's on sale for $25 or $28 for the ultimate edition. Midnight Sun should be played by more people. It's a freaking fantastic game. COG has sold more copies than they themselves did. It's worth it. Me, Mav, COG, we all give our thumbs up. Many people jumped in. We gave away copies last week still.
Yep.
Midnight Suns is definitely something, or 2 weeks ago. Midnight Suns should definitely be, again, if you have any interest, go pick it up on sale. It's always on sale now.
1,000%. Pong and Steel, you skipped over a horror game. Okay, I'm always gonna skip over a horror game.
We did not skip over a horror
Alright,
game.
we didn't- I didn't. I mean, if you meant in the list, we didn't skip anything
Yeah.
here. But like, if you're talking about
Yeah.
like overall, yeah, of
Yeah.
course. I'm not playing that. Then The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom released, and again, we found out that it's exactly what we thought. It's Breath of the Wild
Yeah. Expanded.
DLC.
Yeah.
Which
is fine.
Again, is what it is.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's
It's Nintendo.
number 2. So shout out to that.
Yep.
Then Trackmania released. Shout out to
Yep.
that. And we got Humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Ritmos or Rightmos.
Yeah. I hope Humanity comes to the Xbox. I want to play that game.
And we got Firmament. Shout out to that.
See and Mac. All right. Let's go. Mac getting their game.
We got Lego 2K Drive, which
some people
was
really had a fun time with.
kind of overlooked. Yeah, it seemed like it was going to be a good time. I was interested in it. I never ended up jumping in.
Neither did I.
Because it didn't seem like it was enough of what I remembered from the Lego game on Nintendo 64, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, then we had Inkbound, After Us, Bread and Fred. Shout out to that. We got Convergence, a League of Legends story. We got Farming Simulator 23. Miasma Chronicles. Shout out to Miasma
Gonna get
Chronicles.
to that one. It's on my list. It's on my list. Tactic strategy game. Let's go.
Planet of Lana, which was another one that was a standout for the year.
Gorgeous. Played a few hours of it, a couple hours of it. Gorgeous game.
We got Star Trek Resurgence. I think Jasper.
Shout
jumped
out
in
to
this.
Jasper. Yeah, he did a whole stream, man. I was in that stream with him. It was a dead day at work, and I was giving him a hard time for some of his decision making. Star Trek Resurgence, really well written from what I watched Jasper play, and I watched Jasper play for a few hours. So, Star Trek fans, yeah, it's a game you should probably play. Really, really cool game.
Fights in Tight Spaces. There you go. Then you got Hello Neighbor Search and Rescue
Shout
for
out to Hello
VR
Neighbor.
and just for VR. And then you had Maquette on Switch.
Yeah.
Maquette,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yep.
Then we got the Case of the Golden Idol.
Mm.
You got the Game of the Year, the Lord of the Rings Gollum.
Game I said early on, no thank you, and it turned out to be one of the worst of the year.
Once they changed the art direction, there was no way.
No.
Yeah. Nope. Once we saw that second trailer, there was no way.
And I feel for the devs because a lot of devs lost their jobs over that game. That studio closed up, I believe. After that, just no business making that game. Nope.
It's too bad. Then you had Proto Droid Delta. Okay. You got Chicory, Colorful Tale. Shout out to Chicory. I heard some people had some fun with that. Then you got Company of Heroes 3 that dropped on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Plays excellent. Mav and I jumped into it, played some matches. Excellent game. World War II RTS. Let's go. Plays well on console.
Shout out to that. Then we got Friends of Friends on PC. Friends versus Friends, excuse me. Then you got System Shock on PC.
Another remake. I want to get into this as well. It should be coming. Did it drop on consoles yet? I don't think so. Was consoles delayed till 2024? I think. Want to play this. System Shock is the original, for people who don't know, the original inspiration behind BioShock and Ken Levine and what he created with BioShock. System Shock is a classic PC game, psychological horror, sci-fi atmosphere, really cool. System Shock is definitely one I'm going to be picking up when it drops on consoles at some point. So for sure.
All right. And then we go into June. And we start off with Away, the Survival Series. We got Etrian Odyssey, or Origins Collection. Shout out to Etrian Odyssey.
Picking this up on PC at some point. I love Etrian Odyssey. Pointed out every time. Classic dungeon crawler. Gotta love them. At least I do.
Then we got Killer Frequency. We got Skatebird. We got Street Fighter 6, which I thought was going to do actually much better than it did this year. Shout out to Grub, but he thought that if Tekken would have released this year, that it would have been overshadowed by all the other fighters that released this year.
Grub's out of his lane. Grub's out of his lane. Again, there's already whispers that Tekken 8 is going to be Game of the Year early contender.
I think we'll get into it, but I think when Tekken releases in January, it's going to knock people's socks off.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
It's going to blow any other fighter that released this year out of the water from what I've seen thus far, especially with accessibility. It's crazy.
We better pick up this list. We always do this. We do this with shows too. When we do this list, we're already 4.5 hours in, brother.
We're definitely going to start rolling through here. Oh, good. Let's roll through there. So we got Street Fighter 6, shout out to that. Super Mega Baseball, We Love Katamari, Amnesia, shout out to that, got some love. Diablo 4.
You've heard our praise for Diablo 4 time and time again. Absolutely. Diablo 4 is, for us, the story definitely lived up. They had their problems. They are fixing their problems. They're working on their problems. They've done a lot to fix Diablo 4. It is a blast to play. We had a lot of good times with it, but the story is phenomenal. I can't wait for the expansion next year.
Absolutely. Well, knowing that we need to pick up the pace bit here, and going down every one of these names can be a bit boring. I'm just going to kindly slowly go through the list.
6 months.
Yeah, we've already done it for 6 months. Let's do it we're not going to do it for the back half. It's all good. Screw those last 6 months.
But that's where the stuff really picks up too. We're going to get more. The back half is where we got a lot of games.
So I'll just do this. We had Harmony. We got MotoGP 23, Dordogne, excuse me. BattleBit Remastered, which was another big one for the year. At least
for a while on PC. Yeah, you guys were playing it. Yeah.
I didn't play it, but Jasper did.
Jasper did. Yeah.
You got Crime Boss released on Rocket City for PS5 and Series X. You got Jack Gian for Switch. Layers of Fear 2023. Proto Corgi, F1 23, Park Beyond, Aliens Dark Descent.
Another one I gotta get to.
Shout out to Aliens Dark Descent. Yeah.
So much. I almost picked that up on sale too. It's on sale for $25 right now. God damn it. I need to play. Keep going.
Crash Team Rumble. Another good one. Rogue Legacy 2. Solstice, where that one was good.
Did you play Solstice?
Yes, I did play Solstice.
Yeah.
I put there's too many games to play. I put it down. It's really good. It's a good game though. Pikmin 1+2. Dr. Fetus, Mean Meat Machine. Whoa,
balls.
And you had Final Fantasy 16.
Big game for PlayStation this year. Big game for Square.
It's up and down.
Some people really love it. Some people said, nah, not Final Fantasy, not RPG anymore. Action.
Yeah.
So, yep. But gorgeous looking game. I will say.
Looks good. Yeah. Well, I'm interested when it comes to PC. Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, Sonic Origins Plus, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed single player, Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life, Dave the Diver, another big
huge
game for the year.
Mav's playing it right now, and he says it's pretty damn good. Not addicting, but it's pretty good. He's playing on Switch, I believe. So,
nice. Yep, you got AEW Fight Forever. Shout out to AEW. You got Dead Cells, PlayStation 5. Mun Dawn, whatever that is. The Lara Croft Collection, shout out to that, came to Switch. Crime O'Clock. Everybody Want to Switch. Front Mission First Remake. Shout out to Front
Mission. Gotta buy that too. Shout out to Front Mission. Mech Tactics. Let's go.
You got Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective. Shout out to Ghost Trick. You got Goodbye World. And then you got Master Detective Archives Raincode. To go into July, you got Garbage Pail Kids, Guilt, Death Retreat, The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Into Reverie, Bug Snacks came to iOS, Death Retreat came to Switch, Lost in Play, Mordau came to everything, Oxenfree 2, Gravity Circuit, Dragon Quest Treasures, Exo Primal.
We had a good time with Exo Primal.
Had a good time with that.
Absolutely.
Lost its
game I can play
with me. But
Steel, I could be number one in Exo Primal. Gotta say, it's got to be one of the best games of 2023. Any multiplayer game that I can finish number one consistently on. Let's go. Exo Primal, extra bonus treats for me.
Pong went to win number one so many times. He said the game was boring. He said he got tired of it. So I tried to tell him he should start teaching classes. He didn't want to learn something. Anyway, then from there you had Rocket Blade Point coming to PlayStation 5, which has been really dope. That game has gotten more and more traction. They're supposed to have a mech event that's going to happen soon. That's probably when I'll jump back in, just because I'm biased and I can't help myself. Well, there's that. But Rock is a good game. Shot to Pokemon Go also. Then you had Toem, Viewfinder, Maquette, Might and Magic, Pikmin 4, that was a good one for that year, for that month. Then we had Remnant 2, that was our standout for that month for sure.
Absolutely sleeper, should have won awards more than it did. Again, if in a different year, Remnant 2 I think would have picked up more awards.
I think so.
Remnant 2 is definitely a game that Steel and I will highly recommend. I even could play it Souls-like, but I could play it in single player, but we did co-op is a different experience. It's a lot of fun. If you got a couple people to get together with. Me, Steel, and Jasper had a freaking blast playing Remnant 2. One of the most creative stories, one of the most creative games that I've seen in a long time, just from how it's set up. Like I said, it's like a choose your own adventure. When you walk through a portal, you have no idea what type of world you're walking into. Like crazy dynamic there. Yep. Like you in a gilded out, gold encrusted castle, and you step through a portal and then you're in a wasteland. Like it's insane how the mind trip it takes you on. Remnant 2, definitely highly recommended here. Definitely probably top 5, for sure top 10 this year, but definitely top 5 for me. I think Remnant 2 was amazing.
Yeah.
Even though the end boss is cheese as fuck and end boss is ridiculous.
Oh, and apparently there's a, if Mav ever wants to play, there's a mod where you can have up to 16 players.
Oh, nice.
So
that sounds kind of cool.
If that's something that we ever want to look into.
Yeah. Because we still have to play the expansion, by the way, too.
Yes, we do.
You have a download. Yes,
we do. All right. Then
Ratchet and Clank.
Ratchet and Clank. I do still have this one on the back burner. This one is more so for my wife than anything. So I never had an affinity for Ratchet and Clank. I did play a little bit of it. I played about a couple hours. And yeah, it's a quality game. It's cool. It's has a lot of that Pixar type feel to it. And I think it's cool. It's interesting. Not for me though. Kogel said you guys won Remnant 2. Wow. So hardcore. What do you mean? One Remnant 2 mean beat Remnant?
Yeah, we did. We did.
Actually,
the last boss took us forever.
Actually, come to find out,
yeah,
over the weeks after, we literally did almost everything in Remnant. At the time,
a lot of it we didn't do all the secret.
We were probably
where you get secret weapons.
We were probably at like about 70-80%.
There's tons of secrets in that game. There's tons of secrets in that game.
Bunch of stuff.
Yeah. But the last boss, literally, I was to the point I'm almost quitting. I was like, we're not going to do this. It took us freaking ever. We did. Yep, we did.
Then we had Double Dragon Gaiden: Rise of the Dragons. Shout out to Double Dragon. And we got Return to Monkey Island on mobile. Excuse me. Then we got Roblox on the Quest. We got the Entropy Center. I got The Expanse, a Telltale series. That was a good one for this year.
Yeah, I want to check that one out soon at some point too.
A lot of people said good stuff about that. You had The Room VR, Disney Illusion Island, F1 Manager 2023, Venba. Gogol says, how many hours? How many hours did I put in the Remnant? What did I, because I played it on console.
What did we put in? We probably put in 30 plus.
I say we probably got at least 50 hours in.
Yeah, we probably got at least that in. Yeah.
Probably at least. It wasn't bad at all. And that's like a playthrough and a half, maybe.
Yeah. It
took one good full playthrough, like where we really
2 hours
took our time
to beat the final boss somewhere in that neighborhood.
And we really like took our time with the rest of the game too. So went back to areas. We did a lot. So I would say we put at least 50 hours in there for sure. I would say. What else? We got The Room VR, Disney Illusion Island, F1 Manager, Venba. Got that. And we got August, Colossal Cave.
Venba was a big indie release this year too.
Oh, nice.
Was up for awards and stuff too, for diversity awards and stuff for presenting a family, Indian family.
Yes.
So yes, supposed to be really good.
Yeah, Gogo. That's without like min-maxing and everything. Cause that's another thing that Remnant is also about. It's just getting the best build possible that you can find and playing with stuff. So that's just a good playthrough, right? So, but you had the Colossal Cave in August, then you had Ritmos, and then we got Baldur's Gate 3 on PC.
Generational. Picked it up on PC day one, as you all know. Like I said, put 60, 70 hours into it, not even through the first area, because that's how I play games. Generational type game, took CRPGs to a whole nother level that we've never seen before. Really reinvigorated. I think that a lot of people who said they weren't into turn-based found out that they were into that game, at least turn-based, and tried it.
Oh yeah, they were into it.
Yeah. So yeah, for a lot of different reasons, but again, just on a different level when you're talking about CRPGs. Larian has now earned its spot as one of the biggest and baddest RPG studios out there. They deserve all the flowers. They deserve all the awards that they got. That game is ridiculous. It's on a different level. So yeah, like I said, without Starfield being here this year, that would have been my number one game. But Baldur's Gate 3 is a generational game as well.
Definitely shout out to Baldur's Gate for sure. All right, then we had Gord, then Tower of Fantasy coming to PlayStation 5. It's a good game, but it's definitely, I think it's on its legs, but we'll see. Then you had 30 XX or 3020, maybe. Then we got Atlas Fallen. Shout out to Atlas Fallen. It was a really good. Atlas Fallen was a really good game.
Yeah, you played this. Yeah,
Atlas,
you got the code.
Yes, I did. I made a stream about it, talked about it, and everything. Gave my views about it. After beating Atlas Fallen, I definitely want to say that it is a really good game with the worst ending I've ever seen in a game.
Oh,
very abrupt. Very.
They feel like they just cut the story off because they had to, because they cut the game.
They
were done.
Something like that. You get all of this buildup and it doesn't pay off. At least in a power fantasy, in a kind of way, right? Where it's like you get up to this point, you're like, man, yeah, I did all this work and I'm feeling really good, and I've gotten used to the combat and the traversal feels good. Man, I feel strong. I feel like I'm really gonna be able to fight this boss. And you get to the boss and you fight the boss and you're like, man, hell yeah, this is a good fucking fight. Yeah, this is gonna be something. There's gonna be a lot to go through this. And then you finish the fight and you're like, there's not more? What? There's not gonna be any more fighting? There's not more story to have here? So for me, I would say the game was treading to be almost a 9, an 8, definitely an 8 at least. And after the ending, I'm on the edge of giving it. I'm on the edge to give it a 6, but I'm gonna give it a 7 to settle in for sure. It was a good game. It was a good game overall. I really enjoyed it. Really like what they did with it. Hopefully they get greenlit for a second game. Because I would really love to see what they can do with a fleshed out story, expand on the cosmetics, the powers, all of it. So it's definitely one of the better combat focused games that have released within the last decade, I think.
Sanchez MTZ Gaming reminded us, Steele, that we did actually stream that last boss battle during Remnant 2.
Oh, did we? I forgot.
We were streaming. We were streaming that. So people who were tuned in, like Sanchez said, it was epic. From a frustration level point. Oh my God, man, it was crazy.
I said we had it. Crazy. It's all good. We had it. We made it work. Death after death. We made it work. We stuck it out. And then watching other people go through that and they're fucking doing it the first time. Decado says they played the first Ascended beta and gave up after story wise. It's kind of how it feels. All right. Then where do we leave off from there? Why did I end up here? Okay, no, I'm good. Then we had Stray that came to Xbox. Shout out to the Cat Game of the Year. They released the previous year, but then it came to Xbox and it got no real talk. But it is what it is. Then we got Stray Gods, the role playing musical. We got House Flipper in VR, Everspace 2 on the console. That was a good release. Again, if you got it on console, if you can get it on console, definitely recommend it. Hammerwatch moving out to Wayfinder. This is a game that was extremely disappointing for me up front. I've heard that it has gotten better since the updates and everything, and it's seemingly in a pretty decent place. So shout out to that. Hopefully it releases on all platforms, but I don't think it's going to be a placeholder for MMOs for me. The next MMO that I'm thinking about giving time to is Final Fantasy 14. So, and I've been debating because I got to download it on PC. I've been debating going back and forth with that. Then we got Red Dead that had nothing done to it, and also Undead Nightmare that released with it. So shout out to that. I got Shadow Gambit, Vampire Survivors that came to Switch.
Shadow Gambit's got to be another overlooked game. That studio shut down as well, but Shadow Gambit from another turn-based tactics game, high reviews, very good reviews, just didn't sell well. Is a game on my list for sure. Talked to a couple people in the community who have played it, who said it's worth every single penny. So again, another turn-based strategy game that I need to jump into at some point.
Nice.
There's so many now. God, man, it's crazy.
Then we got Vampire Survivors that released on the Switch. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Again,
Jet Set spiritual successor. Yeah, let's go. At some point, I want to play that, but now we got word that Jet Set's coming back too. So let's go.
There's that. Then we got NFL Madden. Oh, you already know how that goes. Then the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I heard that game was actually
some people really liked it. Yep.
And we got Age of Empires 4.
Got to play more of it. I haven't played as much of Age of Empires 4 as we did Age of Empires 2, but it is still currently downloaded on the hard drive. Age of Empires 4 is another great port. And again, bring those RTSs on. Shout out to everybody that's involved with that. It's freaking fantastic. So good.
We got Fort Solace. When we got Immortals of Avium, Marvel Snap, Smurfs Cart, WrestleQuest, Blasphemous 2. We got some good credibility this year too.
Yep.
Curse Crackers. There you go. Firewall Ultra on VR.
Take that in a different way.
Yeah, I bet. Then Human.
Would you call me Steel?
A cursed cracker. Then we got Humankind. Then we got Unpacking on mobile, which is that's a pretty fun game. My game of the year, personally, Armored Core 6: Fire of the Rubicon, has apparently started the mecha renaissance for this year. Really dope to see. Selling as well as it did and doing all the things that it needed to. So that's awesome. Touches my heart. Crossfire, Sierra Squad. That
another one that people promoted. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, yes. Continue.
Goodbye Volcano High.
Oh my God.
Paul's game of the year.
Classic. Yep.
Rhapsody, Moral Kingdom Chronicles. We got Samba de Amigo, Party Central. Sea of Stars. Shout out to everybody who's loving Sea of Stars. That's Psycho's game of the year. We got Under the Waves.
Yes. Sea of Stars is even picking up steam still. I see more people playing it now. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Then we got Somerville.
Finally came to PlayStation.
The Big Con. The Medium came to Mac. Interesting. Trine 5, A Clockwork Conspiracy.
Shout out to Trine. Continues to roll on.
Then you had that 30XX come to Switch.
September we're in now, by the way.
Yep, in September. Sorry. Excuse me.
Nope, no problem.
And then we had Bomb Rush Cyberpunk come to everything. Then Chance of Senar, Rune Factory 3 Special. Shout out to Rune Factory. Baldur's Gate 3 on PlayStation 5. Starfield.
My game of the year, game of the generation. Don't think I need to talk about it. Everybody knows. Who knows?
We've had plenty of.
If you love it or hate it, keep talking about it. Starfield is gonna be around for a very long time, folks. So glad this came out.
The game's going to be dead in 2 weeks, Paul.
Yeah. Obviously,
nobody's going to be
writing articles about it.
Nobody's talking about Starfield, Paul.
I know.
This player base is dwindling, and because we care about player base in single player games now all of a sudden.
Thank you, Todd, for exceeding my expectations.
Then we got Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis on mobile. King's Bounty 2.
Update, current gen. King's Bounty 2, AA. Didn't do so well when it came out. Had some promise. I've got it. I own it. I played it for a bit. Cool RPG. Got the current gen patch. So
okay. Then we got Fae Farm. Shout out to you fairy lovers out there. NBA 2K24. Synced, released on PC. Synced is a good game. I've been playing it since the closed beta, and it didn't have enough staying power for me. Again, there's other games to play out there, so that's the biggest thing. But I do like the concept of it. It does have PvE in there now. This is another one of those games that hopefully releases the multiple platforms, and maybe that would help. But again, maybe they need some. Maybe they need some funding that they're not currently getting. So we'll see how things go. Then we had Eater Nights, which is supposed to be an action-based romance game.
Yep.
From what I understand, it's a dating sim, but is action-based. So I've heard up and down things about this too. I've been interested in trying it, although it's not typically something that I would get into, but because of the action, it looked really dope to me. But again, I've heard up and down things about it. I don't know. Some people say it's good. Some people say it's not. There's not enough of the combat in there. So then we got Myth Force Nor.
Myth Force had some steam too. Cool. Yep, that was the 80s cartoon style anime roguelite dungeon crawler. Definitely looks damn cool. I've read the reviews. Bugs, not polished, held it back. But Myth Force is hopefully they fix it because it's one I want to jump into. Looks like 80s hand-drawn freaking animation. Looks so dope.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, Decado. Romance, it's like you're building relationships with the different people that you have in the game. I don't essentially you're trying to become girlfriends, boyfriends, stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played the game myself. It looks interesting, but I haven't played it. All right. Then we got Nor, Play With Your Food, Super Bomberman R2, shout out to Bomberman, Gunbrella, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the hidden area of treasure of Area Zero. Shout out to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I'm not going to play another Pokemon game for some time. Teal Mask, Ad Infinitum, Axolotl. I think that's the Axolotl game with the gun. Deceit 2, Dune Spice Wars. That is the RTS or the strategy one. That's on PC. F-Zero 99. Monster Hunter Now, which apparently is getting a lot of praise. A lot of people are liking that. Solar Ash, The Crew Motorfest, which got some big ups this time around. We'll see how consistent it is. It is on everything, so there's a big thing for that. And that's what I see from a lot of people. Oh, we don't have Horizon, but we got Motorfest, so more people are playing Motorfest. So we'll see. Then Thunder Ray, Trombone Champ. I know that's Mavs Game of the Year. Then we had Batten Kados 1 and 2 HD Remastered. Gloomhaven, Lies of P. Shout out to Lies of P dropping in the Game Pass. Really hitting the mark. Brand new IP coming out of nowhere. I think Lies of P does a lot of things well. I have not fully completed Lies of P yet, but I'm about 3/4 of the way through it. And I was really having a fun time with it. It's definitely on the harder side of Souls-like games. But I love the art style. I love from what I've seen from the ending, I like the direction that they're going, and hopefully they continue with it, right? So then we got Mortal Kombat 1. This one, I'm not going to say that I regret getting Mortal Kombat 1. I don't regret it. It's a really good game, but I'm not going to play it. I've played through half the story. It's interesting, and I was having fun with it, but I'm not going to play it. So just to be completely honest with myself, I'm at a point right now with fighting games to where, as cool as they are, I'm not going to dedicate time to them. And that's my problem, right? Like maybe I'll start becoming like more like Pong, where get them on sale. But unless it's certain ones, which Tekken is that certain one, and maybe because I've been waiting for Tekken, that why I feel this way, and no other fighters necessarily hitting just right for me. Tekken 8 is across the board the main fighter that I'm looking for. Unless we get another Soul Calibur, that'd be the only other thing that I'm like, I need that. I'm going to be putting some time into it and focusing in and really having fun. So, then we got You Suck at Parking, Moonstone Island, Party Animals. That was a good time. Played that with my daughter a bit. Got a lot of fun with that. Days of Doom, Payday 3. I haven't heard nothing about Payday 3 since it released.
Because it came out broken.
I heard about the performance issues.
Yes.
It's not good. Resident Evil 4, Separate Ways DLC. Shout out to Ada carrying that DLC because she's not bad looking. Then Tangled Tower, I heard it was also pretty good. So then Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. Shout out to
the final form of Cyberpunk finally arrives, and I can't wait to jump into it. I can't wait. It's gonna be so much fun.
Then you got El Paso, Elsewhere. You got Miniko's Night Market, Paleo Pines, Counter-Strike 2. That's the
divisive
re-release.
Yep.
Then you got Paper Beast, Infinity Strash. Shout out to Infinity Strash.
Dragon Quest failed, bombed. Not what they thought it was going to be at all.
Then we got Sonic Frontiers, the final Horizon. I believe that was the final DLC for Sonic Frontiers, which the DLC was all free, by the way. Then we got Cocoon, which was
a lot
another
of people's favorite game of the year, the indie title that blew up and was in Game Pass, and definitely wanted to get back to it. I played it for a very short period of time, but gorgeous looking game. Very interesting puzzles galore. If you like puzzles, Cocoon is the game for you.
Nice. Then we got Cypher 007 that released on iOS. Then we got EA Sports FC 24, the new, what is otherwise known as FIFA, which I don't think the name change really hurt. Bilkins Folly is in October. We're starting with. Then we got Disgaea 7, Vows of the Virtuous.
Come to Xbox, please.
Then we got Scorn on PlayStation. We got Silent Hope on Switch. Blossom Tales 2, Assassin's Creed Mirage, which is in my backlog. Front Mission 2 Remake. My Little Universe, The Dark Pictures Anthology. Wargroove 2. Borderlands 3 on the Switch.
Jesus.
Shout out to that.
Yeah.
Detective Pikachu Returns. Yep. NHL 24. Forza Motorsport. Shout out to Forza. It was a good time.
We had Forza. Had a good time with it. Yep. They'll continue to improve. They're building on it time and time again. It's going to be a platform. So,
well, Digital Foundry said it's not as good as GT. So,
I
don't care about it as much.
Sure.
Honkai Star Rail on PlayStation 5. You got the Little Gator game.
Steel's game right there.
Then we got Roblox on PlayStation 4. Wildcard Football. Total War Pharaoh.
Ooh, another disappointment for the PC community. They got hit. They got slammed over there. And they're fixing it. They're giving away. They cut the price of that expansion for Total War down. They are promising the community massive fixes, massive changes. Total War they kind of shit the bed with that one, but they're trying to make it up to the community. So the community's pretty happy right now. So
then we got Salt Sea Chronicles. Lords of the Fallen released with performance issues out the wazoo, but is definitely better than its original iteration, at least by threefold. So there is that. Take that what you will. I do have it on PC. My brother and I are supposed to go back through it just because we had so many issues on console. We said F it. But who knows? I'm probably going to end up playing Elden Ring instead, but who knows? Wizard with a Gun. Shout out to that. I know
Gotta play it.
Interested in that.
Gotta play it. Yep.
We got Cyber Knights, Flashpoint, Mortal Kombat Onslaught on mobile. Another game of the year, Skull Island Rise of Kong.
1 year development. It still can be done, folks. And that's what you get.
Then we got Sonic Superstars, which ended up being a disappointment. Not a lot of people ended up liking it. Apparently the mobile version is much better than Superstars is. And that's only on Apple currently, I believe. No, I think it's on everything. I think it's on mobile overall. Anyway, then we got Mike Mignola's Hellboy, Web of Weird. This one was also apparently disappointing. Didn't do well. That was also sad to see. Multiple times. Although, because it looked interesting. Then you got Slender, The Arrival. Shout out to Slender. Endless Dungeon, Galactic Civilizations 4, Gargoyles Remastered. Okay. Ghostbusters, Spirits Unleashed on the Switch. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, excuse me. This one went under the radar. I didn't hear nothing about this game this time around.
It came out so soon after the other one.
Yeah, that was really weird.
It was a quick release and it was like, okay, do we need more Hot Wheels?
Yeah. And then Forza Horizon did it again. Then Overpass 2, The Seventh Guest VR, The Gap, the Jackbox Party Pack, World of Horror, Colossal Cave on iOS, Marvel Spider-Man 2. Shout out to Spider-Man.
Shout out to Spider-Man. 0 for 7.
Let's
go.
Let's see if King is right with it coming to PC in March. That'll be very interesting on their turnaround.
It will be.
If that ends up happening, I'll get it. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake, released on PlayStation 5 and Series X. Update. City Skyline 2 on PC. Another
coming
game
that console in 2024.
Performance issues. But
they're fixing it. They're
saying they're
working
liking it, though. People are saying they're liking it.
City Skylines is huge on PC. I fired it up on the PC. Does it have performance issues? Yes, but it's gorgeous. It's definitely a step up from City Skylines 1 and will be on console next year. Game Pass day and date. Great game. Again, City Builder, one of the best out there, one of the OGs, one of the classics.
Spider-Man 2, The Rise of Mary Jane. Yep.
Oh, absolutely. God. Jesus.
OP
Mary Jane.
Then you got Super Mario Bros. Wonder on the Switch.
Yep, we did that. Yep.
Yep, I did all those. Just Dance 2024.
Shout out Just Dance.
Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, which they didn't do.
Cash Grab.
They did dog shit too.
Yep.
Lord of the Rings Return to Moria.
Another Lord of the Rings never been made. Make me good Lord of the Rings like we used to get, please and thank you.
Then we got Stray Souls, I believe. No, this was a release. Shout out to Stray Souls.
Yeah.
We got Battle Cakes for those interested in that. Dave the Diver on Switch. Frog Detective. Ghostbusters Rise of the Ghost Lord for VR. Ghost Runner 2, which was getting some good praise on release.
Yes. If you're a Ghost Runner fan, you want to play Ghost Runner 2 for sure.
Yeah, people are saying that it's definitely much improved over the first game. You got Miniko's Night Market again for console. World of Horror. Alan Wake 2.
Shout out to Remedy. Made a game I can't play because they went too horror on it, but that's exactly what they wanted to do. They deserve everything that I've seen, everything that I've heard. They deserve all the credit in the world for taking that game on a $50 million budget and making it one of the best games of the year in 2023 True. That everybody loves. Again, even if it's not a game for me anymore, I love the first one. They just went too far on this one. I'm not going to play it, but my God, what I've seen, what I've heard, top notch from Remedy. I mean, again, shout out to them. Yep.
Then we got EA Sports UFC. We got Resident Evil Village on iOS, and then we got Village, the winter expansion that came also. Then you had Dusk, Jusant.
Go play Jusant. Chill game, totally chill. Just it's awesome. Rock climbing. It's got a great atmosphere. Jusant is really cool. Go play it.
We got Silent Hill Ascension. At the Silent Hill. Then in November, we got Alien Hominid Invasion, Crossfire Sierra Squad on PC, Song of Nunu, a League of Legends story, Blasphemous 2 on previous gen consoles. We got For the King 2 on PC, My Time at Sandrock, Power Wash Simulator on Quest, RoboCop Rogue City, which was actually, this is the one game that I was completely wrong about, and I've been wrong about it and this is the first game in a very long time that I've been completely wrong about. RoboCop actually did pretty well, and is getting people's attention. You're muted, bro.
It's doing bigger than even the devs thought.
Yeah,
right? This became an instant cult classic, which hardly ever happens these days. An instant cult classic. I was always hyped for it just from the nostalgia standpoint. Didn't care if it wasn't AAA, but the Unreal Engine showing off for RoboCop, like the perfect setup for this game. The developers knocked it out of the park because they didn't stray from the old school B movie that RoboCop 1 and 2 were. They just said, we're going to lean into it and give the RoboCop fans all that they want. They did that in spades. Other people showed up and said, you know what? I like this cheese. Let's go. Man, I'm so happy that this hit. I'm eventually going to play this, obviously. Again, RoboCop knocking it out of the park. Happy for the developers. One of those surprise cult hit you just don't see very often anymore.
Yeah.
Because we know so much about the games. We see so much about the games. This one just surprised people. So shout out to RoboCop.
It did. Then we got Star Ocean.
Story R. Huge.
We got the Smurfs 2. Then the Talos Principle 2.
Yep.
Thirsty Suitors, Vampire the Masquerade Justice in VR, Fashion Dreamer, WarioWare, The Invincible, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. I've heard nothing about that game.
Nope.
Salt and Sacrifice, The Forest Cathedral, Risk of Rain returns.
Great games. Risk of Rain is fantastic. Getting expansion for console versions too. Risk of Rain is definitely worth a roguelite playthrough if you're into that. Cool concept, really good game, controls well. Love it.
Jesse Darby, if you're talking about the movie, is Transformers Rise of the Beast any good? I liked it, but I also liked Transformers Primal back in the day. So
right.
I mean, I've honestly liked every version of Transformers, even the 80s one. So I'm very impartial to Transformers. Honestly, if you could just give me good games, I think I would be happy. You could just literally remake the games that are already there, and I'd probably be very satisfied. Give me some co-op, give me some additional co-op features, so me and some buddies can get together and do some missions. And I think you would chef's kiss for sure. But yeah, I like the movie. Personally. Then you had Salt and Sacrifice, said all that good stuff. Then we got Berserk Recharged. We got Like a Dragon, Gaiden, the man who erased his name.
Game Pass. If you like Yakuza, go play it. Fired it up. It's Yakuza. Go play it. It's freaking fantastic.
Got Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which I can play the entirety of a hardened playthrough of Call of Duty on one episode of Living Split Screen. I won't lie. I can. Perfect. I could do that. Do I think that was a problem? No, not really.
Now, when you know what the game was made, how the game was made, what it was originally, we all know the story by now. It is what it is. But multiplayer wise, Probably the most fun I've had in multiplayer, even beyond Modern Warfare 2.
So, Colossal Cave comes to VR. Hogwarts Legacy to the Switch. Howl Invincible presents Adam Eve. American Arcadia. Teardown, The Last Faith, Assassin's Creed Nexus VR.
Some people are having fun with that.
Yeah, it looks cool. It looks like we've stepped back in graphics for the game to come out, though. But
they have to for VR.
I just don't get that. I don't get the principle of that. That's why I can't get into it. That's so stupid to me. But that's just me. I get why, but it's not for me. Then Flashback 2. Then we got Naruto Cross Boruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections. This was another game that I also bought and then refunded. It was not what I was looking for, and it has been very negatively reviewed. Persona 5 Tactica.
Great tactics game. If you want to, I checked it out. Really small portion size, but great tactics game. If you're into tactics games, go try it. Game Pass again for the win. So absolutely go try it.
Yeah, Jesse Darby, I was saying I saw the movie. I think the movie is all right. Yeah. Then
Super Mario RPG. This is the one I'm surprised about, Steel. Just too many games on Nintendo. I do follow a lot of Nintendo fans.
Mm-hmm.
This is another nostalgia hit for people. People were super pumped, excited when they announced this. Some people consider this one of the greatest JRPGs of all time. I haven't seen people playing it or talking about it. Is it just too many Nintendo games this year? Way too many? I don't know. It's weird.
It's weird. It definitely is weird. Then you got Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection.
I talked about this when we talked about it. Yep.
We got SnowRunner, Calico, Dune Spice Wars on Xbox.
Ooh, good. I fired this up as well. I installed it because I had to make some room, but Dune Spice Wars is on Game Pass. 4X strategy. If you're into 4X strategy, you like Dune, right up your alley. Not going to mind blow you with the graphics or anything like that, but certainly from what I played, definitely a good strategy game. Control wise on the controller, probably not up to par with like an Age of Wonders. A little bit more clunkiness to it, not as intuitive, but definitely go check it out. Again, if you're into grand strategy, if you're into 4X strategy, if you want the Dune world, go check this out. It's in Game Pass.
That's pretty dope.
Yep.
Then we got Rollerdrome that came to Xbox.
Another one I checked out. That's good. Game Pass, good game, fun as hell. Tony Hawk's with guns. So that's how I put it. Great art style. Super cool.
Then we got Biomutant that came to Switch. Shout out to Biomutant.
we talked about Biomutant in the past.
Gangs of Sherwood. This was one that definitely piqued my interest, but it doesn't look like it is in good condition.
Nope. You and I both were kind of piqued interest here. I was really thinking about this one, and then I started seeing the people who had those early review copies. In fact, I sent you one of the tweets from somebody that just said, "Yeah, no, don't do this. It's not in good shape at all."
It's another one of those games where they present it a certain way, and then the game comes out and it's not that way, and it's unfortunate because it looks really fun,
really interesting and fun. Yes, somebody give us a good Robin Hood game for God's sakes, please. Fuck,
one that you can fucking care about.
Yes.
Decado says Gangs of Sherwood is damn too easy to get way OP.
Oh,
I just heard the gameplay wasn't
not up to par
where it needed to be. It wasn't smooth and there was issues. Then you got Hitman Blood Money Reprisal that came to mobile. Turok 3, Shadow of Oblivion Remastered.
I'm gonna check this out at some point. I'm a Turok fan, so remastered version, I'll play it.
Then in December, you got Batman Arkham Trilogy that came to the Switch. Good pickup for the Switch. I don't know how it runs on the Switch. I haven't seen any issues. I don't see why it would be a problem, but yeah, it's on the Switch. You got Dragon Quest Monsters, Steam World Build. I saw some good stuff about that.
Good. Played that as well. Put a couple hours into that. Good builder. Combines the Steam World. So if you like Steam World, where you got to go, obviously mine and find things along with crafting and city builder aspects to it, go jump into this in Game Pass. Go check it out.
Then we got a Highland Song, Disney Dreamlight Valley, Have a Nice Death, Skater XL on Switch, Sonic Dream Team, I was correct, is only on iOS. Then we got the Anacrusis.
Can't believe that game still survived. Don't know how. Anyways, continue.
Then we got The Lord of the Rings: Return to Moria, Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song. You know what's not in this list, Pong? Where it happened to the day before?
Funny jokes.
Then we got Vampire Masquerade the Swan Song on Switch, Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis on PC, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, spoke about that a little bit earlier, Baldur's Gate 3 on Xbox. Hey.
Still got save problems. They're working
Really?
on it, but massive Xbox is even working on it now. People are losing their entire saves. Still.
Yeah, that's not good.
You know, we're talking like 40, 60 hours.
Yeah,
lose your save randomly.
That's not good.
Yeah, no, that's why I haven't double dipped yet. Nope.
That would be a complete turn off.
No.
That would piss me off.
But Xbox is working on it with Larry, and that's how big of a problem.
They've been working together a lot. Seems like
to get this thing out,
sure.
Right? But normally it would be Larry that would be working on the save issue, but they've got Xbox involved in it. That they're really trying to figure it out because obviously it's a massive problem.
Crazy.
So just be careful out there.
Then we got Lego Brick Tales, Outer Wilds on Switch, Terminator Dark Fate.
Another one I'm going to pick up, Tactics freaking Strategy Terminator game. Are you kidding me? Absolutely sometime. I'm going to playing that.
Then we got The Finals. Shout out to The Finals. That was a shadow drop, actually. Shout out to that.
Shout out to that.
Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, Resident Evil 4 Remake in VR, Bear and Breakfast, Hammer Watch 2, Little Nightmares on mobile, Potion Craft, SpongeBob SquarePants on mobile, Viewfinder, Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. I'm hearing a lot of good stuff about this game.
Seeing a lot of good clips.
And I said what I said earlier, bro, and then it's like games like this that you hear really good things about. And heard it's really fun to play and it's accessible. I don't know, Pong.
The clips are looking good, Brody. That animation style they do, man, is second to none.
If I don't have to think about it too much, man, I don't know. I'm about to might look at some gameplay later. It's either I'm gonna do one of two things. So it's either gonna be I'm gonna look at this and I might get it, or I'm gonna get the Warriors Orochi 4 game that you were talking about.
Okay. All right.
I'll do one or the other. Because I haven't played it like a Musu fighter in a while.
Yep.
That was a good time. And that looks really fucking dope too.
It does.
Then you got Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy. Shout out to that because they didn't do a goddamn thing to it. House Flipper 2. Oh, that's on mobile. Excuse me. Yeah,
that's mobile. Yeah.
Then you got House Flipper 2 on PC, Palia on the Switch. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the Indigo disc, which is now you could run around as the Pokemon in the open world. I thought that's cool, but not going back. Indigo disc on the Switch. Then you got Terra Nil on Switch, Loot River.
Great game.
And then Resident Evil 4 Remake on Mac and iOS. And then, that wraps up the year, Pong. I mean, and when you think about the entire year, and there's still games that are missing from that. Another game, Fate, Samurai Remnant wasn't on that list that I recall seeing. I'm trying to look at my personal list to see if there's any other ones that were missing.
I'm sure there's a bunch on there because again,
it pretty much covered everything else that was on my personal list. But the year for 2023 has been absolutely insane.
Bro, how many games on that list as we go through it that I still have yet to touch or want to play? Like it's a whole year's worth of games for me in this list that I haven't bought yet or I haven't touched yet that I want to. Like that's how stupid this year was. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
But with that being said, we gotta put this nice little bow on today's show. I
can't believe chat stayed with us during that whole list.
Yeah, that was really dope.
Saw some games. Again, not everybody's going to do that because it's so time consuming to run through a list like that. But the reason why Steele and I do it here, and we do this for shows too, we tend to try to touch everything because again, whoever's listening, again, maybe you say it's boring or whatever the case may be. Steele and I try to throw our thoughts in there, obviously to keep it lively, but For me personally, it's important because there's people out there that might have forgotten. There was games on there that I forgot came out this year, like that you go, oh, frick yeah, man, I got to put that on my list. I got to keep that in the back of my skull to go back and play later on. Like it's just important. And 2023 was such a massive year, as Steele just said, for gaming in general, and part of the whole golden age of gaming that, we constantly talk about, that it is important to go back and remember what the hell happened in 2023. A whole lot. That's what happened in 2023. It was ridiculous is what it was.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Crazy. Absolutely insane. Crazy to be a part of, crazy to witness. And 2024 is looking to be a little bit of the same, if not even more. I think it's definitely going to be the year of second and third party games, going to take over the industry to show some of these first party studios how they can save some money and still deliver quality, I think. So, and OCD Gamer says, I'm glad you guys went over that list. I mean, and again, I like going over the list. I understand that it could be boring for some people. But again, we go through it because you forget about what released this year. And that's not even everything. I know that there's games that are missed. But to go through the list and give our opinions on the things that have released, I completely agree with Pong. Yeah. I really agree with Pong on that. But to tie this whole show up with a knot, I did want to have a conversation really quick about Tekken 8. This is the game that is leading the year for me in January. One of the most strongest standouts, seemingly. We're getting a lot of conversation behind the scenes about it. Pong, I mean, what have you heard? You've played a little bit of the beta. How are you feeling, or the demo? How are you feeling about it? I got to call real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Tekken 8, you guys know me. I wait on fighters to buy on sale because I don't do the multiplayer stuff. So I don't need to pick them up day and date. Right, to get into the multiplayer side when everybody's jumping in and you can find matches real easy and all that kind of stuff. That's not why I play fighters. So I usually wait for sales. Again, I'm waiting on Mortal Kombat 1 for a big sale. I'll wait until they come out with the expansion. I'll go back and play through the story and then, some of the other stuff that they have in there. Tekken 8. Again, I'm a Tekken fan as much as anybody else is. Again, don't do it multiplayer, not competitive about it, but I love the feel of Tekken. I call it the heavy fighter because the characters are heavy. The hits are heavy. Everything in that game is so weighty. That's what I love about Tekken 8. Like Mortal Kombat, obviously you get all the crazy finishes, right? And that kind of stuff. And it's over the top and it's ridiculous. It's bloody. It's gory. It's all that kind of stuff. Each fighter kind of comes with his own style. Tekken 8 for me is the heavy fighter. So, but, and I say all that to say, but Tekken 8
you can get a good
is one of my early games I am budgeting in for 2024. Ever since I went back and played Tekken 7. I played Tekken 7 and I said, man, this game's great. I love the feel of it, but my God, it looks Steel. We can hear you, by the way.
They're going to give you breaks for both sides.
Everybody's getting a Steel.
Say, hey, I need breaks for the rear of my car.
But I'm going to budget in Tekken 8 because I think Tekken 8 is bringing it in a different way. I played Tekken 7 and everything was cool about it, except that the graphics sucked. It was muddy as hell because, my God, it was terrible. When I look at Tekken 8, now that I played the demo of Tekken 8, they are bringing it
just make sure they won't set you up.
It is crazy how Tekken 8 looks. It's crazy how Tekken 8 feels. They've added new mechanics as fighters are wont to do, and it looks incredible when you're pulling them off. And they gave me, the casual fighter guy, the button masher, they gave me accessibility features where I can pull off all the special moves in an easy manner. So when I'm beating up on the AI, that's what I want to feel. I want to feel OP. I want to feel great. Now, we're also hearing behind the scenes, people who have been playing this, that there is a story and that the story is on another level. And people are whispering that this could be game of the year.
That's what I was saying.
So Tekken 8 is definitely getting budgeted in, and it's going to be crazy. I think that this is going to be a special game to start the year, like Steel. Again, whether or not I just fight for fun against Steel. We'll see. But I'm looking forward to Tekken 8. I think Tekken 8 is going to be worth the price of admission. I'm not going to wait on a sale on this one. I think I am going to buy it out the gate. I'm going to buy the big boy edition, I think, because I do want all the expanded characters that they do, all the costumes that they do. But my God, if you guys did not jump into this demo, it is something extraordinary.
They can hear me talking about these breaks.
Yes, we did, sir. Yes, we did. Everybody got your phone call in on top of my Tekken 8 talk. So yeah. But no, I think that we hear you over Pong. They couldn't even hear me. Listen to you. So yeah, no, Tekken 8 is going to be a phenomenal game. All early signs are pointing to that this is the next big fighter. And I'm excited, man.
I didn't know you guys could hear me.
In Tekken 8. Yeah, bro. They said they could even hear you over me.
You can hear me the whole time. And I was like back here.
Yeah.
It's all good. I definitely did forget to mute myself. My fault, Paul. I didn't mean to interrupt you if I ended up doing any interrupting you or talking over you.
Yeah. I was trying to talk louder and people still said they could hear you over me.
That's crazy.
So, anyways, yeah. No.
Yeah, I was just saying that out with some breaks, but my fault.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think that this is the game. I don't budget in fighters. I wait for the sales, but I said Tekken 8's different. Now that I've played the demo, I'm all in on Tekken. I think I'm going to budget this one in, and I'm going to buy the big boy edition because I want all the expanded fighters that they always bring in, the costumes, all that kind of stuff. Tekken's definitely coming back, bro. This is going to be a big launch.
Yeah, no, for real. Tekken is extremely exciting for me just because to see the leap that they made, but also the accessibility that they're bringing into the game. That's remarkable to me. It looks like it's going to be even more accessible than even Street Fighter is. Because again, there's people like you who don't like getting online and fighting people and doing all that crazy shit. I do think that this time around, the way that they have it set up, you probably will end up getting online, getting some fights in every now and then, just because the way that they have it set up, it's probably going to make it a little bit more accessible. And maybe you end up having more fun, or you pick a couple characters where you end up actually decently learning their moves. Because the way that they have it set up now, they have trainings and stuff that you can do that if you're somebody that can only do a character or two, you'll have systems in place that'll really help you enhance that one character, make sure that you're decent enough to have some good fights at least, and then kind of go from there. So.
Yeah, basically, and the start to 2024 is going to be amazing. Mav and I ran through the start of 2024. I see people talking about different games. Listen, if you are a budget gamer like me, you're going to have some very tough decisions, especially if you play a lot of different style games like I do. You're going to have a lot of decisions to make in the first 4 months. Like it's really wild that coming off of 2023, that the beginning of 2024 is looking just as strong as the beginning of 2023 did in a lot of ways, especially with like your Dragon Dogma 2, your Tekken 8s throwing in there, all that kind of stuff. Like you're going to have some decisions to make. Steel and I are obviously going to be jumping into Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League as well. There's so much to play at the beginning of the year.
Grand Blue Fantasy is February 1st.
Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is February 1st. We've got that, but there is a week. When is it? I think it's the end. Is it the end of January? The beginning of when is it?
When is Suicide Squad coming out in January?
Oh, February.
Oh, that's coming out in February too. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, February. But yeah, there is a couple weeks in there. It's the end of. Is it the end of? No, yeah. There's a week in there where there's a week or two in there where it's insane how many games, depending on how many different platforms you play on and what you play. There's a couple where you got legitimately 3-4 launches that you could possibly dive into day one. Still, we got Helldivers 2 coming in at the beginning of February, along with Suicide Squad. We got Persona 3 Reload in there. We got Grand Blue Fantasy Relink in there. Those are all. It's stupid, man. And then we got Dragon's Dogma 2 in March, right? Along with Rise of Ronin on PlayStation 5. Like, there are just so many games.
Yeah, Rise of Ronin might need to move. To be honest,
it's gonna be tough.
I think Rise of Ronin needs to move off of Dragon's Dogma. Yeah. I think sure, you can release same day,
Yeah.
There's no way that Rise of Ronin is going to be better than Dragon's Dogma.
And now I got PC stuff. I got Homeworld 3 still at the beginning of March as well that I want to get out the gate. Homeworld 3. And then right on top of that, same day is Unicorn Overlord, the Vanillaware new game published by Atlas that is also coming to Xbox that I've been waiting for a new Vanillaware game. That's also on March 8th. I don't know how I'm going to pull this off. This is going to be nuts.
Yeah, no, that's the definition of insanity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to get into this day in gaming today since we went over quite a huge list. And we definitely got to start winding some things down because, hey, still got to have a day here. So, with that said,
4.5 hours before my next show.
Yeah, exactly. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I greatly appreciate everybody for being here. I don't know. I was so doubtful last night that we were going to even have a long show at all. I was like, yeah, it's probably going to be about 2.5, 3, not much to discuss. I think we'll make it happen. And then boom, you see where we're at today. 5 hours in strong. Though I will say it seems to have been doing a little bit better for Anchor, at least because they actually accept our bigger audio files now. So there's a big ups on that. So no issues. And Gogo says already 5 hours. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I was looking down at the time. I was like, oh yeah, we need to start wrapping things up. I got dinner to get set up for, other things to make sure to get the house together, and then I want to get some gaming in later. But yeah, let me know if let me know what you want to do because we might do some Warriors of Roche. I don't think I've ever played Warriors of Roche. I've played Dynasty Warriors. I don't think I've
you played it. It's just got a mix match of all the characters. Like I said, it's super team up, so it's super cool because you pick your team.
So that's awesome. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for coming out to episode 131 of Living Split Screen. Again, the non-console eccentric platform covering everything going on within the gaming industry. This year, it has been a suplex of gaming goodness, in my opinion. Too many games for me to pull out. Again, I got a list of at least 15 standouts just for this year alone. And if you want to break those numbers down, again, that's like 2 games a month almost, maybe a little bit less. And even if that you take in consideration with time, personal things happen behind the scenes, and it's only going to get crazier for myself. So I'm going to have to become even more picky about what I choose to jump into. It's the definition of insanity. But you can find me Steel Rain everywhere. The T is a 7 anywhere, and Google's probably the easiest place to type that information in. But I do frequent the streets of Twitter, otherwise known as X, and the Xbox ecosystem, just because it just works so well between PC and the console itself. So first, Descendant is definitely probably one of my most anticipated Ocado as far as multiplayer type games go. So boom, the Uncanny Gentleman himself. Where can the beautiful people find you? Another fantastic episode podcasting with you, brother. You definitely got me ramped up. Need to get something to eat before I pass out here, but I thought some crackers were gonna hold me over, but they're not.
They're not going to, Steel. No, they're not going to. They're not passing. Yeah, no, what a great show. Again, didn't know how the show was going to turn out. Obviously, going through the list of 2023. I mean, it's just, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy the year that we've experienced, how much gaming we have yet to do. Got Final Fantasy 14 next year, for God's sakes, man. Fuck. It just got on and on. We talked about this. We knew it was coming, but man, what a year of 2023. And to be sitting here with my brother right here, Steel Rain, and sharing it week in and week out on a Saturday is extra special. And then you throw our chat, our community that we've developed here on Living Split Screen into it, and just how excited people have been this year for game after game after game and news cycle after news cycle after news cycle. That is just the cherry on top, as I always like to say, of everything. So thank you all for being here, enjoying our last episode of 2023. Glad we could make it a deal. Thank you all for joining us today. All the love, all the support, right? And again, whether it's you lurking and listening for 5 minutes or the full 5 hours, it's all the same to me and Steel. Again, when you guys come in and you just give us conversations to have, and you guys join in those conversations, that's what this is all about. That's why Steel and I started out about all of it. And then the generosity that this community has shown towards our show as well to end the year.
Absolutely.
Second to none. Thank you all for all of it.
Much
Again,
love.
your time is just as valuable as anybody super chatting or anybody doing anything like that, or the sub trains, the hype trains, whatever. It's all the same. It all gets into that pool. It's what gives us energy. It's why we created Living Split Screen right here for Saturday morning. So thank you all. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you. So tonight, you guys know the drill. First of all, Pong Saw on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Saw on Xbox. I'm going to try to put more things out on X and that kind of stuff. Steel and I are going to try to do more things on this channel as we roll into 2024. Again, we both have a ton going on, but it is a goal of mine because I do want to build this thing out. So look forward to that. So follow me. I'll follow you back. And then, of course, tonight, it's the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Of course, Blam's going to be there because he's the host, one of the best in the business. Fuzzy will be there, myself, and tonight to end 2023, the one and only Dirt Griggity is going to be there. And, of course, our brother from another, Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mav, will also be joining us on the Shop Podcast, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. It's the best way to end your Saturday night. We have great conversations there. And with, guests in the end of 2023, you know what to expect. It's going to be a blast. So join us. And then, of course, next week, no idea if Boom's having a Tuesday show. But if he is, the Xbox Factor Podcast, man, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time.
Gotta get that in the rotation.
And the cherry on top over there is Steele's now a part of the panel.
Yes.
So guess what? You got to be there for Tuesdays for All Good Things Green over on Double Barrel Gaming. Mr. Boomstick is the man. And of course, Thursday, we will be back for PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM every Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. It may be another late start this week, depending on my work schedule. But we're going to try to make it a normal one. But you got to show up Thursday nights. Again, Mav and I have a great time, much like Steele and I do here on Thursday. So be there for that. And then Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate where the fam gets together. And boy, did we go sideways last night. We went sideways quick last night. And it wasn't just Psychonauts that took us that way. It was a lot of people that took us that way. But we laugh a lot, but we talk a lot on Xbox Ultimate every Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, everybody, if you don't know by now, Steele and I spent 2.5 hours reading off the entire list of games from 2023, and it probably wasn't even the complete list. 2.5 hours of games from last year. So many that I still have yet to play. So many I'm sure you have yet to play. It's the golden age of gaming, people. So please have a fantastic new year as we enter 2024. And if 2023 was rough, I can speak for myself. It's been a rough one for me in a lot of ways, right? And I'm not that guy that necessarily says that, we're going to set the goals just because it's turning the calendar, but it is a good way to do so. Let's get out there. As I said in the beginning of the show, kick ass in 2024. Let's take names. Let's keep the fight up. DMs are always open. Reach out. If you know somebody that needs it, reach out to them. But my God, let's make this together. Let's do 2024 right. Have a great new year. Have a safe new year. And get out there, play what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, much love to everybody who's tuned in today. Audio listeners, greatly appreciate you all. And we'll see you next time on episode 132 of
Choo Choo, motherfuckers. Choo Choo, motherfuckers. Let's go.